the most vile criminals ever interrogated. First up, the case of Kevin Davis, who, on a whim, decided to dispatch his mother and sister, but after using a hammer on the former's skull and his bare hands on the brain matter after, changed his plan to violating the corpse with himself.
The video you're about to watch contains especially unsettling interrogation footage discussing true-life events, actions, and crimes that may profoundly shock and deeply unnerve even the most seasoned and hardened viewer. This is the first time that a warning has been deemed necessary for a video on this channel. Proceed with caution and with morbid curiosity. Corpus Christi, Texas is a wonderful, vibrant coastal city with a small-town feel, but a metropolitan amount of importance. The consistent ocean breeze mixed with the almost expected sunny days make Corpus Christi unforgettably charming. But Corpus Christi can also be subjected to torrential downpours and hurricanes. Just as quickly as those clear skies turn into frightening, unrelenting storms, that Corpus Christi charm can fade away for a moment, revealing real-life nightmare fuel and monsters only disguised as humans. This is Kevin Davis, and between the hours of 8 and 9 p.m. on March 26, 2014, his life, as well as everyone's around him, would change forever, while his mother, Kimberly Hill, would lose hers. To start the nearly never-ending surprising facts around this case, Kevin had a strong desire to end his existence on Earth. Taking his own hands isn't the shocking part, it's that he asked his mother for permission to do it. As expected, she expressed that she absolutely did not want him to do that, but there was nothing that she could do to stop him if he chose to do so. This odd but seemingly innocuous exchange would spark a chain of completely depraved and unhinged actions by Kevin, unleashing 18 years of almost completely repressed, twisted fantasies at once. What started as a conversation about taking his own life, hours later, would end up with Kevin taking a hammer to his mother's head until her brain was completely exposed, and then using his bare hands to finish destroying her brain. As nauseatingly distressing as that fact is, it's important to mention that there's more. Just after finishing removing his mother's brain from her head, he would begin dragging her body into her bedroom. Kevin would lose his virginity that night in that bedroom. Roughly 12 hours later, Kevin would be in police custody, giving a full confession as well as the rest of the horrific details, of which there are still many to cover. This is the interrogation of Kevin Davis. The first 4 minutes and 14 seconds of the interrogation footage is Kevin waiting for detectives to enter the room, having his Miranda rights read to him, and providing his signatures and initials to officially and legally agree to speak to detectives.
Like saying earlier, you've talked to some people, you want to get some stuff off your chest. We're here to listen to you.
Why are you here? What happened?
And tell us what happened.
Well, has anybody gone to the house yet? Do you really?
We know what happened.
We have, but we want to hear it from you.
Or we have an idea. You're the only one looking at us. Start at the beginning, man. What caused all this?
Well, the very beginning, I asked my mother for permission to, or rather, kind of commit the sort of beating around the bush sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because, well, that doesn't really matter why I wanted to kill.
Sure it does. Tell us.
I'm bored with life. I don't like life. I don't
Mm-hmm.
like people. I don't like living it, basically. There's really anything depressing about it. It just is what it is. And so, I wrote the note. I did.
When did you write the note?
Around 6-ish, 7-ish?
Today or yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay.
That's Sunday afternoon or morning?
Afternoon.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then,
She get upset with you?
well, no, actually. I mulled it over. And then, on a whim, actually, I turned it over, wrote a plan to kill both my mother and my sister, quite frankly, because that's always been a thing of mine. I'm a bit of a pervert.
Yeah. Is it like a fantasy thing?
It is, actually. So, that didn't act. The best laid plans never work out, apparently, or at least the one scribbled on a piece of paper, because she had decided she was sick of this stuff, and she was going to go send me to live with my sister again. And so I kind of leapt off in a fury and just did it right then and there.
Okay. You did what?
Well, I tried to strangle her with a cord, a ripped cord from a video game console controller. That didn't work, huh?
Where was this at your father's finger?
She was sitting on the couch watching TV.
Okay.
That didn't work out too well. She started screaming, and so I went to her room, opened a drawer at the very bottom to the right. I pulled out a hammer. I went back in the living room, and, well, you kind of get the gist from there. And, she was out pretty quickly. Kind of tried to play dead at first, but then I finished it.
So you hit her with a hammer when she was sitting in the sofa in the living room?
No, first I tried to strangle her, and that didn't work. She grabbed the cord, so I raced back into her room, grabbed the hammer, came back out, and then did it.
How many times?
How many times did you hit with the hammer in the living room?
At least 20, but then she was still alive. I dragged her into the room, as you probably clearly saw, and then I kind of wormed my hands into her brains to kind of just cut it. She was still snoring.
Okay. So she was still alive?
She was still alive.
And you went in there and you kind of grabbed those brains?
Yeah, I just finished it.
Alright. Did you use a knife on her?
Actually, I was going to, but no, I didn't get to do that.
Did you, I guess you never got to stab her with a knife?
No.
It was all with a hammer?
It was all with the hammer in my hand.
Where did you hit her with the hammer?
The head.
All in the head area?
All in the head, I believe. I may have gotten her hand because she was covering herself.
Okay.
Is this in the front or the back of the head?
Top, back, mainly. No, actually the entrance wound is around yonder somewhere here.
Okay.
And then, so when you dragged her to the living room, to the bedroom, you kept on hitting her there?
Yeah, I kind of went.
That's where that's when you reached in and grabbed her brain?
Yeah, I kicked at it a bit. Then I just, that was kind of silly, but then I just decided to reach in and kind of just do it.
And then what did you do after that?
Then I had sex with her corpse.
You did? Okay. Did you come inside her?
I did, actually.
Have you ever done that before, like had sex with her?
No, I haven't, actually.
This was just the first time?
Oh, yeah, I lost my virginity to a corpse.
Okay. Did you change in the bathroom? Did you?
I did. I took a bath before then. My penis really, well, that's a little personal, but yeah, I needed to clean it off, and so, and then I changed, yeah.
Okay. What about your sister? What's your sister's name?
Desiree Hill.
Is she okay?
She is okay, yeah.
Okay.
Where does she live?
At an apartment actually very near here. That big kind of Hispanic thing, like Spanish-looking building. It's an old apartment complex with a code.
Was it a fantasy of yours to kill her as well?
It was.
Did you write down that on your note?
Oh, I did, actually, but I decided against it because, well, I'd had my fill of killing. I didn't. Seemed a little much. A little too excessive, yeah.
So after you went in and you killed her, and you made sure that she was dead by grabbing her brain and moving it around, then you took her clothes off, or what? Or was she already unclothed?
Actually, I had to drag her by her clothes to get her in there. It was very laborious, actually.
She's a pretty big woman, she's heavy.
Yeah.
Hey, is she your natural mother? Biological mother?
Yeah, actually, she is my natural mother. I take after my father.
Okay.
Hey, what kind of thrill did you get by having sex with her?
I'd always loved my mother, I guess in the wrong sort of way, but a kind of love, I guess. Maybe some rage. Maybe just a little. But
Was it in a Freudian style?
Freudian? I kind of get where you're coming from. Sure, why not? Yeah.
Alright. Have you killed anybody else before?
I have not.
You just fantasized about it?
I just fancy, yeah.
Okay.
What got you to this point? Tell us about what got you to this point. Did you hate life? You wanted to commit suicide? Oh, what did you say about when you told her you wanted in a roundabout way to commit suicide? She said no. She said yes. What did she say to you?
She said, basically, I'm a grown man, and what I do, she can't really stop me. She was distraught over it, of course. I mean,
Of course.
yeah, she said she'd cope with it. I mean, if you kill him, that's kind of why she wanted me to go away, why she called my sister to come pick me up, and that's kind of why I just left.
So at that point you got pissed?
Not necessarily. I just knew it was time to act now or never.
How long have you had these thoughts in your brain?
It's around my preteens, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you ever seek any kind of medical attention, psychological? You feel that you can cope with that?
Nope, I never really seeked help, actually. I just accepted it as a part of me. I wasn't really ashamed of it. It just was what it was.
Let's talk about the notes that you wrote. How many notes did you write?
3.
3. There was one in the living room.
Yeah.
That one was addressed to who?
Desiree, my sister, because I knew she's a good girl, but rather sensitive. I knew she would lose her head if she kind of saw that.
Do you remember what the note said?
Keep your head. Hurry. She might still be alive, although I highly doubt it in parentheses. Something along those lines, yeah. Sincerely.
But when you wrote the note, you knew your mom was already dead?
Oh, yeah, I knew it. You know,
So
it was
you're
kind
just messing with Desiree by writing that she might still be alive?
Yeah, my sick sense of humor.
Okay.
I was pretty well off my rocker by then.
Alright. And then there's a second note in your mom's bedroom. What did that one say? Do you remember?
Chase me.
Was that addressed to the police or to who?
I was in a very playful mood at the time.
Okay.
I just wanted to run. I just wanted to see how far I could get. But
Yeah. So what, your plan was to leave town? Or what, according to one of the notes that you wrote?
Oh, yeah,
About a bus,
actually, yeah,
taking
the Greyhound bus. I was going to try to get out of the state or anything, really.
But I guess something else happened. You ended up at somebody's house?
No,
What
actually.
happened?
I told you my plan was foiled because she talked to me. She said my sister's going to come pick me up now, like in a few minutes. Go live with her, and that's when I said it's time to act, now or never.
I see.
I just went over to their house to use their phone, and then I was using their phone, so I thought I might as well tell them when they asked me questions. I mean, they had questions on using their phone.
Where was this at? Where did you end up at?
Ultimately, I ended up in the backwoods of a ditch.
Here in town or out of town?
Robstown.
In Robstown. How did you get over there?
In Corpus Christi, I biked halfway, and then I got to the train tracks, and then I ditched the bike in the thick woods, and then from the train tracks, I just walked.
To Robstown?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you came up to was it like the first house that you saw, or how did you go to this house to ask to use the phone?
Initially, my plan was just to run as far as I can, but then I ended up crying my eyes out in like the thick woods, like, what did I do? And I realized, you don't know what you lost till you've already lost it. And so I knew that my life wasn't going to go anywhere, not anymore. So I just kind of gave it up midway.
But what brings you here, other than your life, is you just give up on life now and you need to tell somebody what happened, basically, right?
I guess, yeah.
Your inside you want to do one thing, but your inside tells you more, like your heart, right? It's talking out of your heart. You know? You feel sorry you did this to your mom?
In a way, yes, but I wouldn't take back what I did. It's strange, really. I did love her, In a way.
Has she been mean to me?
Oh, no, she's been the best mother.
Okay, so there's nothing that she did?
Oh, absolutely nothing, no.
If I was to ask you, what did she do to deserve this, what would you answer?
Absolutely nothing. I'm a
Terrible
cruel,
person.
disgusting person. Yeah, basically.
How'd you come up with the idea to kill her and have sex with her?
How did I come up with it?
Yeah, was it?
It's been a developing
Just,
idea. My brain.
But you haven't gotten ideas from games or videos, or you're not into that? Some of those dark games?
Some things inspired me, but they did not necessarily plant the seed.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? They didn't plant the seed, but they did egg me on, rather, I guess.
Is that the books you've been reading?
Not necessarily. I watched them. I recently got into watching some foreign movies, creepy stuff, not necessarily mainstream horror, the kind of stuff that you keep away from.
Oh, okay. So are you into witchcraft? Anything like that?
No. Not right. I guess it sounds kind of, strange.
I'm just interested because it's something unusual and you're here telling us about it and you appear to be a nice guy. You appear to be a good guy. You're not yelling and screaming at us.
You seem very rational.
You're very rational. You appear to be a good guy. This is what I'm trying to figure out, that's all.
Well, despite how I ended her life, I'm kind of more fascinated by the more artistic ways of murder, the meticulous manner, the way they cut them open and just slice them to pieces. I mean, such care, such love. And
Where did the hammer come from that you used?
from her drawer.
Okay.
Yes.
And then after you killed her, you just left it there, the hammer?
I did.
Yes. You saw a hammer there next to her body. That's the one you used.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there was some blood in the knife, but you said you never used it. I guess just blood just from where you grabbed it around the.
Oh, that knife. Actually, I used that to stir her brains up a little, but then that didn't really work out, so I just kind of decided to delve on in.
Did you do that in the living room or the bedroom? Because we found that it wasn't in the bedroom.
I may have started out.
So,
Yeah, actually, I used the knife in the living room, and then didn't I take it with me?
so her brains were already kind of coming out in the living room when you dragged her?
Yes, but she was still snoring like a baby, and so I just kind of dragged her.
Explain to her how you grabbed her so that you wouldn't leave such a mess in the carpet.
That
Did you carry her from underneath the arms and just dragged her, or how did you drag her?
it was very sloppy, actually. I kind of just winged it. I dragged her from her shirt. I dragged her by her legs. I dragged her by any way I kind of felt. I mean,
Okay.
I don't really exert physical labor, so I'm not a very strong person.
She's bigger than you are.
Yeah.
She's a little bigger than you.
How many siblings do you have? Is it just you and Desiree?
I do have a half brother, actually, but I haven't seen him in a long while.
Does he live here in town or no?
He doesn't.
Okay. How about Dad? Where's Dad? He's not in the picture, your dad?
No, not really. He's an idiot. He's an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an idea where he's at?
Probably somewhere in Fort Worth, maybe.
And you lived there with your mom at the Windrush Apartments? What's the apartment number there?
1707.
You have your own bedroom there?
I do.
Okay. So the note where you wrote the plan that you were going to leave town and kill your mom, kill your sister, that was the one that we found there. We found it in one of the bedrooms. Not where your mom was, but the other one. That was your room?
Yeah, that was my room with the big, blank, sloppy looking,
Okay. But your sister didn't live with you guys?
She did.
Okay.
There was a magic marker there on top of the little desk here in your room.
Magic marker?
Like
Permanent marker.
Like a marker.
Permanent marker.
Okay, permanent marker, yes.
Is that the one you used? It was on a little folding table. Is that where you wrote your notes?
I think I just grabbed a piece of my old schoolwork and just kind of.
How do you do in schoolwork, man? Going back to school, how do you do in schoolwork?
Pretty mediocre. I never really could muster to even really care. I mean, I guess I excelled in English for all that was worth.
Okay. How about sports?
No, I don't like sports.
You don't like sports? Football? I know you're a little small for football, but.
Oh.
Yeah.
What school did you go to?
Ray High School.
Ray? And you were in 10th grade?
Yeah.
All right. Did you ever tell anybody else what your plans were? That, what you wanted to do with your mom or your sister?
No, but over the years, there were hints. As a younger boy, I was a lot dumber, a lot more angsty, you know. I said things, but I guess they basically brushed it off. I guess the hints were everywhere, but they're my family. Family looks past that kind of stuff, or they try to not look at it, I guess.
Let me ask you, at this point, what do you consider yourself? You consider yourself, I'm going to use a dirty word, okay, but I don't mean to insult you, okay? Do you consider you mentally disturbed? Do you consider yourself crazy? What do you consider yourself, any of those? Or you think you're okay? You just got some bad thoughts?
I'm not mentally disturbed. I mean, I'm sane. I know exactly what I did. I know that it's wrong in the traditional sense of wrong.
Hello.
It was just a fantasy you had, and you had to carry it out.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Now I feel vaguely, kind of like I'm done.
So,
You still feel like well, you're done with your mom. You still feel like you want to keep on killing? To keep on, you know, with other fantasies? Or how do you feel?
I came here to pay for my crimes, so I guess I should continue with the truth. Truthfully,
Yes, definitely.
I would kill again.
how about us? You think you want to kill us?
Oh, no, rather, men aren't my thing, actually.
Women.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have a girlfriend?
I don't. I've never had a girlfriend.
You never had a girlfriend?
I'll tell you what, give me your fancy of killing a woman. What would your fancy killing would be? Your ace killing, what would that be?
This is a little peculiar. I'm on camera. Okay,
I'm not surprised at what I'm going to hear, but you tell me.
maybe dressing up in a nice suit, sneaking into her house, disabling her boyfriend. You know, yeah, I'd bring a pretty dress with me to dress her up in. I was always into strangling, but after that last blunder, I guess maybe something big and sharp would be more along my thing. Then I could, I don't know, probably decapitate her, as I prefer my women dead.
Okay.
I would dress her up. I'd stitch her up. Kind of try to work the head back on, perhaps. And then I'd go to town, and it would be a night to remember. And then I'd kind of just burn everything and run for the hills.
Now, you mentioned that you lost your virginity to a corpse.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? What happened?
Oh, well, just last night, my mother, yeah.
Okay, not somebody else. You're talking about your mom.
Yes.
Okay, so before that you had never had sex?
Well, I guess since I'm being quiet about it, I might as well tell you now. And it's on the note too, the PS part. We used to have a gray cat named Claire. Oh yeah, bestiality is a thing of mine too. Now you know. And so I strangled it, I drowned it, and then I cut it open, and you know the rest. Kind of get the rest.
You had sex with the cat, with the dead cat?
Yeah, ripped it open, stuck it in there. Yeah.
You ever had sex with a live person?
No.
So that your thing, having sex with a live person, that doesn't turn you on. It's dead thing, dead person, dead animals. That's what turns you on.
I don't necessarily mind. I don't have standards or morals. Body's a body, and in the end, it's a piece of meat. I guess it's harsh to say, but but no, I don't necessarily mind.
How about the idea of hurting yourself? Do you have the same idea now?
Huh?
Do you have the same idea that you want to hurt yourself, commit suicide?
No, it's over for me. I'll face the music. Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
There's not a happy ending for me, definitely.
Well, tell me, what do you think should happen to you? What do you think your punishment should be?
Whatever the judge, the people, the jury deems fit. I can rot, I can suffer for years, or I can be given the death penalty, whatever they think is for me.
What do you think you deserve? Killing your mom? Having sex with your mom?
I deserve to rot and suffer. I mean, it is what it is.
Okay, I want to give you some options here, okay? 10 years probation, 20 years in the pen, 100 years in the pen. What do you prefer from those cities?
Name them again?
Probation, 10 years. 10 years in the pen, 50 years, or 100 years in the pen.
100.
The maximum. Right?
I suppose. I mean,
I admire your mind, man. You don't sit here and try to baby yourself to death.
came here to face the music. I guess just gotta.
Yeah.
Right. It is what it is.
Thank you, brother, man.
Anything else you want to add about what happened that's important that we should know?
Not really. I'm sure interested in other colorful details.
Have you ever heard your sister?
No, I haven't.
No.
Anybody else?
Nope.
You didn't ever kill anybody else or anything else?
Oh, no. Yeah, that was my first.
You ever been on Blucher Street?
Hmm?
You ever been on Blucher Street?
Is he referring like
Blucher Street?
Blucher Street.
You know where Blucher Park is?
I haven't.
It's a large area of Karankawa, Tankawa.
It's down the street here in the uptown area. I had a woman that was killed back then. So.
Oh, no, not me.
Oh, okay.
And
This is your first time you're saying, right, that you killed somebody?
Yeah.
A person, not an animal?
Yes.
Do you want to know what's going to happen to you now?
Oh, sure.
Okay, very simple. You're going to be booked at the county. First, you take the city facility. You're charged with murder. Then you will be transferred over to the county, where, of course, you'll go to the county jail. They'll set a bond for you and everything else, and if you can afford to get out of jail, then so be it. And if you can't, sit there until your trial. Okay? The trial, you can plead not guilty, and you can go to trial and let a jury decide if you're guilty or not, or you may be able to cut a deal with the district attorney for whatever time you want to cut a deal for. Okay? Spare the jury. You know, in a jury, of course, a jury of 12, you might have several women or several men. The thing to remember is all those people have had mothers in the past. And they may not be too proud of you.
Oh, of course. I don't expect people to think very highly of me after this.
Hey, but like I said, I admire you for your honesty. You were honest with us, and you didn't try to bullshit us. Okay, and you're like a man. You came out here and took it like a man.
So around what time was it that you did this to your mom yesterday?
Probably ended around 8-ish, 9-ish.
At nighttime? Night?
Yeah, night.
Okay. And then what time did you leave the apartment and ride off on your bike?
Maybe around 9-ish, 10-ish, late night. Late 9.
And then today is when you ended up at that house in Robstown?
Yeah.
Where would your bike be at?
Probably in the undergrowth around the train tracks, just a little east of that house. But it's really deep in. No, wait, you said my bike?
Yes.
Okay, I was talking about my other stuff. But my bike is. I was going nowhere at the time. I don't even remember the street I was on. I just kind of stuffed it in the undergrowth near the railroad.
Near the railroad on 44 or what?
No, it was kind of a residential area. I remember going down a steeper hill with my bike, and it's like I just ditched it. Wasn't worth much, and I kind of rode it a little hard, of course.
Do you know how to drive?
I don't know how to drive.
Oh, is that why you didn't take your mom's car?
Exactly.
I think your mom's car is still parked there now.
Did anything happen in your mom's car?
Oh, nothing.
Okay. If we were to take you, would you go show us where the bike's at and the park?
Oh.
Could you do that?
I don't remember the street name, but I could help, yeah.
I'm interested in recovering your bike.
What kind of bike is it? What does it look like?
It's rad, very dirty.
Is it like a 10-speed, like, or a BMX type bike, or
6-speed?
6-speed?
Yeah.
And when you left their apartments, which way did you go?
I kind of zigzagged around like an idiot because I had no idea where I was going to go. And it was a little leisurely because, I mean, after you murder someone, after you cross that kind of line, you don't really think much about it.
Okay, so would you say you went down Highway 44 all the way down to Rockstone?
I think I did pass over, past thing. I passed by a car dealership. I don't remember, quite frankly.
You mentioned the other things. When you mentioned bicycles, I thought you meant the other things. What other things are there?
Oh, I'm just talking about my backpack and other things.
Yes, that's what I was talking about.
And which is way down, far the line, just a little east of the house I ended up at in Calallen. So it's Calallen and stuff.
By the railroad tracks?
Yeah, Corpus Christi bike, but it's the Calallen stuff, the backpack and whatnot is really stuck underneath the undergrowth, yeah.
And we probably to recover that, hoping we can find it. Would it be all right for you to take it down there once we find the railroad?
Oh, you want me to? Yeah, I can show you.
Okay. I'll tell you what, let us get through with the rest of the people we have here. And we'll hop in the car and we'll take it down there and we'll try to recover your backpack and your bike and go from there.
Okay.
Is there anything in your backpack full of blood or anything else that we need to worry about?
I don't believe so, just some supplies I kind of just threw in there.
Yeah, you said you took a shower at the house and everything, right?
Oh, I did, yeah.
So you were covered in blood?
I was covered in blood, my glasses, everything. It was a mess.
Okay, partner, we're gonna put you in another room where we're going to shut it down, and then we'll go from there. Would you care for more water or anything? It's up to you, man. I got it in the refrigerator if you want it.
I think I'm fine. I'll just finish this.
Okay. Hey, thanks. Well, man, you came across like a man. I mean, not like somebody else. You came across like you did what you did, and you came and said it. Man, I admire a man like that. I work this kind of stuff all the time, and you get a lot of time, but a lot of times people all of a sudden did something, and all they want to do is lose out of it. You want to take responsibility. You're a different person.
My life's taken a different turn. Time to change, I guess.
Why don't you come over here, sit with me, and
You handcuffed, right?
Yeah.
We need to find your sister just to make sure that she's okay. You said you didn't hurt her, right?
I did not.
We're trying to call her on the phone. We can get her. Does she go to school?
No, she doesn't go to school currently.
Oh, okay. Because we said maybe she was at college or something. What is she? Does she work?
She works at Mesquite Bar and Grill, I believe.
That's the one in Saratoga?
I would not know, but probably.
And her name is Desiree.
Desiree Hill, yeah.
How old is she?
24.
you know her phone number.
I'm sorry, I don't know by heart now.
Okay, if I was to give you some numbers, would you tell me if it's right or not?
Oh, you have numbers?
I don't know if I have numbers or not, but I got a look. 459-7215. Does that sound right?
Well, where are you getting these numbers from? It kind of sounds familiar.
Oh, I'm getting the number from the house.
I guess you could try. It sounds vaguely familiar. You
Does
could
it
try.
have a 361 area code?
It does. Yeah, it has
361.
361. Yeah.
Whose area code is 443? 443, whose area code is that?
I wouldn't know. It kind of rings a bell, maybe something on my mother's contacts, but I wouldn't know.
Okay. Let me go get a key for this stuff. Let me get a key for this stuff.
Okay.
Is this the number you got?
The number you have?
Yeah.
Does that sound familiar, that number that you detected?
549 kind. Does it have a 361?
No, this one has the area code of 443, I think.
You know, it may be under her dad's name.
443 is the area code. 459.
Let me call it again.
But does she have a local number? Last time you talked to her on the phone, when was it?
Well, I have a list of contacts, so I never bother to remember numbers by memory.
Whose phone is in the floor? Is it yours?
Is it the people?
A phone on the floor in the bedroom?
Oh, that should be my bedroom.
No, hers.
I believe I left her phone in the living room. Was it pink?
Yeah.
Okay, then that is definitely hers, wherever it is.
Okay.
There you go. I thought it was familiar.
Desiree, it's Sergeant Garcia, Corpus Christi PD. Please call me at this number that I called you on and talk to you. I need to talk to you. Sorry. Where could she be at now, Sergeant?
Probably sleeping since last I checked she works late. And remember that apartment I told you that's nearby here? Sort of Spanish set, I forgot the name of it. You can see it yourself.
This is Jacob Kinn, being interrogated in regards to a terrible crime that happened earlier in the day. And this is Jacob Kinn, being interrogated again only a few hours later and being presented with undeniable proof of his involvement. What exactly happened? It's not uncommon for a criminal investigation to take a sharp turn or escalate into something else. But in this particular case, what started as an out-of-control fire quickly transformed into a homicide, a kidnapping, and a race against the clock to save an innocent preschooler from a predator with an alarming history. On June 22, 2016, firefighters responded to an inferno at the Hillcrest Manor Mobile Home Park in Bemidji, Minnesota. With steam and smoke still billowing from the charred remnants of the home, investigators began looking for clues as to the origin of the fire. Almost immediately, signs of foul play were uncovered. Some windows from the home were blown out up to 12 feet away from the home, a telltale sign that either explosives or an accelerant was used, and the evidence supporting that was right in front of them. The master bedroom, while heavily damaged, wasn't completely destroyed, and sitting front and center was a large gas canister. This was not an accident, it was arson.
Bruce, could you shine the light on that gas can again?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna videotape it.
Yep. That help?
Yep, lots. Thank you.
Yep.
The search among the debris continued. In the middle of the home, a badly burned mattress was found, and underneath it, they found the charred remains of the homeowner, 35-year-old Melissa Norby. 3 details about their discovery were especially alarming. 1. Both Melissa and the mattress covering her were burned significantly more than anything surrounding them. 2. Melissa's hands were bound with duct tape, and while her remains were badly burned, there were visible signs of strangulation. And 3. After speaking with neighbors, they learned that Melissa lived there with her 11-year-old son. They immediately began searching for the remains of her son, but found no trace of him. Authorities were eventually able to get in contact with Melissa's relatives in the Twin Cities area, who let them know that the boy was alive and well, having arrived at their home earlier in the day to have a sleepover. The immediate relief that washed over authorities was fleeting, coming to an abrupt end 8 hours later when Amanda Smith, one of Melissa's closest friends, raced up to the scene in a panic. And the reason for her panic? Melissa was babysitting her 5-year-old daughter, who was spending the night there. But investigators had just done a thorough search of the house when searching for Melissa's son, going so far as to check underneath the floor and gaps between the standard living areas. There was no question that Amanda's daughter was not in the house. But if that's the case, where was she? They figured that there must be a simple explanation. She saw smoke, became scared, and escaped, or she's with somebody else, safe and sound. They were wrong. The wooded area around Melissa's home, as well as neighbors' homes and vehicles, were immediately searched, but Amanda's daughter was nowhere to be found. The curious circumstances of the entire situation, each by themselves, were baffling, but now, with the certainty that the parents weren't involved in her disappearance, Bemidji police finally connected the dots. Was Melissa killed and her home set on fire, all in an elaborate scheme to kidnap the little girl? Whoever they were looking for wasn't just an arsonist and a murderer, but also a kidnapper. The unthinkable nature of the situation all of a sudden became a reality, and the race to find the missing child escalated to a new level and scope. Investigators began speaking with Melissa's known friends, and when speaking with one friend in particular, Tuesday Colopy, they uncovered some peculiar details about Melissa's sex life. Quote, Melissa was very into, not S&M, but more like daddy/little girl kind of scenarios that she was playing out with Chance. Tuesday said that Chance was the name that she had used for a man she had been dating in private, and said that Melissa had claimed at times that Chance had been very rough when they were together, and had turned violent before outside of the bedroom. Tuesday wasn't the only person that knew about Melissa's relationship, and after a few more interviews, they learned that Chance's real name was Jake, and that he operated a food truck called Jake's Eats. Bemidji had a population of just under 15,000 people in 2016 and has a resident to registered offender ratio of a little over 2,100 to 1, giving the entire city a population of 7 offenders. To say that Bemidji police knew exactly who Jake was is an understatement. They were intimately aware of not only who Melissa's friends were talking about, but his history as well. Chance's real name was Jacob Kinn, and he was now the prime suspect. Kinn was still on probation for his past crimes, and knowing his proclivity based on those crimes, police scrambled to locate him. At 10:30 p.m., they arrived at Jacob's known address with a search warrant in hand, but found no signs of Jacob or the missing child. Detectives hatched a plan to get some assistance from Jacob's parole officer. The parole officer contacted Jacob and calmly explained that there was a missing child and that the investigators wanted to talk to him about it. It's common practice for those on the registry to be questioned in missing child cases, and this was presented to Jacob in as much of a routine, non-threatening manner as possible. Just after midnight on June 23rd, roughly 20 hours from the time that firefighters first responded to the fire at Hillcrest Manor, Jacob walked into the sheriff's station. This is the first interrogation of Jacob Kinn.
Okay, we are recording.
There's a gap of a few minutes from when the interrogation starts and Jacob Kinn being brought into the room for questioning. Huge thanks to 8MC Investigations for the assistance navigating Minnesota records to acquire Jacob Kinn's files. For fantastic coverage of never-before-seen cases, subscribe to 8MC Investigations. Link in the description below.
Jake, this is Chad. Hey, Jake. He's also at the PCA. How you doing?
Good. Good, how are you?
Good. Jake, we appreciate you coming in.
If you've noticed the low frame rate, this is unfortunately how the original interrogation was recorded. Thankfully, the trio you see are not very animated, so your experience will not be drastically altered.
Did your probation officer tell you what's going on? And
Well, I already knew there was a couple of sheriffs at my food stand today, so
okay,
they mentioned what was going on,
what did they say?
just that there was a missing girl.
Okay.
I didn't go into detail, but
Okay. Well, here's the deal. We get missing kids. Guess who the first people we talk to?
us,
Yeah.
I already knew that. I
Yeah.
figured, but
And that's why you're here.
Yep.
We're talking to anybody that's registered that has any connection with kids.
Jacob Kinn had already been convicted of crimes against children in the past. Some of those charges are on screen now.
When you get a kid missing, who do you look at? Well, you look at parents, and work out from there. So again, we appreciate you coming in on this late hour. Start. All right. You came into the police department. We're inside the interview room. You got two officers talking to you. You're not under arrest. You understand that?
Yep.
Are you here voluntarily? You voluntarily came in to
yes.
talk to us today?
Yes.
Okay. I am recording it, so there's accurate reflection of what we talked about today.
Yep.
And Jake, if there's any point that you don't want to talk to us, walk right out the door and walk through the double doors just like you came in. And
It's fine.
okay.
Okay. Okay. Last 48 hours.
Oh, let's see.
Let's start with let's go backwards instead of starting 2 days from now. Let's start backwards. So you came from where'd you just come from?
Oh, you mean start from right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I find it easier people to instead of thinking back. Okay, what did I do 2 days ago? To work their way backwards.
Well, I was fishing up north,
Okay. Fishing where?
Clear Lake.
Clear Lake. Were you fishing with anybody?
No.
Okay. Where's Clear Lake?
Just north of home by close to Mizpah.
Okay. All right. Catch anything?
No,
No.
I wish.
What are you fishing for?
Bass.
Okay. What time did you go fishing?
About a little after 7, I think.
7 tonight? Okay. So from 7 till, a little while ago, you're out fishing?
Yep.
Okay. Prior to going fishing, sounds like you might have been at work or...
Well, actually, I went home for maybe half hour to an hour.
Okay.
And then the rain let up, so I decided to go fishing.
Okay.
But yeah, prior to that, I was at work, at my food stand.
And that's at Jake's Eats?
Yep.
Okay. What time did you start work at?
I got there this morning about between 10 and 10:30
Where is the food stand at?
at Tabor's Bay.
Tabor's.
So, now when you're at your food truck, you stayed there till what time?
It was between 5:30 and 6, I think,
Okay.
because the water puddled up about 3-4 inches. So I was like, nobody's gonna walk up here. I might as well go.
There's 6. All right. You said at some point during your day, deputies came there to eat or something, or
Yeah.
what did they
3
tell you?
o'clock.
On the night of the fire, murder, and kidnapping, Jacob states that police had allegedly eaten at his food truck. The investigators will keep this small detail in mind as they continue to unpack the rest of Jacob's story.
They said he asked what was on the menu that was fast to make,
Okay.
and I said anything but the kebabs. And he's like, "All right, give me a couple of brats and waters." And then he's like, "I got a missing girl. It's gonna be a long night," and that was it.
Okay. Did you work with anybody or you work alone?
I was home.
Okay. Do you know the missing girl's name is? Do you know her?
No.
Do you know her mom is Amanda?
No.
How about her dad, Scott?
No.
No family connection to.
So
Okay.
before work this morning, you are at home.
Actually, before work, I stopped at Lucan's to buy groceries for the truck. That was between 9:30 and 10, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Before that, I stopped at my parents to pick up my dishes. And before that, I was at home. I think I left home about 8 o'clock this morning.
When did you wake up today?
About 7:30.
7:30.
Do you live with anybody?
No.
A girlfriend?
No.
Anybody at your house during the night?
No, I don't live with anybody.
What time did you go to bed last night?
10:30, 11.
Okay. Talk about last evening.
Yesterday, I got home probably about 9:30, between 9:30 and 9:45. I was cleaning the fish. I went fishing between 7:30 and 7 and 8 last night here at 3 Island. And then I caught a bass, so I just hauled it up to my food stand to clean it, and then cleaned up my food stand and went home.
Okay.
The investigators continue to question Jacob about his whereabouts for the last 48 hours. As expected, Jacob recalls all the activities he took part in and locations that he visited that were nowhere near the vicinity of the crime scene.
Where we are
Does
now.
it
Yeah.
sound accurate?
Yep.
You're on probation, right?
Yep.
Can you drink?
No.
So, alcohol wouldn't affected your time or memory or anything like that?
No.
Correct? I mean, you're pretty sure on your time frame?
I'm positive of my time.
Okay, great.
Except for on the 21st, he missed going to Walmart.
Okay, I was taking notes. I remember here. It's on the Walmart. When was it? It's recorded, so I don't.
Before the food truck. Yeah.
Food truck.
Yeah, it was sometime between 8 and 10.
All right.
A little after 9, I guess.
And you've seen the reports of this missing girl? Have you seen?
I haven't seen any reports.
Okay.
I heard about from then, and then my ex brought it up because her boyfriend works for the fire department. But
Yeah. Did you hear about the fire?
yeah,
Okay.
I do know that lady actually.
Okay.
I haven't talked to her in like 6 or 8 months, but she worked at Anderson Fabrics.
Jacob says that he had not only heard of the fire and the kidnapping, but that he had also met Melissa before. He states that he had met Melissa at Anderson Fabrics, a place that they had both worked at in the past. However, Jacob purposely misleads the investigators, saying that he hadn't spoken to her in 6 to 8 months. Jacob was being untruthful via omission before, but now he's being outright deceptive. Remember, only hours before, Melissa's friends had given the investigators enough identifiable information for police to positively identify Jacob Kinn as Melissa's secret partner. Investigators immediately take note of this.
Okay.
Before, so
And that's how you know her.
Yep.
And what's her name?
Melissa Narby.
Okay.
If that's right. I
Yep.
mean,
That's why I was asking you.
All right.
Right, when you said lady, I didn't know who you're talking about. So.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So you worked with her at Anderson?
Anderson Fabrics.
Okay.
Yep.
When's the last time that you've seen her?
Like 6 or 8 months ago.
Oh, so it's been a long time.
Yeah.
Do you have any way to get a hold of her? Or?
No. Her phone number here.
Okay.
Okay. What else? Do you know her casually through work or knew of her? Do you know of her?
Knew her casually. I stopped at her house once because a mutual friend left a chair there that she didn't want, and he said I could have it, but then I didn't want it either. So
Was that the house at Hillcrest?
yep.
Okay.
That was like a year and a half ago. I stopped there. So
I mean, she's also a focus of the investigation. You know, there was a fire. You know, there was a body found. We don't know what happened. Okay.
Yeah.
And we also have a missing kid. So how is this all connected? That's what we're trying to figure out. Anytime we have a missing kid, again, you guys are the first person that we look at. You know, is it fire? Who knows? But until we know, we're out.
yeah, it's a little annoying, but understandable.
Yeah, and I appreciate, again, coming in. So far, Chad and I work for the BCA. We are working with Beltrami County. There's not a lot on Melissa as far as friends that we're finding. Who did she hang out with at work?
She didn't really hang out with anybody. There was a few people she talked to off and on. Trying to think of her name. Yeah, there's one. Her name's Carmen. I don't know anybody's last names, but
All right.
that she talked to at work quite a bit. And then
Do you know if Carmen still works up there? Carmen, man or woman?
Woman. There's another one. She quit there a while ago, actually. But
And it's kind of what we're getting. Not a lot of, I guess, close friends, you know.
yeah. Well, she was a little odd. I mean, you know, but a lot of people up there are. So
Like odd and how?
just the way she talked, and you know, like the first time I met her, she came up and she started talking to me, and then she started shooting rubber bands at me and a couple other people, and just, you know, more kiddish stuff, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of, you know, just threw me off from really wanting to talk to her. I mean, I talked to her a few times, but
Mm-hmm.
Sheldon or Melissa?
it wasn't
She would shoot rubber bands?
quite a bit, actually.
Okay.
Did she ever talk about men in her life with you?
Not to me, no.
Do you know about her?
Overhear anything?
Actually, I take that back. She talked about she was dating a distant relative of mine, Rob Hawkins. And, you know, like 30th cousins or something. I don't know. And they were going to get married like a year and a half ago. And actually, I heard about this from Carmen and then from everybody else. And then, you know, the next day they weren't going to get married and so on and so forth. But they lived together for like 5 years or something. So that's really about it. I mean, she had a crush on me for a while, but she had a crush on, you know, more than a few guys there. Anyways,
Did she date anybody there?
not that I know of, no.
Did you date her at all?
No.
How come?
I was dating somebody else, and I didn't like her like that.
All right. Did she ever talk about her ex-husband?
I didn't know she was married before.
Okay. Or the father of her kid?
Not that
Or like,
not
you know,
to
sometimes
me, no.
like bitch about him, you know, anything like that.
Not to me, no.
All right, when we say like contact, like in person, you ever talk to her on the phone? She ever call you, try to date you again, send you messages, anything like that?
Date me again?
Well, or try to not, you didn't date her, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Yeah, we did talk a few times on the phone, but you know, like a couple of years ago.
Oh,
or a year and a
nothing.
half ago.
Anything recent.
No. No, nothing recent.
So, all right. So you last saw her 6 to 8 months ago, and
Well, I've seen her, you know, like around town, but I haven't talked to her, had any contact with her in like 6 to 8 months.
Does she have your cell phone number?
I don't think so, but she might.
Besides the number that you gave Paul, do you have other numbers?
Do what?
You have other cell phone numbers or do you have a landline at home?
No, I don't have landline or TV or anything.
Okay, so the only number that you have is the number you gave Paul.
Yep.
Okay.
everything you told us is the truth.
Hmm?
Everything you told us is the truth. You're
Yes.
okay. Your whereabouts, anything like that.
My whereabouts are exactly what I told you.
How do you get to this Clear Lake?
Go up to North Home. Then I just go in through, there's a resort there, so I go stand on a dock.
Which resort is that?
I don't know the name of it. You know, pay attention to the name of it.
They let you come in there. They're okay with that. You've been doing that quite a bit.
No, I've done it before.
Is it first time this year, or have you been up there
It
before?
was my first time.
First time this year.
Here's the deal, Jake. We have to ask these questions. Okay, we got a missing kid. All right, where are we gonna go? You know, we could sit in the office and do nothing, or we could go and talk to people. Our bosses, you look at the list. All right, who's got issue dealing with kids? All right, let's find out where they were, what they did. We're asking you these questions. Chad and I can go back, stand before the group. You know what? Jacob gave us this. He was here. He was here. And we don't want any window of doubt. So we can stand up to it. He's done. Cross him off the list. Trust me. Other sex offenders are getting knocked on the door.
Actually, apparently you guys were at my door, but I wasn't home. So.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, there's 20 of us.
Well, at least, yeah, it's news to us that somebody's at your door, so.
All these bings are updates from all the investigators that are working this.
Yeah.
Your name was on the list. Guys were going out checking. You know,
Yeah.
it happens.
Well, it's fine with me. I mean,
Well, we appreciate you coming into it, so.
Yeah. Any issues with your probation officer?
What kind of issues?
I mean, you're good. You're not in trouble with her at all.
Not.
You don't have to be home at certain hours, that kind
No.
of stuff.
I mean, I just have to sleep at home, but otherwise, no. It's
Whenever you get in, you're good.
It's pretty open. So.
I'm trying to think, Chad. I don't know what.
I just want to explore this resort thing a little bit. You know, I just who can put you there tonight? You know, is there somebody there that saw you there? The resort owner?
No.
You know.
I talked to my ex on the phone.
Okay.
I mean, she knew I was out fishing up there, but
Who's that?
Amanda Kinn.
Jacob was previously married to a woman named Amanda. While spending time in prison for his previous crimes against children, she filed for divorce. By any stretch of the imagination, this was an incredibly good idea.
She might get a little pissed if you call her this
We're not going to call her tonight. We'll follow up with her tomorrow.
She owns a mental health home, so.
Where does she? Where's that at?
In
What's her phone number?
20
Yeah.
368-2117.
So you talked to her tonight?
Yep.
What time do you think that was?
Oh, I talked to her a few times, actually. I talked to her. She called me on my way back here, asked how the fishing was going, or how the fishing went, I guess. And I talked to her about 7 or 8 o'clock or something like that. So I was going fishing and, you know, talking about other stuff, so.
You guys have a pretty good relationship?
Yeah.
You guys have kids together?
4 kids, yeah.
4 kids. Okay. And they stay with her most of the time?
All the time.
All the time?
Yep. I have supervised visits a couple times a week, so.
Okay. Is that part of your probation? You can't do all that? Okay. So you're at this resort that you don't know the name of. Can you describe it to us? Kind of help us out a little bit with that.
Just a resort. It's
The detectives pressed Jacob for more information about the resort whose docks Jacob claims he was fishing from. They asked for any details he could provide, but Jacob claims that he wasn't paying attention. When asked about if anyone saw him there, Jacob says no. Then, they try to use their phones to pull up a map, but are unable to due to poor cell signal. One detective leaves the room to find a physical map, and at this point, the other decides to bring the line of questioning back on track.
This Melissa, did you ever have sex with her?
No.
Never? Even years ago?
no.
Okay.
Well, I met her like 2 years ago, but no.
Did she ever want to have sex with you? Did she tell you that?
No.
Did she send you text messages or tell anybody or?
She texted flirty stuff, but I don't recall her ever saying she wanted to have sex with me, so.
Okay. And what were the flirty stuff, if you can describe?
Just, hey, how's it going? Sexy, stuff like that. For the most part, I just kind of ignored it because she was not real, or she was real blunt about stuff like that, I guess. Just, you know, said what she thought all the time, so she'd say stuff and, you know, I just, okay. But other than that, it was, you know, it's just stuff like that.
And when was the last time that you got a text message from her?
Like 6 or 8 months ago.
Okay. Do you have her number on your phone?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not sure if that's her or not. I have a 308-3765 number. But
It could be a different Melissa even.
It could be
3765?
Yeah.
Do you have that? What do you have that under?
Mel.
Mel. Okay.
But I know a couple of Mels.
Gotcha.
I don't know if that's her or not. I've talked to a lot of people on the phone, mostly just family, so.
The detectives changed the topic back to something that could be considered safe for Jacob, his food truck. They talk about some of the details involved in the viability and liability of Jacob's business, giving Jacob some reprieve from the line of questioning about his and Melissa's relationship. By regularly switching back to a safe topic where the suspect can freely share the truth without any risk of damaging their fabricated story, suspects are more likely to inadvertently share the truth even while being intentionally deceptive.
Who is Chase?
Who?
Chase?
Chase.
I don't know. His name has come up as a guy that she knew.
Well, I don't know.
Chase? Do you go by the name Chase at all? Do you go by the name of Chance?
No.
Just Jake.
The first sign of the investigators knowing more than Jacob thinks they know. Melissa's relationship with Jacob was kept secret, identifying him to her friends as Chance, something that Jacob was aware of because Jacob didn't want their relationship to be public.
Jake. I don't know any Chances or Chases.
Okay. And the problem is we're getting so much information coming in and some of it's probably inaccurate. So, until we can kind of sort out what's accurate and what's not, it's kind of messy. Alright. Sorry, it took a while. Alright, Clear Lakes.
The investigator returns with paper maps of Clear Lakes Resort, trying to get Jacob to pinpoint exactly where the dock is that he claims to have been fishing from. We have the benefit of hindsight while watching this. We know that the investigators had already gathered information on his location based off his cell phone tower pings during that call with his probation officer. And, based on the way this interrogation is going, you can probably come to the conclusion that everything Jacob is saying about being preoccupied fishing is a farce. But to the investigators, they're not trying to find out where he was fishing. They're trying to find out where he may have dumped the body of the missing child.
All right.
Okay, so it's not, it's down here.
Okay.
Map. Turn around, but no, they've got the dots over there.
Okay, so this is on the south, kind of southeast corner of the lake. Okay. You seen a picture of this? Can we show you a picture of what she looks like? Yeah. Yeah, we'll just pull her up on the internet for you. Maybe she came to your stand or something.
I've only been open a week, so.
Oh.
Unless she came, well, if she came with her mom, I wouldn't.
Did you ever see Amanda or Melissa with a young girl? Because they hung out a lot, apparently. The moms were friends.
Well, I don't know until I see her, so.
Not like Melissa came to your stand with a young girl, that kind of thing. I'm trying to think.
No, Melissa never came to my stand, actually.
Here, I can hold. Do you know? Well, I got pull it up on the internet here. There it is.
Yeah, she showed me a picture of her once a long time ago of her and Aaron.
Who did?
Melissa.
Oh, how long ago?
A year ago, maybe? A little more? I don't know.
But she looks familiar. What did she say about her?
Nothing. She said that was her niece.
Oh. So she looks familiar.
Yeah.
She ever been in your vehicle?
Ever
been in your vehicle?
No.
Have you ever seen a little girl in person other than in a photo?
I think she might have brought her to work once, but I'm not sure if it was her or not. I worked, near where Melissa worked for a while, but then I got moved to the back, or quite a ways away. But I remember she brought a girl with her to work once, or not to work, but stop on the visit.
But you've never like been over to Melissa's house when she's there or seen them out in town together. No. You've had no other occasion to run into this girl.
Not that, no. If she was with Melissa, that would know.
Have you ever given Melissa a ride in your vehicle?
No. Well, yeah, once to the gas station back, from Anderson's to the gas station and back.
Is that the vehicle you're driving now or a different vehicle?
No, it was a different vehicle.
Okay. What are you driving now?
White Jeep.
Like a Jeep Wrangler or a
Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Grand Cherokee? What year is that?
01.
01. So Melissa's never been inside your Grand Cherokee? And this little girl's never been inside your Grand Cherokee?
How'd you get up to Clear Lake? If you go, here's a map. We got Turtle River.
We're just trying to find this little girl. That's what we gotta do. So part of that is that everyone we've talked to, we've asked to look through their cell phone, look at vehicles, and look at the residences. Like I said, our goal is to try to find this little girl or any evidence of her disappearance. Is that something that you'd be willing to do? Let us look through your phone
Tonight?
Yep. Yeah. Are you cold or anything to get into it?
Nope.
Okay.
Jacob willingly hands over his phone, handing over one of the most crucial pieces of evidence a case like this could have. He does this with no argument or resistance, which is the type of behavior most would expect from someone innocent. Despite the fact that Jacob did have a right to not hand over the device without a warrant, Jacob is a seasoned veteran of police encounters. He knows that even if he asserts his rights, it would likely give the impression that he's hiding something, further increasing suspicion towards him. It's a catch-22, but Jacob had a plan going into the interrogation room. He had already purged his device of incriminating evidence, or so he thought.
What about your vehicle?
Okay. I'd prefer if the rest waited till morning so I could get some sleep and so I could work tomorrow.
It's not like a big search. You know what I mean? We're looking for. It's obvious signs that the girl would have been in it. It shouldn't be.
We're really looking for the little girl, so it'll take 10 minutes to walk through your house.
It won't take that long.
Okay.
I live in a 10 by 16 foot cabin.
You don't have to. If you don't want to. Would it go a long way to clear you?
I mean, I'd rather have Tiffany come out and search it if you guys want to.
And we're okay with that too, if you are.
Who's Tiffany?
Might be okay.
Oh.
Can I just give this to the guys upstairs and let them look at it quick? Are you okay with that? Because I don't know how to use the damn thing. So, while we talk about, we can go through your vehicle together.
You can go through my vehicle.
Yeah. Can I run this upstairs quick?
No.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Jacob refuses to let the phone be taken out of the room. After the questions about searching his vehicle, Jacob's willingness to be helpful makes a sharp U-turn. He's been in the hot seat before, and it's becoming painfully clear to him that this wasn't just a routine call to ask a registered offender some generic questions. The heat is on, and he knows it.
What are you doing on there?
I have no idea. Trying to look at your text messaging.
The buttons don't really work very good. So.
Maybe it's me.
Jake, everything you told us is true.
Yes.
Correct, 100%. There's nothing that's going to interfere with your recollection of your timeline and where you were.
Yeah.
All right, no alcohol-induced, I don't remember type stuff. All right.
But am I free to go now?
Yeah,
you can send Tiffany out whenever you want, tonight, tomorrow, whatever, but.
I'll just finish it quick.
Well,
Here.
I don't know how to use the thing.
Jacob realizes that good impressions aren't going to be a saving grace here and gestures for his phone back.
Here's the deal. We're looking for a 5-year-old. Little girl.
And I hope you find her.
So do we. And that's our goal. We would like any help that we can on it.
Jake, we got reports that you had a relationship with Melissa.
Yep, I heard a lot of the same thing,
What'd you hear?
that we had dated.
Okay.
And
Tell us about it.
Now the investigators will begin showing their hands. After allowing him to concoct stories and outright lies for the last hour, the pressure begins. They start by revealing just what they've heard, not any of the supporting details or the number of people that had shared the same information. Investigators often do this to give a suspect the room to do two things: either come clean or intentionally lie. Guilty parties are often quick to offer an explanation for a potentially damaging claim, and in doing so will further bolster the case against them. Why? Because they attempt to deflect the associated blame with that statement and diffuse the situation, but because the truth is already known, their intentional deception is used against them, discrediting them as a whole and deepening the seeds of doubt.
there was nothing to tell. I was dating another girl at work, and she got pissed off.
Who was that girl?
Jessica Lanfear.
Okay.
This was, 2 years ago.
Okay.
But, smoothed over, whatever. She stopped by the house a couple times. We argued. But
When you say we, you and Melissa.
yeah, but not like argued. She said she wanted to be with me. I said no, that
Okay.
kind of thing. But it wasn't anything,
That's what we heard when we
there
were.
was never actually a relationship,
Um,
which is what I already said.
well, yeah.
I mean,
Well, we heard that no, there's more of a relationship than just her wanting to date you type thing. It was you guys were having sex and it was a relationship.
yeah, no.
No, all right.
Or maybe we're not using the word relationship right. That you guys were having sex.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Not sex partners or
Friends with benefits.
Yeah,
or anything else.
yeah.
Okay.
that's what I mean.
Okay.
Why would we hear this then?
I have no idea.
And you haven't been in the house, Melissa's house, for how long?
Over, a year and a half.
And when you last saw her, would you say like 6 months ago? That was where?
So the last time I talked to her was 6 or 8 months ago.
Okay, I'm not trying to trip you up. Last time you talked to her, what was the circumstances of that conversation?
Actually, that one wasn't. We just talked a little bit. It was, hey, how's it going? Whatever.
Saw each other at the mall, a bar.
It was actually at work, but
At Anderson?
Yeah.
Oh, was she still working there then?
no, she stopped in to visit people pretty often.
Okay. And then you just saw her casually through that.
After being pressed yet again on the nature of Jacob's history with Melissa Norby, what he had previously described as a fleeting acquaintanceship, and her mild romantic interest in him 6 to 8 months ago, now has expanded quite a bit. Now, there's times that he had spoken with her recently at Anderson Fabrics, and she had even gone to Jacob's house and gotten in an argument with him in regards to their relationship, which Jacob still claims didn't exist.
All right. We got to clear up this relationship thing. Do you know her son?
I've never met him, no.
Okay.
I've seen him, but I haven't talked to him.
Is there a reason why he would say that you guys had a relationship?
Not that I know of, unless his mom said we did, but otherwise, no.
All right. What about her coworkers where she's working now?
I don't know any of the coworkers.
Well,
I don't know where she's working now.
okay. Well, the coworkers indicated that you guys were having sex.
I don't know any of the coworkers, so I can't say anything to that.
Well, I'm not asking to account for what they said, just that they said you're having sex. You're, again, saying, no way.
No, I wasn't the least bit attracted to her. And, you know, we didn't have a relationship, so.
And we're not going to find anything later on that you did?
What do you mean?
You know, have a relationship, sex talk on Facebook or anything like that?
I don't have Facebook and
Or anything like that?
How about on your phone or her phone? Deleted text messages or anything?
you wouldn't find anything on my phone.
Okay.
Jacob says that they won't find anything on his phone, but consider the odd phrasing of this. It's not that there wasn't anything there, it's that they won't find anything. It's an interesting and almost certainly unintentional way of phrasing that there is nothing incriminating there. But on the same note, if true, why take the phone back so quickly if he wants to be seen as innocent? Why did he choose to change his willingness to help right when the detective said he was checking his text messages earlier? Keep this particular instance in mind when this interrogation ends.
How about on her phone?
Couldn't find anything on her phone that I'm aware of. Not from me.
And you haven't talked to her on your phone for quite a while, you said?
Our crime scene team's done with their stuff. Is there any, give me any evidence that you were in her house? Fingerprints? Anything like that?
I don't think I really touched anything when I was there, and that was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. All right. Any reason why some neighbor would say they saw you at her house last night?
No. I wasn't at her house last night, so.
Or your vehicle in the area? Because when this fire took place, it was loud and it raised the attention of the neighborhood.
No.
An eyewitness at the scene of the fire said that they, quote, saw Kinn the morning after the fire and told police Kinn's hand was bandaged and that he smelled majorly of gasoline. The witness said Kinn told him he burnt his hand.
I don't know anybody around there, so.
When's the last time you were in that trailer park?
Actually wasn't. I think I was in there. I drove through there a day or two ago. I have a friend that lives there, but.
Okay.
When Jacob is confronted with the fact that a witness had actually placed him at the trailer park where Melissa Norby's house burned down, Jacob quickly finds a reason to explain why he might have been seen there. He was visiting a friend named Mike, he says, that he doesn't seem to know too well, but well enough to drive out and visit. Things are looking increasingly bad for Jacob.
Who's your friend that lives there?
Yeah, that's
Mike, I don't know his last name.
What lot does he live in?
I don't know.
What's he drive?
Red truck.
Ford, Chevy?
I don't know.
how do you know?
Through group.
Group, probation group.
Is he on probation right now?
I don't know if he's on probation or not.
Okay. Describe Mike to us.
26, engaged.
Would Tiffany know him?
Yeah. But he wasn't there anyways, so.
He wasn't there 1 or 2 days ago when you drove through?
No, he wasn't home, so
Do you have his phone number?
I don't think so. So I drove through. We don't have it. I used to, but he changed his number. No, I don't.
Okay. How tall is Mike?
I don't know about my height, maybe
Which is,
5'11".
what's he weigh?
No idea. About my weight, maybe a little less.
180.
190, 195.
Is it group therapy or something? Or
Yeah. Well, I'm not in it anymore, but.
oh,
yeah,
that's where you met him through. You know if he still attends?
I think so.
What were you wearing yesterday? Until today.
Yesterday I was wearing pretty much the same thing I got on now, except that my shirt was black and just plain black.
Plain black shirt.
Are you wearing the
Black
same
shirt.
pants as you were yesterday, or
No,
different? Same style up?
What about you? Same
same
thing?
shoes,
Same group.
boots.
Would you let us photograph you? Your arms and body and boots and all that stuff? Tread pattern on your boots?
So
A detective leaves the room to get a camera after Jacob agrees to be photographed and have the tread on his boots forensically examined.
I'm concerned about this sex talk stuff that we've heard.
when you say here, I'd like to know exactly what you're talking about because
That Melissa talked to her friends about a sexual relationship with Jake. Do you have a nickname?
just Jake.
Do they call you Chase or anything like that? Chance?
No, you
Something
already
like
asked me that. No,
You did?
I don't
Oh.
know any chases or chances or
Okay. No one's ever called you that.
no.
Okay.
I don't know why they would.
It was Jake has a food truck called Jake's Eats. Recently hooked up with Melissa. They've known each other and had a sexual relationship.
No.
And they got specific. There was role playing, some kinky stuff going on.
No.
And we've heard it from two different groups.
Different groups.
Yeah, her cousin and then her coworker. And Jake, if you're having a sexual relationship with her, doesn't mean you killed her. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I know,
So-
but I didn't have a sexual relationship with her, so
Oh, okay.
I mean, even if I was and I was embarrassed, that makes no difference. But I wasn't having a sexual relationship with her.
All right.
Jacob once again seems to have inadvertently offered an explanation for his deception. He offers the initial counter-argument of, quote, even if I was and I was embarrassed, when denying the allegation that he was involved, at minimum, in a physical relationship with Melissa. The only person describing Melissa in a way that coalesces with that statement is Jacob.
And
I mean, if you can take and find my semen in there, that would be a miracle because
okay.
it did not happen.
Okay. And the reason I'm kind of pressing you on this, I guess, lack of a better word, do you think people tell us the truth the first time they talk to us?
No, most of the time.
Right. And there's times where people have omitted things to us that we knew, and then it kind of throws us all. Okay, why aren't they telling that relationship with her? It still doesn't mean you killed her. And they admit that because it may be embarrassing, or they think, well, if I tell the cops I had a sexual relationship with her, they're going to think I killed her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't want to come back to you later with proof that you had a sexual relationship with her, and then you can't explain it because you're saying you didn't. Do you understand what I'm getting at here? I don't want you to be in that category where I'm withholding some information from these guys because it may look bad for me.
Yeah.
In the long run,
Yeah.
it could backfire. It's like, all right, here we have this guy. We have these people saying she had sex with him. They had a sexual relationship. You're saying they're not.
One of the very few lifelines they will offer is thrown to Jacob. In summary, Jacob is given the chance to admit to having lied earlier for whatever reason, and in this particular case, the detectives hone in on potentially being embarrassed and being physically involved with Melissa. Jacob has an opportunity to dismiss an element of suspicion by coming clean on what the investigators have already deemed most likely true, that Jacob and Melissa shared a physical relationship. Will he accept the lifeline, or will he drown in his own lies?
I got to explain to my boss. Well,
That
he's
stuff's
denying
been
it.
said before about me, and it wasn't true. So, we never had a sexual relationship.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I mean, other than people saying it because she might have been saying it, I mean, there's nothing else there. We never had a sexual relationship.
Okay.
We never had sex or did anything sexual.
Yeah.
And my name's not Chance or Chase or Chevy or anything else.
Jacob rejects, choosing to drown instead.
I've never went by those. My only nickname other than Jake is, a long time ago, people called me Twitch.
Okay.
But, and a few people call me Blue Eyes, but never went by any other name.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, would you let us go through your vehicle?
You can have Tiffany do it. Honestly, I'm a little annoyed because, as far as where I was tonight, I explained where I was the best I could. I'm not good with directions. I'm not good with all that crap.
Mm-hmm.
And when I keep getting asked the same questions over and over again, it kind of ticks me off.
Okay.
Tiffany's allowed to anytime she wants. She can come search my cabin, search my car, search my property, search whatever she wants to, my phone, anything else.
All right.
But, I haven't seen Melissa in quite a while. I haven't talked to Melissa in quite a while. I feel really bad that girl's missing, but I feel bad that, Melissa died, but, just because she said she had a relationship with me doesn't mean she did. I mean, I was always nice to her because she had, I forget what it's called, but, anyways, mental disorder. She didn't get along with people well, or easily, I guess. Came off the wrong way. So I was always nice to her, but that was, and yes, we did have an argument, when she wanted to be in a relationship with me, and I said no. Besides the fact I was dating another girl, this is kind of the same thing, and she might have still been glued on that, but when we haven't talked in forever, then it's
all right. But can you see our issue?
Yeah.
You think she could be making that up about you or something?
Yeah. Well,
maybe
she did before, and it was, basically the reason we stopped talking, or was because she told people we were dating, and no, we weren't. I was being nice, and I'm nice to everybody, but so she never let it go. It's
who can put you at that lake?
Nobody.
Nobody. Don't recall anybody seeing you out there?
No.
Right.
I seen a couple cars, but I wasn't paying attention to that stuff. I didn't see anybody around. There was a family at 3 Island yesterday, but as far as like tonight, I'm still not seeing why that matters at all.
I'll tell you why.
The detective is making a last-minute check of a satellite map of the area, and the map is showing the towers that Jacob's phone had pinged. The metaphorical mic drop.
Basically, Jake, your cell phone doesn't put you in that spot tonight.
Well, that's where I was.
If you were here, there's cell phone towers your cell phone would have put you at, instead of being, way over here.
Right over where?
Jake's got the camera. Jake wanted to know why it was a big deal that we talked about where he was fishing, and I just told him his cell phone didn't put him there tonight.
Where were you when Tiffany called you?
At the lake.
Standing on the dock in your vehicle? Where were
I
you?
was packing up, getting ready to leave anyways.
Okay. And what time did she call you? Look at your phone.
No, it was
Look
like
at your phone.
10:23 or 10.
Look at your phone. Show me the call. We can see the time.
It was 10:23 or 10:27, and my phone started beeping. I had to call her back.
Okay.
Do you have Rob's number?
Rob Frake?
Yeah, I wanted him to send me that picture.
No, I don't. 10:23. I get what you're saying. I can't explain it though. I wasn't anywhere else.
So you're standing on the dock when she calls you?
Yeah.
At
Well, when
10:20
my phone went off.
Okay, at 10:23 at night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was packing up my stuff.
Right, because it's dark out.
Yeah.
Dark.
Well, it wasn't really dark. The stars were shining and stuff, but yeah.
Okay. Did you show him this?
Yeah, but I can't get a good read on that. The other thing that Rob had was better. All right. This is a bad photo, but you see that lake right there?
Yeah.
That's where you are.
Mm-hmm.
That's where your cell phone is.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, I said I got that.
okay. I just wanted to show you the map, a clear picture. So that's,
Yeah.
and their cell phone tower is closer to that it should have pinged off of.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I said I got that. I don't know how that would have happened, but yeah, I wasn't in Big Fork. I had no reason to be in Big Fork.
The data on the map that they've confronted Jacob with shows that he was located in a city named Big Fork, an extremely small and rural area located over 70 miles from Bemidji.
So you drove the route that you drew out for us to that lake, and you were at that lake until Tiffany called you.
Yeah.
And from that point, you did what? Backed up and
came here.
you drove back here.
Well, I swung by my road and checked my mailbox. And then I came here
Checked your mailbox.
for mail.
Okay.
Because I had to check the mail today and on my way by. And I wouldn't forget it because I was waiting for my city license. So,
Okay.
but it's besides the point. But yeah, I don't know why, it pinged off the Big Fork Tower. I have no reason to lie about where I was tonight.
Well, that's what we got to check out, I told him when you were gone that about the claims we got about the sex.
Yeah.
And how we got to figure it out. And I stressed to him that he shouldn't admit if he did. Doesn't mean he killed her. But if we find out later that they had sex, how it could
Well, just
complicate things.
it looks
going
bad.
forward.
It would
Yeah,
look bad,
bad.
but we never had sex. So,
And that's what he said. So,
Okay.
I mean, you can, well, like I told him, you can check her for my semen, check whatever, do whatever you want. But
his DNA is not going to be in the house.
my
Fingerprints
DNA
aren't gonna
won't
in the house.
be in the house, won't be in her, nothing like that. I mean, if I was in a relationship with her, I'd admit it. I mean, it's not like you guys are teenage girls and you blab it around. I wouldn't care. But, I not now or ever have been in a relationship with her. I also didn't hate her and, or anything like that, She annoyed the crap out of me sometimes, like when she's telling people we're in a relationship and we're not, but that's besides the point.
All right.
I mean, if you got, other than people telling you something, I mean, I'd like to know so I can explain whatever it is, but.
We're hearing
There's
stuff
nothing
on the
there.
street just like everybody else, so, we're just following up on the. Sometimes it's just rumor mill and gossip, and sometimes it's true and sometimes it's not, so.
But I mean, that'd be the smallest thing that, or, I'd lie about if I was going to lie about something anyways, about being in a relationship with her. I mean,
Do you know your license plate, by chance?
no idea. It's on the registration forms.
Yeah. Were they finding the camera?
Yeah,
Use their phone?
let's step out quick and see if we can find Jake. Is your vehicle parked out front?
Yeah, we can write it.
Just grab it quick.
Yeah, let me.
So, I'll see if I can find Jake.
Alright, we'll get this picture. Take a look at your vehicle and.
Do what now?
We like to take a picture of your body, your boots, clothes, and then take a look at your vehicle with your permission.
You can send Tiffany out to do it.
We'd like to do it tonight and be done with it.
I would like to go to bed like 3 hours.
I mean, you can.
But it's,
It won't take us that long. Just want to make sure there's no little girl in there.
peeking through the windows. I don't care.
I haven't been outside yet. Clothes, fishing gear, stuffed in there. Or...
Fishing gear, water jugs, and dishes.
All right. I mean, if I get yelled at from my boss that I didn't do it tonight instead of like tomorrow when Tiffany does it, well, everything could be gone.
The detective desperately tries to get Jacob's permission to execute a search, but is met with heavy resistance, even with his plea to help him not get in trouble with his boss, which is laughable considering Jacob is a convicted felon of the most despicable sorts, falls clearly short of its mark. Without Jacob's permission and without a search warrant, gaining access to Jacob's car, phone, his clothes, and otherwise would be a severe violation of his rights, effectively making any evidence they did gather in that instance inadmissible in court. The battle between police and pedophile is on.
But if you have nothing to hide,
I'm going home and going to bed. I don't even own a vacuum. You know, it's neither here nor there.
I mean, you can see my point, right? I mean, it'd be a quick search. We're just looking for the girl. She's not in there. Yeah.
I don't have her. You can send Tiffany out.
Her shoes or clothes, anything. You got any little girl's clothes in there?
No.
Little girl's
I
shoes?
do. I think I have a couple shirts in my cabin from my daughters, but.
Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about your vehicle. Anything?
Not that I know of, but the.
Step up, hold you free.
The last detective in the room is called out to reconvene for a moment, leaving Jacob alone for roughly 7.5 minutes. For 7.5 minutes, Jacob's mind races, trying to figure out what he can do, if anything. He settles on a plan of action. He's leaving.
All right, I'm leaving now. Like I said, I was going to do it like 5 times, but they kept talking to me. Goodbye.
Can I show you a couple more pictures? This gas can, have you seen this before?
Look familiar?
Nope.
Jacob's escape lasts for roughly 30 seconds before he's pulled back into the interrogation room and confronted with another piece of damning evidence. Remember the gas can that was found inside the charred debris of Melissa's home? When Jacob's home was searched earlier, police found a row of similar gas cans with one apparently missing. The one that was found inside of Melissa's home.
Looks familiar. I own a few gas cans.
You own one like that?
I own one like it, and it's at my house.
Would any reason why your DNA would be on that gas can? No. And if it was? You couldn't explain it.
No.
Okay.
I do own a gas can like that.
You do? Okay.
I own several gas cans like that.
Here's the deal. Chad and I, what we can't get over. Melissa talked to her friend in Nebraska. She's dating a guy, or seen a guy with blue eyes, has a food truck. That's you.
She's telling people that.
Okay, hang on. Her cousin in the cities, Jake, owns a food truck, sells food by Rutgers. That's you.
That would be me.
Co-workers describe you.
Okay.
Why? No.
And has anybody seen me with her?
Here's the deal. That one night encounters, maybe because you didn't go to the bar dancing with her and no one saw you. Why would Melissa brag about you or having a relationship with you to someone that doesn't even know you? You know, they're in the city.
4 states away.
Yeah. I could be lying to Chad that I'm dating some supermodel. You know, well, Chad would know because I worked. He would see me. He would know. You know, or someone that lives in Nebraska in the cities. They don't know you. They'll never run into you. Why would Melissa say she has a relationship with you? She could say anybody.
She could.
Why would she give your name? So,
I don't know.
And that's if it's not just one person, Jake. Her son talks about you. Her cousin, co-workers, this girl in Nebraska. That's 5 different people that say it's you.
I've never met any of them. So
I know. So why is Melissa describing you? She could say to her friend in the city, she could say she's dating the mayor of Bemidji, right?
Yeah.
Why you?
The point that the detective is trying to make, that Jacob is clearly not picking up on, is this. If Melissa was going to make up and talk about a relationship that wasn't actually real, why would she choose to make one up with an uneducated, overweight, poor, unambitious, morally corrupt, sexually perverse, social outcast, convicted pedophile felon if she could choose anyone? Jacob's grandiose self-confidence is clearly misplaced.
I don't know, because she had a crush on me a long time ago, and she wanted to date. I already told you this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's years ago.
A year ago, 2 years ago, yes.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense that she doesn't even work at Anderson Fabric anymore.
I don't
According
know.
to you haven't seen her.
I haven't seen her or talked to her in 6-8 months.
Okay.
You recognize this little girl?
I already answered that question.
The entire focus of our evening is this little girl.
Yeah.
Okay. We have to go and tell her parents, this community, and everyone in this building that we've done everything we can to find her.
I don't think that's true.
Jake, something bad happened. Okay? Something bad happened.
Electrifying tension fills the room. The niceties and dancing around being accusatory are gone. The detectives are now directly asserting to Jacob that he is likely responsible for what happened and that he probably knows where the missing child is.
Something
If
bad
something happened, if something got out of control and somebody ended up dead, and this little girl is somewhere, whether she's alive or whether she's gone, we have an obligation to everyone to bring her home.
Mm-hmm.
Jake, if you can help us with that in any way.
I would if I could, but I don't know where she's at.
Jake, if you could. I know it's tough. I know it's really tough to think about what's going to happen and all that kind of stuff, but I'm saying this right now. There are people out there that would support you if you said, you know what, I made a mistake. I made a mistake, I overreacted, and this little girl is we can bring her home. Let's do that. The three of us together, let's bring this little girl home. Let's bring her home to her parents. They need the closure.
Silver, I don't know where she's at.
But you can
I don't
help us.
have her.
The closure.
You're insisting that I have her or I know where she's at.
I am.
And I don't.
Jacob's unwillingness to bargain with the investigators and his overly defensive attitude have caused the assertions to become outright accusations. Jacob is guilty. No likely, no probably, no maybe.
I've told you my whereabouts. The only thing that's sketchy is where I was tonight.
And that's the big issue.
Yeah.
That's a huge issue for
I
us,
can't
Jake.
explain that. I
And
told
that's-
you where I was.
And that's our worry. Jake, if
And we
you
can't-
did something to this little girl,
That wouldn't happen
why?
because I don't have her. I didn't have her. I wasn't there. That's why.
Okay.
What you have is a bunch of people saying I'm dating her, which happened before when she told people I was dating her.
No, this is just recent stuff.
Yeah. And
Jake-
it's not dating,
Jake-
it's just sex.
Yeah, Jake,
Okay,
it's
that's
rough
fine.
sex. And, if she got choked down and she died in an accident, let's talk about that. Let's fix it. Okay, that's fixable. Okay?
She was into bondage. She was into rough sex.
If this little girl, you panicked and did something to her, maybe she's okay. Maybe we can get her home.
I hope she is okay.
So do
But
I.
I didn't do anything.
But if she's not okay, we can explain that too.
I didn't do anything to her, and I haven't seen her.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I can't help you find her.
Jake,
I wish I could.
what we're going to do is we're going to proceed. We're going to collect some evidence, and the evidence will show either you did or you didn't. Okay.
Like what?
That gas can?
Okay.
That gas can was found at the arson site.
Okay.
Any evidence on Melissa? It's still on her body?
Okay.
Any evidence on you? Any evidence in your vehicle? Any evidence in your house?
Tell you what,
Any evidence in your phone?
you find any evidence on any of that, you can come pick me up.
Okay.
But you're not going to find anything because
Well-
I didn't do anything.
And we hope that's the case for you. But if you are responsible for anything, let's talk about that now, get out in front of it, and let this community heal.
And
You know what I'm saying? Let this community heal. There are people out there looking for this little girl right now.
Yeah, there's lots of people. And if it was
And
my
if-
daughter, I'd be breaking down doors myself.
Yeah.
But I didn't do anything to the little girl. I haven't seen the little girl. I haven't seen Melissa in a long time. I haven't done anything.
Okay.
I was in bed sleeping. I'm sorry I don't live with anybody to corroborate that story. But today I was working. Yesterday I was working. Then I was fishing. And I haven't seen either one of them or talked to either one of them.
But nobody can put you fishing. That's the hard part.
And
Even if people did see me, like yesterday.
Jake, your cell phone.
I don't know who it was.
Your cell phone is not even close to where you say you're fishing. That's concerning to us.
Yeah. And I understand that, but I can't explain it.
You should have been within a 5-mile radius of where you were fishing, and it's not. It's like 40 miles away.
Like I said, yeah, that's concerning because I kind of like, oh, what was he doing?
Mm-hmm.
But I can't explain it because I was freaking fishing.
Is there fishing rods in your Jeep?
There's a fishing rod.
Is there
a tackle box? Yes. You can't search my Jeep, but you can see, I'll let you see the fishing rod in the tackle box.
Why won't you let us search your Jeep?
Because at this point, I don't trust you guys.
Did we lie to you?
You're pushing me to say something that I didn't do. And to say that I had a relationship with Morbid.
No one is
you're
pushing
pushing
you.
me to say I had a relationship with somebody I did not have a relationship
No,
with.
we are trying to clarify that
ever.
discrepancy.
And I'm
That's all we're
clarifying
trying to
it. And I'm sorry she told 5, 6 different people that she was in a sexual relationship with me.
Okay.
But it's not true. And you said, she said, at first you were saying she was telling these people my name was Chance. I don't know a Chance. I've never been called Chance or Chase or whatever it was.
Fair enough.
I mean, so is it Jake or is it Chance that she has some relationship with?
It's Jake.
No, it's not Jake. She's never had a relationship with Jake. And I can't explain it. It's not my deal. I wish I could help you find the little girl. I'm sorry something happened to her, but I have nothing to do with it. Okay. And I hope they find her safe and sound, and
We all do.
You realize if we find any physical evidence on that stuff,
that you're going to come looking for me?
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And here you could maybe help us by leading us to.
Except for I can't, because I don't know anything about it. I realize that if you found something, DNA or fingerprints or whatever on that stuff, they could, make it look bad for me. But I don't know anything about it. And I don't know where the girl's at. I don't know what happened to Melissa other than there was a fire. I mean, that is the extent of my knowledge.
The arson and the homicide and all the other stuff is very, very low on our list.
Yeah, you won't find the girl.
This is number 1.
Have you showered in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, I showered this morning.
Where?
At my parents'.
Is that where you shower? Are you showering and stuff?
Well, normally I just heat up water and shower at home, but I didn't have a propane tank to heat up my water because they're both on my food truck. So when I stop to get my dishes, sometimes I take a shower, especially since I stink like grease.
Do you bring change of clothes there, or where is your change of clothes?
They're already there.
The clothes you were wearing yesterday are where, is I guess my question.
At home?
At your house?
Yeah, because I didn't put on the same clothes. I put on shorts and shorts and a sweatshirt when I went over there this morning.
Okay.
When you stay on your property, where do you stay?
In my cabin.
The white building or the other building? I was told there's 2 buildings out there.
The half-white building.
Half-white building.
The other building is my house, which I'm working on building.
That's under construction? Yeah. How many acres do you have out there?
Well, it's 40 acres total, but I don't even own it yet, but half of it's mine, half that the house is on.
All right. Where do you keep your gas cans?
In my wood shed and beside my cabin.
And they're both outside your cabin?
I've got three or four right outside my cabin. I've got 2 or 3 in the woodshed, and I've got 1 or 2 down by the house, and I have 1 over by my sawmill.
normally keep them filled?
About half full, depending. Some of them have diesel, some of them have gas. We've got mainly big ones and a few smaller ones for my chainsaw and for my sawmill. And honestly, I don't know anybody who doesn't have gas cans, so.
Yeah, just the fact that you own a gas can doesn't make you responsible for an arson. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that at all. Well, that's the reason I asked you. Do you know this gas can?
Well, and know for sure if I knew I own a bunch of them that look like that.
Fair enough. And I think
I can't tell.
That's reasonable. Yeah.
I can say I don't own one like that. You know?
I've got like one or two yellow ones, and the rest are red or reddish.
Yep.
Most of them have been kind of dyed by the sun, whatever. But that's it.
Okay, so you're living in a partially white cabin.
Mm-hmm.
Your clothing is in that cabin?
Some of it. Oh, the stuff I wore yesterday?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Change of underwear. When did you change your underwear?
Just today, but my ones I wore yesterday are in there.
Or in your parents' house?
In my cabin.
Along with the shirt and sweatshirt you were wearing?
Shirt. I wasn't wearing a sweatshirt yesterday.
Or shorts or whatever you said? When you went to your parents' house this morning to shower?
Shorts and sweatshirt.
And yesterday's underwear?
No, I just had shorts and sweatshirt.
Okay. Gotcha. So you showered, shorts and sweatshirt are in your Jeep or at home or?
Got washed at my parents' house.
Gotcha. So your clothes from yesterday at home, clothes you're wearing today or what you're wearing now?
Yeah. Okay. All day.
Well, Jake, this is what's going to happen. Based on the information that we got from these people about your connection with Melissa, okay, and based upon the cell phone location that we got, we're going to be executing a search warrant.
Game over. Jacob loses. The detectives have successfully delayed Jacob long enough for making an exit, which he could have done nearly 2 hours ago. Because his statements were so contradictory to the evidence, the detectives had reasonable and ever-increasing suspicion towards his guilt. With that contradiction, along with the very strong evidence itself and the time-sensitive nature of the case, the police were able to convince a judge to order and sign a search warrant at nearly 2 a.m. But they will need the warrant in hand before proceeding.
That's fine. You don't even need one. You can just ask Tiffany if you can. Oh, I thought you could.
No, we're not going to ask her.
Okay. You execute search warrant.
Will be on your person, your vehicle, and your home.
That's fine.
Okay. You can't have access to those things right now.
I have to. I can't sleep anywhere else. And you don't have the search warrant yet.
That's correct, but it's being done.
Well, that's nice, but I can't sleep anywhere else. It's condition my probation.
Well, we can work that out with Tiffany.
Wait, you're going to have to do it now. And
Tiffany's not going to be checking tonight.
Where exactly am I supposed to go?
I don't know. You go hang out at your mom and dad's?
I can't.
Why?
They live and own a mental health home.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stay there.
Okay.
No.
Well, you can't have access to your car or your house.
And can I ask where exactly that's written? Because you said I was free to leave when I walked in here.
Mm-hmm. But now we're going to be executing a search warrant.
And you are still free to leave.
Yeah.
But you're not free to drive away in your vehicle that we now are doing a search warrant for you're not free to leave in the clothing that we're going to seize. We'll get you some clothing.
Yeah, I'd like to see the judge's order for that.
Well,
Yeah.
But I'm leaving right now.
Okay.
So you bring me the judge's order
Okay.
that, because I know my rights. I can drive away in the clothing I'm wearing. When you get the search warrant, you come find me. I'll be at home sleeping.
Jake, we can seize your car because it's mobile. It's mobile. It can be driven away. So the car will be here. Okay.
My clothes are mobile.
Mm-hmm. That's why we're going to get them from you. We'll get
No,
you
you're
some.
not. You're not. You can't take my clothes unless you're arresting me and you have no probable cause to arrest me.
Well, that's arguable, I guess.
Yeah.
You have hearsay. If you had that, you'd be arresting me.
Well, at some point we'll make an arrest decision. And whether that's tonight or next week or whenever we get DNA back.
You already said that I was free to go.
You are.
I'm not changing clothes. You're stripping me of my rights there. I do know my rights. Give me a phone. Oh wait, I'm gonna make a phone call.
Okay.
Or a few. If I can't get a hold, well, I'm leaving anyways, and I'm calling an attorney. And you guys are sitting here telling me I have to change my clothes, and I can't drive away in my vehicle, which all my stuff is in, my inhaler, my cigarettes, my pop, everything. Tell me I have to go sleep on the fucking street because I don't have anywhere else I can go, is what you guys are saying. And you cannot do that without a judge's order. So you can either go get me the judge's order right now. No, like right this second, or I am walking out the door and taking my car with me.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not even sure why it's come to this, because I wouldn't admit to doing whatever it is you want me to admit that I
don't
did,
want you
because
to
I
admit,
didn't fucking do it.
I don't want you to admit to anything. I just want to make sure that you know how important it is that you're honest with us.
And I've been honest with you.
Okay.
So
Would you, at some point, take a polygraph?
I can't polygraph. I have Tourette's. They already tried for my SO treatment.
So,
If I let you come search my Jeep right now, can I take it so I have somewhere to sleep?
I think at this point, we'd like to get a warrant to do that. But we could work on your car right now and probably release it back to you. You could hang out here. I'll buy you a pop. You can go outside and smoke
We'll
a
get your
cigarette.
cigarettes for you out of the car if that's what you
You
need.
can smoke a cigarette. We can do our business, and there's a chance you could drive away with your Jeep tonight.
I'm highly doubting it.
Spoken like a man who's been through the ringer a few times, Jacob challenges the detectives on his ability to leave, and technically, he's right. Without the search warrant in hand and presented to the suspect, they cannot seize the things that they want: the phone, the clothes, the shoes, and the car. However, at the same time, they can't just let him leave, because these are items that they classify as, quote, mobile. These are all things that can basically disappear, unlike a structure like Jacob's house. Thinking quickly, the detectives realize that their stalling needs to continue a little bit longer, and they both land on the same ship, bargaining. Although doubtful, Jacob is receptive to this idea, continuing the discussion.
Why?
Or we could do the house quick and he can have his house.
And
No, that's
drive you
another
up to the
option.
house? Yeah. Would your parents pick you up and bring you into work tomorrow, or bring you here to pick up your vehicle if we drop you off at your
I
house?
need my vehicle for work. And no, they're running a business.
Well, hey, I'm just asking.
And that's my business vehicle.
Would, yeah, but I'm saying.
I don't have anybody to drive me around, to pick up my groceries, to run me home and back.
What would you rather have tonight? Your house sooner
Both.
or your car?
My car.
Your car. Okay.
But
We
you can walk
we
out
can-
and search it right where it's at.
We can do that. We'd probably like to bring it in a lighted building and Sally board here, take a look at it, and there's a good chance If you're saying everything's all clean in there, good chance you get your car back. I can't promise you, but there's a chance.
What exactly would keep my car? Because at this
I
point,
have to
I would
look-
trust that you guys would give it back. And since
we,
it's not my name,
we would like to look at it. I haven't looked at it. I don't know.
or you can come search it right where it's at.
Well, it's dark. I'll
Turn on the lights, use a flashlight.
Would bring it in here. So I'll go check the status of the court orders. All right.
So what happens when I drive away? Because
Until
I
we-
don't see a court order, I don't see a warrant, or anything. And since you never offered to let me talk to an attorney or anything else, you're railroading me.
We're not railroading you.
I'm trying to play along and been telling you guys the fucking truth, and you lied to me. You're like, oh, you can leave. Oh, I'm free to go sleep on the street naked because you guys are going to take my clothes, take my Jeep, and take my house.
Can we run you up to your house and get you some clothes?
No.
Okay. You're not going. Sit down.
No.
Sit down.
You can't.
Sit down.
You said I was
Sit
free
down.
to leave.
Sit down.
You said I was free to
Sit
leave.
down.
At this point,
Sit
sir, you're
down.
going to have a seat. Okay?
At this point, I want to call an attorney.
You can call whoever you want.
Have a seat.
Have a seat. You're being detained.
You're being detained
pending
right now.
court order.
Okay? So have a seat.
Jacob has nothing to lose at this point. He calls their bluff in the most extreme of ways, by testing his freedom to leave right in front of the investigators, and he fails yet again in a spectacular manner. He doesn't even make it past the door before he's stopped, and now is officially detained. Keep in mind, there is a difference between being detained and being arrested. Being detained by the police is a right that law enforcement have when they have reasonable belief of a person's involvement during the course of an investigation, when both the police and person are on the same premises. Being arrested, however, puts a person into the custody of the police as a result of being officially charged with a crime. At this moment, Jacob is not being charged with anything.
How long is it?
We're going to work as quick as we
Have
can.
a seat.
We're going to work as quick as we can. The longer we sit and argue about this, we're just wasting time.
Can you
Have a
search
seat.
my Jeep so I can go?
Have a seat. We're going to work
That's
at
what
this
they're
as
working
quick
on. They
as
have to get paperwork in order with it first.
What kind of juice do you drink?
Mountain Dew.
All right, I'll grab you.
It's coming.
I can't eat cookies.
What can you eat?
I don't want anything.
The court order's coming. Right. Just
You guys
Hang
want
on,
to search
no.
my stuff? I'll give you my keys.
They can't do it that way. They got to put the paperwork in order.
They
Okay?
already said they could do it that way.
They're doing paperwork.
that was before. Now
Before, because I wanted to leave, you said I was free to leave. So then when I say I want to leave, it's you have to stay.
no.
Yeah.
Here's what happened. We had a check with Verizon. Tell us why a cell phone ping is here when he says he's here. Is there any way it would bounce off a tower and give us a reading like it is? They tell us no, it would be within 5 miles of where you were. That's concerning to us.
Cell phone signals came in two varieties in 2016. GSM, used by providers like AT&T and T-Mobile, and CDMA, used by Verizon and what was then known as Sprint. CDMA towers have a hypothetical maximum range of 35 miles, much larger than the 22 miles for GSM. This is, again, hypothetical. Optimum conditions, terrain, network traffic, and of course, if there isn't a tower closer that the phone could ping. Verizon's expansive coverage of their CDMA network at the time was one of their key differentiators, as shown by this coverage map from the same time period. Comparing it to a map of Big Fork's location, we can reliably come to the conclusion that, with Big Fork's extensive network coverage, and given the extremely rural terrain, there would be an abundance of towers to provide signal. In addition, at that time in particular, Verizon representatives had the ability to check individual tower statuses, both present and historically, so the claim of it had to be within 5 miles is something that would have supporting data, and there indeed was.
Went back, checked with the other investigators, who all said what people said that Melissa had a relationship with Jake. That's concerning to us.
You can talk to everybody we worked with at Anderson's, and they'll tell you the same thing happened back then, and it wasn't true.
Okay.
I'm serious. I can give you the names and numbers of
People lie to us. Okay?
I got that.
So, I'm not saying you're lying to us, but the cell phone thing's concerning and the relationship. What cops do, you think my job is to just convict you and arrest you? Our job, the public wants us to go seek the truth. So when we have a discrepancy, all right, Jake is telling this, we got these people, and the cell phone are telling this. Who's telling us the truth? Polygraph might help. Okay, you can understand you can't do it. That would help us separate it.
That would be great.
Yeah, but we can't. All right, is there any evidence to say that these people are right? Is there evidence to say Jake is right? Well, here we go. We're going to search your vehicle, your mode of transportation. Is there any evidence in there that that little girl or Melissa were in that vehicle? Okay.
No.
But I can't just say, well, I can't stand before my boss and say, well, Jake said there's none. What do you mean you didn't search it? So that's why we're searching the vehicle. Is there any evidence that this little girl was at your house?
No.
You're saying no. I can't go to my boss and say, well, Jake said no. Well, that's not good enough. Go search it. We search your vehicle. We search your house, your person, your clothes. We find no connection. Guess what?
We move on to the next person.
Jake was telling the truth.
The cell phone shit's unexplainable. We move on. You know?
I can't explain that. So if I hand over my keys and my clothes, could I call my parents and have them come pick me up?
Definitely. Definitely.
So let me hand over my keys and my clothes.
Okay. Do you want your parents to bring you some clothes?
We have jail clothes here. There's some.
I'll wear the jail clothes out.
Okay, we'll grab you some.
All right.
Can I call?
Yeah. And if you want me to talk to him,
No.
5'11", 190.
I'll have an attorney by morning, so.
okay. I mean, we're getting an order from a judge, so an attorney can't prevent that.
I don't care about the search. I really don't give a shit. You won't find anything anywhere of any of this.
But I explained your story, their story. Now we're looking to see what story is true. That's how we do it.
I got that. But detaining me without a...
Well...
Hey. Hello? Can you come pick me up from the police department? Because of that frickin' woman that died and that missing girl, they're questioning everybody, but apparently my cell phone pinged somewhere where I wasn't. And so they're seizing my car and my cabin and searching them in my clothes. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
All right. We'll get the clothes down here for you.
Is your house locked?
Yeah.
That'll get you your house in the house in.
That's the house in the Jeep.
Okay. Why don't we get somebody up to that house and get that secured? Get somebody in that house.
Can I keep my hat? Can you do whatever you need to do to it quick so I can keep my hat? I don't know what you have to do to it, but...
Maybe photograph it.
And I'm sorry, I'm not mad at you guys, I just...
Hey, Jake, you have a right to be angry. Okay? I can understand that. And we're trying to do our jobs.
How long does the forensic testing take on stuff like the gas can? Or so I know when you guys can say, okay, you're not him, or you're not whoever.
Because we have a missing kid right now,
Mm-hmm.
this case will move to the forefront of our testing.
Well, yeah, I figured that.
So, I think 2 weeks might be a good estimate on that. Whatever our crime scene team collected at the house and from the person of Melissa, I mean, we're assuming it's Melissa, that may take a little longer, but we'll be in touch. So maybe quicker than a normal case, so maybe within a few weeks. I have no control how fast our scientist does all that stuff. When I was out, did you ask for an attorney when I was gone? Did you say you wanted to speak to an attorney, or you didn't want to talk anymore? You wanted an attorney? Did you ask for one?
I think I said you guys didn't ask if or say I had a right to an attorney or anything.
Well, if I was out and you did, do I have your permission to answer your questions without an attorney present?
I thought that was supposed to be the other way around.
No, I mean, if you ask for an attorney, I don't. Do you have?
You can answer my questions. Yes.
Okay. What was your question?
How long till I get my Jeep in my house back?
The detective and Jacob repeat the same question and answer discussion about the time frame for the searches to be completed and for Jacob to take possession of his items.
We got it. I'll just put your shirt there.
Jacob willingly gives his clothes to the investigators, which they will later submit for forensic examination, searching for any traces of Jacob's involvement in the homicide and kidnapping.
So if I say, you can go ahead and take pictures of me, or search my person, take pictures, can you do that without the warrant then? So we can.
I could with your consent. I could.
I consent to it.
But right now, with kind of our exchange, I feel comfortable with the search warrant. I feel more comfortable executing under the direction of a search warrant than consent. I got a text to say they're on their way. It's coming. It's closed, but.
Jacob also willingly allows the officers to photograph his body. Legally, they could now proceed without the search warrant. However, given Jacob's prior resistance and the fact that the search warrant was already en route, the detective believes that it would be in the best interest of the strength of the case to wait for the warrant. This is definitely a move that they feel will prevent any sort of possible defense later on that Jacob gave permission under duress, potentially giving Jacob a chance at having any evidence gathered at this point inadmissible. This is a great example of the investigators' forward thinking, seeking not only for the case to be solved, but also to secure a conviction.
Okay to take pictures yet, or what?
No, it was search warrants being reviewed. I'd rather do it on a better camera than on my phone.
Jacob is forced to wait, along with the detectives, for another hour for the search warrant to finally be delivered. Finally, Detective Girardi re-enters the room with the search warrant in hand. The audio has been redacted by the courts, but the images you see speak for themselves. After nearly 4 hours, Jacob is finally able to leave, but is forced to leave his clothes, his phone, his Jeep, and access to his house behind. Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension agents immediately take his phone for analysis. With the use of specialized forensic equipment, they were able to access everything on his phone, finding a veritable treasure trove of damning pictures and videos. But for the missing child in particular, deleted texts between Melissa Norby and Jacob Kinn were recovered. These texts detailed an elaborate plan between the pair to kidnap Melissa's best friend's daughter. Based on the messages, investigators were able to determine that the kidnapping was supposed to happen a week earlier. Melissa was to babysit her on the planned night of the kidnapping, but much to Jacob's displeasure, the child unexpectedly became ill. In that original plan, the pair had agreed that Melissa would be suddenly attacked and carjacked by an unknown man, driving off with the child still in the car. One of the most haunting questions about the whole scenario is, why would Melissa take part in such a terrible act or even allow it to happen? Melissa Norby and Amanda Smith, the mother of the now missing child, was Melissa's best friend for 30 years. There was no indication that Melissa had anything but love for Amanda and her children. The sad truth was that Melissa would do anything to have Jacob, no matter what the cost was. Melissa just wanted to be loved, and she sought it where she felt it could be reciprocated, but Jacob just wanted the girl. It's unclear how the situation between Melissa and Jacob escalated from being just a kidnapping into one that included arson and homicide, but the probation officer earlier had pinged cell phone towers in Big Fork. The monumental task of searching the area began. Big Fork is an extremely rural area with large swaths of trees and farmland, making the search for the missing child, for all intents and purposes, like a needle in a haystack. Investigators had a few things on their side, though. When Jacob's Jeep was examined immediately after his interrogation only hours before, the undercarriage showed signs of having been recently driven through an area of extremely long grass as well as small yellow and white wildflowers, and his tires showed fresh signs of having driven through muddy terrain. What really helped investigators narrow their search, though, was a helpfully curious 911 dispatcher in between calls. While searching through available databases, they noted that there was a Kinn who owned property in Big Fork, and that property was just 3 miles away from the cell phone tower that Jacob's phone had pinged earlier. They notified BCA agents about their finding, who were then able to quickly verify that the Kinn in question was related to Jacob. Just as the sun was rising, detectives arrived at the dirt road leading to the property. A rainstorm had drenched the area some hours before, which in most cases would be detrimental to gathering evidence. As luck would have it, it did the opposite this time. The area was traveled by so few people, and coupled with the recent rain washing away previous marks, any tire tracks coming off the dirt road would be easily identifiable. And that's exactly what they found. Muddy tire impressions coming from the dirt road and onto the asphalt. Impressions that were so clear and distinguishable that they were able to immediately match them to the pictures of the tires on Jacob's Jeep that was confiscated just hours earlier. Jacob had just been there. They carefully drove down the dirt road, making sure not to disturb the tracks in the mud that Jacob left. After half a mile, the dirt road ends, but just next to them are 2 more tire tracks going through a large field of grass with white and yellow sunflowers. They exit their vehicle and follow the tracks for another half mile. Nestled against a tree line and under a canopy of leaves, they spot a small camper. Hearts pounding, they slowly approached. They were almost positive that the girl was here, but the area was eerily quiet beyond the sounds of wind gusts and rustling leaves. Was she in there? And if she was she still alive? Cutting away the electrical tape that was tightly wrapped from the door handle to the camper, they slowly opened the door.
My mommy's name is...
Hi, what did you say your name was again? I'm going to take a little video. Hey, how'd you get here?
Friend got me here.
Oh, what's his name? Okay, when did he bring you here?
Right now.
Right now? Okay.
Does he have a car?
What kind of car does he have?
Wait, and it has a name on it.
Okay, was he nice to you?
Do you know what the name is on his car?
Yeah. Okay. Is it okay if I come in? Okay, you don't have to be scared, okay? We're the police. Is there anybody else around here with you? Okay. Can you show me your feet? Right there? Okay. Where are you taped at? Okay, anywhere else? Did you have tape on your arms?
Yes, but Bruce.
Okay. Did you take the tape off? Where's that tape at?
The tape is at friend's car. It's inside of the car.
Okay, my name's Rob and this is Don. How old are you?
Probably something.
Probably or something? Okay.
Did anybody else come out here with you and his friend? Okay, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you remember what friend looked like? What does he look like?
He has a beard. Only.
Okay.
Did you go to his house at all? Do you know what color his house is? What's it look like?
What?
Is it a big house or a small house?
Small house.
Okay.
Does he have any animals or no? Okay.
The mama cat has baby kittens.
Oh, okay.
He has a mama cat with baby kittens.
Okay. Do the tape on your legs hurt at all? Okay.
Only my arm.
Only your arms? Do your arms hurt? Can you point to where your arms hurt?
There.
Okay. Anywhere else? Okay. Is it okay if we take a few more pictures? Okay.
My mommy's name is.
Okay.
You know your mommy's phone number? What is it?
It's.
Okay, we'll call your mommy pretty soon here. Okay.
Okay.
Are you thirsty? Okay.
For water.
Okay. We'll get you some pop, okay? All
Okay.
I like pop or something.
Okay. We'll get you whatever you want.
All right. This is Special Agent Rob Frake with Special Agent Don Newhouse. Time now is.
Let's see your own and mine. 6:11 a.m. June 23rd, 2016.
26 hours after the fire at Hillcrest Manor, the case was almost closed. The investigators made one call each simultaneously. One was to the mother, Amanda Smith, finally waking her up from the living nightmare of her child missing. They found her, and she was alive. And the second call was to update the team at headquarters that their hunches were right and that the girl had been safely recovered. And with that call came a picture message accompanied by only 2 words: arrest him. Just a few hours after being released from the first interrogation, Jacob found himself being arrested not far from the camper where he was holding the 5-year-old. This is the second interrogation of Jacob Kinn.
How you doing?
Good. How you been?
Good. Good.
Can you believe I taught him everything you know?
No.
Yeah, we're at school together.
When you need anything, just let us know.
Yeah, all right, thanks.
Yep.
Jake, what happened to your hand? You didn't try to do anything, did you?
No,
Here.
it's been cut.
Pull up over.
You took a picture of it.
Oh, you didn't try to.
No, I dropped the knife the other day.
Pull up over here. Yeah, you go over there and sit right there.
You alright? Yeah, I got that. Oh. Right under.
All right, Jake. You're under arrest. Okay.
I see that.
You see that? Since you are in custody, I will read you the Miranda warning. Okay. Yeah, because I didn't notice the cut on you that bad. You didn't try to cut yourself, did you?
No, it just got infected.
Okay.
And so I cleaned it off and banded it up.
All right.
You need some help with that? You need some help with it? When we're done.
Okay. All right. The time is
10:17 hours.
10:17 a.m. This is Special Agent Paul Girardi, Minnesota BCA. Dave, you want to identify your
I'm
voice?
Detective Sergeant David Lozella. I'm with the Bemidji Police Department.
And we will be talking to Jake Kinn at the Itasca County Sheriff's Department interview room. Jake is in custody. Jake, since you're in custody, I'm going to read you the Miranda warning before we talk. Understanding your rights, as I've explained them to you, are you willing to answer some more questions from us?
For now.
Okay.
Jake, we haven't met. I'm Sergeant Lozella, and I'm a detective with the Police Department of Bemidji.
Yes, sir. All right. Jake, we went to the house, a little concerned you might do harm to yourself. Okay. Has anything changed from we talked last?
No. Other than being confused as to why I am being arrested now and what changed from a couple hours ago. I don't even know what time it is now.
Yeah,
10 in the morning.
10 in the morning.
Okay, so 3 hours ago. 2 to 3 hours ago.
All right. Last night when we talked, you said you had no contact with Melissa Norby. You didn't date her, you weren't seeing her, you didn't have a relationship with her. Is that true?
Yeah.
I didn't run to her house.
I've been there once.
Once?
Yeah.
When was the last time that you were there?
Year and a half ago or something. Went and looked at a chair that a mutual friend left there and she didn't want there and offered to me, and I went to look at it.
That was a year ago?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Okay.
The line of questioning seems ridiculous given the overwhelming evidence directly linking Jacob to being the perpetrator of the hell that was unleashed on Bemidji. But, like the interrogation just hours before, there's intent behind every question levied upon Jacob. They're getting Jacob to reaffirm his previous statements, which they now have hard evidence of being a lie.
And you had no contact with the little girl. You didn't see her. She didn't come to your food station. You didn't see her at Melissa's house. You don't know her parents. And there's going to be no connection between you and her.
Sorry.
And
Whatsoever, in any way, shape, or form?
Whatsoever.
Okay.
and no connection between you and Melissa.
Well, not
Well, I mean, when I
year
say
ago.
connection, is there going to be any evidence that says you were in Melissa's house?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And that gas can that we talked about, showed you a picture. Is that any of your evidence going to be on that? You know, DNA or fingerprints?
Not that I'm aware of. So,
Nothing's changed from last night?
no,
100% sure?
95% sure.
What's the 5%?
Yeah.
I'm tired and groggy, and you guys kept me up all night, and I
Yeah.
tried to sleep. I, sleep in a vehicle for 2 hours, and I'm still
A little tired, groggy?
extremely tired, yes.
Okay.
But you didn't really answer my question.
What was your question?
What changed between 2 hours ago and now?
Jacob finds out what changed in the last few hours when Agent Girardi shows the picture of the victim being held by special agents after her rescue.
Is that the 5% that you're talking about that you're not sure of?
Now, let's start over. What do you got to tell us?
Now is the time, Jake. Okay, we know more than you think we do right now. And now's the time for you to fill in those blanks. And now's the time for you to come clean and tell us what really's happened here and what's really gone on. Now's the time for you to stand up and do that.
Take us through the night.
Started talking to Melissa again a few weeks to a month ago.
Okay.
She had gotten a hold of me, and we talked. and we weren't dating, but we actually hadn't had a sexual relationship, but we, role played on the phone.
Role played, and what was her role?
It was daddy, daughter, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Then I went over there the other night.
What night? Today's Thursday. Tuesday night.
Deafening silence fills the room for nearly 2 minutes.
Back to Tuesday, Jay.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I'm trying to decide if I want to get an attorney or not before I go farther.
Did you go there for her or for Melissa? Who was?
It was for Melissa, but it was.
Did you know that she was going to be there?
Yeah.
Was she part of the role playing? Did Melissa bring her in for role playing?
Jacob shamefully nods his head, confirming his involvement. The detectives are mere millimeters from getting details and a verbal confession directly from Jacob.
How do you know that?
Did you ask her to bring her in?
Did she offer it up? Do you think his mother knew what was going on?
Do you know why?
How did all that come about? Did Melissa offer, hey, I can get a 5-year-old girl here?
That was a couple of years ago, but yeah.
Has she been there before when you've been with Melissa? Once. What was the goal? Just to watch?
No, it was. To be looked at for the most part.
Kind of like viewing porn while you're having sex? Was she naked when she did that for arousal?
Yeah, she was sleeping.
About how many times were you with Melissa? Couple, just recently?
No, this would have been the only time recently.
So this hookup on Tuesday night was the only one for a long time. So you just recently hooked up.
And you had no idea that was going to be there?
No, I didn't.
You did know?
Hold on. I do want an attorney.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, Jake had indicated he wish to talk to an attorney. Jake, would you be willing to sit down with us again? Okay. Do you have an attorney in mind? Okay. This will end the interview. The time is 10:31 a.m.
The audio from this point on is omitted as the interrogation comes to a close after Jacob asks for a lawyer. Jacob Kinn was immediately taken into custody under a litany of felony charges related to his heinous crime spree. The reality of what happened on June 22, 2016 is disturbing by any stretch of the imagination. Often, the truth is truly stranger than fiction. As originally expected and confirmed, Jacob Kinn was Melissa Norby's secret lover. In the early morning hours, Jacob and Melissa became intimate, the little girl waiting only 5 feet away in another room. While together, Jacob suddenly used a belt on Melissa. While they shared some interests in rougher engagements, this time was different. Jacob cinched the belt until the last breath of life left Melissa. Jacob moved with intent. He quickly reclothed himself and grabbed the little girl, leaving Melissa's body behind to be dealt with later. He took her to his home, his dirty and half-constructed shack, where he committed unspeakable crimes against her. Afterwards, Jacob left his victim in his home with her legs restrained while he went to work at his food truck. But before starting his shift, Jacob made a pit stop at Melissa's home. Jacob knew that he had left an almost literal mountain of traceable evidence that connected him to the scene, and he knew that he needed to do something about it if he wanted even a chance at getting away with his demonic actions. Jacob's answer? He used some gas cans that he brought from his own home to set Melissa's house on fire, not only catastrophically damaging the structure itself, but causing extreme burns to Melissa's corpse as well. To Jacob, he was one step closer to getting away with it all. After his shift, he brought her to his brother's property in Big Fork, where he would yet again commit unspeakable acts against his victim, leaving her restrained on a small bed in the back of one of the mobile homes. Thanks to quick-moving police and agents across the board, the victim was soon saved from the decrepit home in the middle of literally nowhere. This all seems fairly straightforward compared to what was covered and uncovered, and while the facts of the case are hideously disturbing, what really pushes this case to the next level? Well, Melissa Norby had been considered a victim for most of the investigation, emphasis on most of. Melissa Norby may have been a victim of homicide, but Melissa Norby was working with Jacob Kinn in order to kidnap the victim. Melissa had been convinced to help Jacob kidnap the youngest child of Melissa's oldest and best friend. While the only person who can tell us exactly what happened, Melissa, is dead, through interviews and statements, there's a commonly accepted truth. Melissa was a woman who wanted to be loved. She was a woman who wanted her own happy ending, just like most people do. With the clock of time ticking against her, she grew more and more desperate to find someone that would stay with her, and in her mind, that person was Jacob Kinn. Regardless of his disgusting past and his obviously abusive behavior towards her and their relationship, Melissa would do anything for his love, even if it included kidnapping her best friend's child. Jacob Kinn would eventually be charged and, after agreeing to a plea deal, he was convicted on 3 felonies. 1 count of second-degree unintentional murder, 1 count of kidnapping, and 1 count of first-degree criminal conduct with a person younger than 13. The charge of second-degree unintentional murder relates to the method that Melissa Norby died. They had a history of being extremely rough during their intimate times together, namely, there was a history of choking that had happened in the past. Melissa had previously made it clear to her closest confidants that choking was a key role in her sexual gratification. Because of this, the prosecution felt that the argument of Melissa passing away due to an accident would be too strong for a first-degree intentional murder charge. As a part of a plea deal, Kinn's attorneys agreed to a sentence much stricter than Minnesota guidelines call for. During his plea, Kinn admitted to 4 aggravating factors related to the murder of Melissa Sue Norby. Because he testified that he treated Norby with particular cruelty, mutilated her body, committed the murder in the presence of a child, and caused additional harm to people who knew her, 9th District Judge Shari Schluter sentenced Kinn to 33 years in prison for the murder, double the guideline sentence. Kinn also received a sentence of 4 years and 8 months in prison for the kidnapping and 4 years and 4 months in prison for the sexual assault. As an additional result of the plea deal, Jacob's victim would be able to avoid having to face him in court during her testimony against him. She did, however, write a letter to Jacob, which was read out in court. In the letter, she stated that she didn't like the way he played with her and that she hated him and never wanted to play with him again. She ended her letter by thanking Jacob, however, for letting her play with his kittens. She was bribed by Jacob with a promise of playing with his kittens. Jacob, clearly aware of her affinity for animals, had planned for this and used her undying love for baby animals to lure her into his cruel web of depravity. Despite this, she remained strong enough to be able to thank Jacob for the opportunity to share her love with a kitten. Jacob Kinn was held in the Beltrami County Jail until 1 month before being sentenced. On May 27, 2017, Jacob was transferred into the Minnesota Department of Correction system. Jacob has an online prison pen pal profile that is, at the time of this recording, currently active, and all of the information he posts is freely available to the public on wireofhope.com. Within that profile, Jacob states, "I have gotten my fair share of hate mail and can do without more of that." Jacob Kinn is currently being held at the Rush City, Minnesota Correctional Facility. Unless any new charges are accrued, Jacob is expected to be released on February 22, 2051, at the age of 67. At minimum, Jacob will remain behind bars for the rest of his sentence. Falling in love for the first time is one of the most intoxicating experiences that you can have in your life. For most people, that happens during their formative teenage years, caught in an uncontrollable cyclone of hormones, unrelenting obsession, and codependency. A time where love and lust are seemingly indistinguishable, and the idea of happily ever after takes over every thought and action. Many find that their first love story ends sooner than expected, and while the experience might be painful at the time, eventually they realize that life goes on, and love after love exists. Most people. That wasn't the case on December 9th, 2020 in the small town of Elkview, West Virginia. Located about 20 minutes from the state capital Charleston and nestled on the Elk River, residents of Elkview find themselves happily removed from the city, enjoying a comparatively slower-paced life where relationships with family and friends take precedence. But on that fateful Friday afternoon, all hell broke loose when gunshots began ringing out in a single-family home located at 1384 Cemetery Hill Drive. By the end, nearly an entire family would be victims of homicide. The bodies of 37-year-old Dan Long, 39-year-old Risa Saunders, 12-year-old Gage Ripley, and 3-year-old Jamison Long were found the following Sunday, December 13th at 10:40 a.m. when a relative went to check on the family after being unable to contact them for a few days prior. Curiously, one member of the family was missing, then 16-year-old Gavin Smith. He was eventually located at the home of his girlfriend, then 17-year-old Rebecca Walker, hiding behind a dresser in her room. Gavin would be apprehended without issue and taken in for questioning, where he would immediately confess to being the arbiter of death for his entire family. The details surrounding the circumstances of Gavin's monstrous crimes would soon come to light in the interrogation room. Details which include why he did it, an unlikely accomplice, and shockingly, who watched it all happen live. This is the interrogation of Gavin Smith. The raw, unedited interrogation footage of Gavin Smith was obtained by a close friend of Morbid Curiosity, Just Interrogations. For some of the most unique and fascinating interrogation analysis and coverage, including never-before-seen cases, be sure to subscribe to Just Interrogations, linked in the description below. Investigators enter the room with Gavin after a few minutes, so while we fast forward, let's take a brief moment to thank this video's sponsor, Aura. Have you ever Googled yourself and were shocked to see your personal information exposed on one of those public listing sites? You'd be appalled at how much total information there is about you on the web. What if anyone could find out exactly who you are, where you work, what you drive, who you're associated with? Would you be comfortable with that? Because I definitely wasn't. Data brokers are making a fortune selling your information to robocallers, spammers, and others who want to learn more about you, like where you live. That's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, Aura. Aura can identify data brokers exposing your information and submit opt-out requests on your behalf. Brokers are legally required to remove your information if you ask them to, but they make it super hard to do. Let Aura handle it for you. You can try Aura free for 2 weeks using my link. Aura also does so much more to protect you and your family from online threats that you can't see. It's really easy to set up, so you don't have to download several different apps to get things like parental controls, antivirus, VPN, password management, identity theft insurance, and more. You get everything at one affordable price. And if you're weary of the dark web, don't worry. Aura found my information in 2 separate data breaches from dark web scans and told me what information was exposed and how to keep myself safe. How convenient is that? Let Aura do the hard work of keeping you safe online so you can focus on other things with peace of mind. You can either let people continue to exploit and profit off your private information, or you can go to https://aura.com/morbid to start your 2-week free trial, also linked in the description.
Hey, did you eat already?
No.
You didn't wait on me, did you?
Yeah.
I just got it.
I know. I don't really like Wendy's fries.
Oh, you don't?
No. If you guys want, you can have it.
Oh, no, I'm good. I got me one of them 4 for 4 things.
Same.
So I think there's this guy that we work with in our office. That's all he'll eat. He's 4 for 4s when we go to Wendy's.
They're good.
That's pretty good. Would you get the junior bacon or the crispy chicken?
Junior bacon.
That's what I got.
Well, we have the same taste.
Mm-hmm. He's on a diet, so he just eats Cheetos.
I can tell.
He needs to get on a new one, doesn't he? Yeah. So you say you're in the 9th grade?
Mm-hmm.
And how's all this e-learning stuff going?
Quite difficult. Because I'm used to going to school and doing it in class, not in college.
You at Hoover?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going?
Yeah. I mean, if just COVID stuff won't happen, I'll be having good grades and all that, but I'm having bad time.
Did you always used to get good grades?
Mm-hmm.
So have you done the virtual learning the whole year, or are you just doing the...
I've been doing e-learning since the beginning of the year.
The whole time?
Yeah, since COVID started.
Okay, so you've been doing it all year.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine there's a lot of high school kids that are wanting to not go to school and just want to do it from home.
Yeah. I don't understand why they won't shut the schools down. Every day there's a kid getting COVID.
Right. Well, that's the way it's looking. That's the way it's going. These cases keep going up.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you get to drink?
Coke.
Damn, we got the same order. I think you did. You did.
Detectives will approach Gavin from the very beginning of their questioning with the volatility of the situation and, given his current circumstances, Gavin's state of mind, as the 2 most important things to consider at each stage. Remember, in this video, Gavin is only 16 years old and by his own actions is essentially left alone in the world. Building trust and rapport with Gavin is key not only to extract his version of events, but the details of those events as well. And if there are any clear areas where they believe or have proof that he is being deceptive, the actual truth. Giving him some fresh food and engaging in small talk with no pressure lays the groundwork for that trust and rapport.
Gavin?
Yes.
So did we understand well enough for you what's going on up here when we were back up there up River Haven,
mm-hmm.
at your girlfriend's house?
Yeah.
We explained to you everything that's going on, and are you still good with us?
Mm-hmm.
That form that we explained to you, it still applies, okay?
Yes.
So you're good with everything, you understand everything, and so we want to understand what happened, because Gavin, a lot of times we work a lot of these type cases where you have a kind of a toxic home life. You know what that means? Like, it's just...
Yeah, I get
and we deal with a lot of families that the parents mistreat the children, and there's domestic violence in the home, child maltreatment, child sexual abuse, child different things that we deal with, okay?
Yes.
We understand that. And then talking to your girlfriend, a couple of our detectives have talked to our girlfriend, and she's told them
what's been going on.
What's been going on, and she obviously you told her what happened up there, right?
Yeah.
At the house, huh?
And all that.
Yeah. Well, and what all's happened with your family up there that has died, okay?
Detectives have informed Gavin within roughly 8 minutes of beginning the official interrogation that upon speaking to Gavin's girlfriend, Rebecca Walker, after his capture at her grandmother's house, they have learned about the alleged mistreatment that Gavin was subjected to by his family. In addition, they have laid their cards on the table that Rebecca has provided information about his family's murder, but at the same time, they have only mentioned that she has given information. They have not revealed what that information is. By alluding to the fact that they know the truth rather than saying what information they know, detectives can potentially manipulate a suspect into providing corroborating information by their own accord. In other words, confess by their own volition.
That I don't know, but I know about because I said I didn't know about the season, but I know about the beach because that's what they used to do all the time.
Okay, well, like I said, just go ahead and tell us about that. Tell us about all of that.
Well, do you want me to start from the beginning?
Yeah, just start from the beginning here.
Well, sometime during April, my stepdad used to abuse me all the time if I didn't do something he wanted or something like that. And I would send my girlfriend photos of the bruises and wear marks and all that. And anytime he didn't get his way, he would help me. And so would my mom. Like, she punched me in the mouth a couple times because I didn't do what she wanted. Like, well, I don't know what it was, but they would abuse me every time I didn't want to do something that I shouldn't have done.
Okay. So, first of all, who all lives in your house? How old are you? You're 16?
16.
What's your date of birth?
5/17/05.
5/17/05?
No, 05.
04? Okay. And if I say something that's wrong, you're not wrong or correcting me, okay?
All
right. So, who all lives at the house with you?
My mom, my stepdad, my baby brother, and my younger brother.
Okay, what are all their names?
Gage is the youngest. Well, not the youngest, younger brother. Jameson's the baby. Dan is the stepdad, and Mom is the Lisa. Okay. All ISA. I can't pronounce ours right.
Your mom's name's what?
Lisa with the R.
Risa?
Yeah,
Risa?
I can't pronounce
R-I-S-A? Mm-hmm. Okay, gotcha.
It should be noted here that the detectives will occasionally have a hard time understanding Gavin because of his pronunciation of words that include the letters L and R. These are symptoms of the speech impediments known as rhoticism and lambdacism. Both can generally be resolved via speech therapy, as they can be learned behaviors through youth. In some psychological circles, it is believed that speech impediments like rhoticism and lambdacism that exist beyond childhood are correlated to parental neglect. There is no hard data to provide a conclusive answer one way or another, but we will provide more information by the end of this video that can help you come to your own conclusion.
So how old are your brothers?
11, 3, Gage is 11, and Jameson is 3.
Jameson is 3? That's your, okay. And are they your two?
Blood brothers.
They're your biological brothers? They're not like your half-brothers or step-brothers or anything like that?
Yeah, they're by different dads.
Okay, but they're all three of you, all your mom's kids? Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when did stepdad come into the picture? When did he?
Well, when I started 6th grade. Began 6th grade.
Okay. When you began 6th grade when your stepdad
abused me and all that.
The first of many inconsistencies. Roughly 2 minutes ago, Gavin said that the abuse began in April of that year, 2020. Now he's just contradicted himself by saying that it began in the 6th grade.
When did he start? When did he meet your mom, or when did they get married?
They got married somewhere in June or July.
Of when?
Last year.
Of last year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Had they been together before that?
They've been together since 2016.
Since 2016?
Yeah, since I got in 6th grade.
Okay. And when did the abuse start?
Well, it started this April, this year.
This past April?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gavin switches yet again to his original claim of the mistreatment beginning in April.
And what was going on?
Well, we had a lot of family problems. Like, my aunt, she has cancer down in her area and on like a normal cancer, yeah. Except it's a very well kind of one, and we've been just dealing with it a lot. And my grandmother passed away in 2013, and Dan started blaming me for her death and all that, saying I was the one who gave it to her, and which you can't give cancer.
Right.
Gavin says that his stepfather, Dan, blamed him for his grandmother's passing in 2013, but again, only moments ago, he gave information that contradicts this current claim. Gavin said that Dan and his mother, Risa, met in 2016, a full 3 years after his grandmother had passed away.
It just been bothering me a lot.
I understand. Does he mean to your brothers too?
No, it's only me.
Why is that?
I wish I knew. Because I take care of James all the time. Like, he calls me daddy, which is a bad thing since I'm his oldest brother. Because I've been taking care of him since day one. Since he got out of the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
It's just been hard.
Okay. Now, is your real dad? Is he around?
I actually don't know where he is. I actually never met him.
You never met your real dad?
I wanted, but I never met him.
Okay. What about your mom? How you and your mom get along?
Not well. I don't talk to her ever.
You don't?
No.
Okay. What about your little brothers?
No, I usually just talk to James and make him all happy. But Gage, I don't ever talk to him.
Gage is the 11-year-old, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jameson's the 3-year-old?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, how long have you been at your girlfriend's house?
A couple of days.
Okay. And tell us about how you ended up there.
Well, she asked me to come over because she just needed help with school, and she's been having a very hard time with her mother's death. That happened last month.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to come over, and I asked my stepdad, well, my mom, if I could go over there. They said, yeah, just be back by Tuesday. And I've been there since.
Okay. Have you been doing your schooling?
Yeah, we've been helping each other with school.
Okay. So you've been doing virtual learning or Schoology or whatever it's called.
Schoology. Schoolology, I don't know.
Yeah, however you say it. You've been doing that at...
Our house, yes.
Okay. And what's your girlfriend's name?
Rebecca.
Rebecca.
Wawa.
Okay.
With Walker.
Okay. How long have y'all been together?
Since March 28th.
Oh, this year?
Mm-hmm.
So,
almost 9 months.
Yeah, almost about 9 months. How do you all communicate?
Talking. Do you mean through social media?
Yeah, on social
media.
media.
We usually talk through Instagram or Skype.
Skype?
Mostly Skype. That's how we kicked it off, and on Snapchat. Then we just went to Skype and Instagram.
Okay. You talk to her on Facebook?
I don't really like Facebook.
Huh?
I don't really like Facebook.
Okay. What's your Snapchat name?
Hold on. It's been so long since I've been in that account. Demon Child? Something. If I know, I'll tell you. I just don't remember it.
Okay. What about your Instagram name?
Shadow. No, it's just wild names. It's 1987 after Shadow Panther.
Shadow Panther 1987. Mm-hmm. Do you have a Facebook?
I mean, I used to, but I deleted that account. Okay. Like, it's gone.
When did you do that?
I got that in April, but then some person hacked into it, and another one tried to blackmail me, and I just deleted the account.
Okay. What about cell phone? You have a cell phone?
No, sir.
You don't have a cell phone?
No, because the last time I had a cell phone, Dan smashed it.
Dan?
Yeah, after he found out I was telling Rebecca what's been going on.
Okay. So Gavin, here's the thing. Like I said, we have investigators up there at your house, okay?
Yes, sir.
And we talked to you up there and said some of your family members are deceased, okay? You know what that means? They're dead, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of a lot of evidence in this case. I think you mentioned where up the road there that you watch a lot of these shows and you see how a lot of this stuff goes. So you know what we can do as cops to try to figure out how things happen, right?
Yes, sir.
So obviously, with something serious like this, with a bunch of
I understand your point.
dead people in the house, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you're gone, and we find you at your girlfriend's house. We find your girlfriend and talk to your girlfriend, and your girlfriend's, she's coming off on everything, okay? She's telling us everything that you've told her about what happened at your house, okay?
Yes, sir.
So what we're wanting is to get the truth from you about what happened at your house and how your family ended up dead, okay?
Yes, sir.
We want the truth from you, okay?
I have no right to lie to a cop anyways. Because I've been lying to them all my life.
Yeah. So we just want the truth from you, okay? We just want to kind of know what was going through your head when everything happened, okay?
Yes.
So can you tell us what happened?
The interrogation is moving swiftly. The lead investigator gently rejects Gavin's first story that he doesn't know what happened and says that he just wants the truth. Gavin seems to be responsive to this and begins talking.
Well, after I told you the and all that, a couple of days ago, before all this happened I didn't know of, me and my mom was cooking, and I told her, well, I tried to open up to her, and she just said I faked it all because I'm currently depressed.
Faked all what?
Saying I fake cut myself, which I haven't cut myself yet, for a couple months.
Okay.
And you can't fake cutting yourself.
Right.
And she said I was faking all this, and I was just wanting attention. And Dan overhauled it, and he helped me with that.
Dan overheard it?
Yeah, and now that night he helped me with that.
How did he hurt you?
He hit me down now.
Down where?
Your private area?
Yeah.
Gavin has just claimed that his stepfather, Dan, had punitively touched Gavin below his waist. With this allegation, Gavin has also introduced the possible existence of sexual abuse to not only damage Dan's character, but to lay the groundwork for what Gavin would adamantly claim was his motive for the massacre.
Okay, what do you call that?
I don't say penis, I say the D word.
That's whatever words you use are fine.
I don't want to disrespect y'all.
Hey, you're not going to disrespect me, buddy. I heard it all. I probably said it all, too.
Everybody says it all.
Yeah. So what do you call that word down there? Your dick?
Yeah.
He hit you in your dick?
Yeah.
How did he hit you in your dick?
He grabbed me on the heel, and he punched me right. He hit me right in the dick when he grabbed me in the shoulder.
Okay. Now, did he do that one time or more than one time?
He done it a lot of times.
Okay. Was that? Are you talking about he did that a lot of times that night, or he did it a lot of times like that?
He did it in the past before, and he did it a couple nights ago.
Okay. How many times did he hit you a couple nights ago?
He hit me 2 times in the dick, and he punched me in the gut.
Okay.
I don't have that mark on it because it's a wet mark.
Okay. Now, so this is your stepdad?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happened after that?
I went to bed and I just fell asleep crying in pain.
Okay.
And then the next day, Thursday, I asked my mom, can I go to Rebecca's, hang out with her, help her what she's been going through and all that. She said, sure, yeah, you can go as long as you do school. And I left that day, and I haven't seen him since.
Okay.
Gavin's story seems to conveniently end with him not being anywhere near Cemetery Hill Drive when the murders happened, and that he was a victim of abuse by the hands of one of the deceased. Gavin goes on to introduce some sort of unnamed group of unrelated people who want to kill Risa, but beyond their existence, has no sort of explanation for why they would want to harm her. While it is obvious from the beginning that Gavin wasn't telling the truth, his half-baked lies aren't even worth the detectives unpacking. Once again, they gently reject what Gavin has said and ask for the truth.
Because I know for a fact my mom, she talked to me about it. She has a couple people that wants to kill her. But God knows reasons, I don't know why. Because she never did anything wrong.
Well, Gavin, what we're getting at is we talked to Rebecca, and you told Rebecca everything you did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Rebecca has told one of our detectives what you told her. So we know what happened.
Yes,
and what I want you to do, I just want you to be honest with us, okay? About what you did what happened to your family. Okay? And it's important that we understand why people do things, why you would do something like this. Okay? Because we understand. We kind of see the picture, but we need to understand from your point of view, from your words, from your mindset, what was going on that caused you to do those things. Okay, and you need to tell us what you did. Okay.
Yeah. Because Dan has been trying to kill me the past few days.
Okay.
Like he cut me right there.
Okay.
With a knife.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's been just trying to kill me wherever he can.
Okay.
And I haven't been able to sleep well until I got to my girlfriend's. I've been just sleeping with her. She's been helping with everything.
Okay.
Gavin says what amounts to nothing more than nonsensical gibberish, putting his head into his hands to subconsciously soothe himself. His right leg bounces throughout the interview, an understandable byproduct of the massive amounts of stress and nervousness he's feeling, but notably, when he's concocting completely new stories, it will sit still. Only when he's changing the story, he will unknowingly bounce his leg. This is a nervous response to Gavin's uncomfortability to the act of lying almost completely off the cuff.
Well, you told your girlfriend that you killed your family, okay?
I know, got it.
And just like that, Gavin's story collapses. Now, with a confession in hand, detectives shift their focus to extracting Gavin's motive. He killed his family, but why did he kill his family?
And you regret it?
No.
Well, you need to tell us what you did and why you did it. That's what we want to know, okay?
That day, that morning, Dan, he put his gun to my head.
Okay.
And tried to make me do what it's gay, what he's trying to make me do. He tried to make me suck him.
Dan did?
Yeah, because Mom wouldn't do it anymore.
Huh?
I said because Mom wouldn't do it anymore.
What? Mom wouldn't do it anymore?
Yeah, suck him, over that. And he tried to do that, and I lost it.
Okay.
Gavin has now doubled down on the allegations of abuse at the hands of his stepfather. After introducing the potentiality of abuse within the realm of sexualized nature moments ago, Gavin now directly implicates Dan as being the perpetrator of a specifically charged assault against him. Due to the sensitive nature of this claim, the current progress into the investigation, and the lack of evidence to support or contradict this claim, investigators will allow Gavin to tell his story, unpacking details as they go along. Doing so will either provide some directional input on where the investigation needs to be prioritized, or if the claims are weak with little to no support from Gavin's words, the cracks will show and allow detectives to pick apart and shoot down this potential defense that Gavin is building, which is that Gavin killed Dan as a result of being the victim of his escalating abuse.
Who all was there when that happened?
Yeah.
Okay. What room were you all in?
Their room.
Huh?
Their room.
Whose room?
My mom and dad's room.
Mom and dad's room? Okay. What day was this?
Wednesday, Thursday. It's one of those 2 days.
Okay. What time of day was it?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
Was it daytime, nighttime?
Daytime.
It was daytime? Okay. Was it before you ate lunch or after you ate lunch, or you remember?
I didn't eat out all that day.
You didn't eat it all that day?
This specific detail that Gavin didn't eat all day, this seemingly innocuous statement is something to make note of. During Gavin's trial, photos from the house on Cemetery Hill showed that there were locks where the food was stored. Prosecutors would state that this was necessary because Gavin and Gage would feverishly consume food at an outstanding rate, which would cause issues nearly every month since the family was on a small, fixed income. The defense would counter this, saying that it was evidence of an abusive home. Gavin and Gage were 2 growing teenage boys who needed to eat. At the same time, both parents, Dan and Risa, were clearly well-fed and would have been considered medically obese. The defense would argue that a food shortage wasn't the reason for the locks. It was to add an extra layer of control and manipulation over their children's lives. Comment down below what you think.
Well, tell us what happened when you lost it.
I accidentally shot him.
Huh?
I accidentally shot him.
You accidentally shot him?
All of them.
All of them? you accidentally shoot him, buddy?
I didn't realize what I was doing.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, I wasn't thinking straight. And then I accidentally grabbed that gun and I pulled the trigger.
Okay. Who'd you shoot first?
Dan.
Huh?
Dan.
Okay. You shot Dan first? It's okay, buddy. We're going to work through this, okay? So you shot Dan first. Where'd you shoot Dan?
In the head.
In the head?
I regret killing him.
Okay.
I never meant for that to happen.
What happened after that?
I shot him all in the head after.
You shot who all in the head after?
Engaged and Jay.
Mom, then Gage, then
Jameson.
Okay. Where were they all? Tell us about where everybody was whenever you shot.
Mom and Dan was in bed when I shot them.
Were they asleep or?
Asleep. Yeah. And I got done with that Gage. I walked Gemma, my dog, and I came back and Gage was trying to kill Jay.
While Gavin runs through the series of events that happened on that fateful December day, he glosses over something that will completely shift the nature of the entire situation. After Dan and Risa were shot, but while Gage and Jameson were still alive, Gavin called his girlfriend, Rebecca. The way Gavin recalls what happened, listeners would naturally assume each action begins and ends before the next one. Gavin is being deceptive by omission. He didn't first call Rebecca at that time, and he didn't only voice call Rebecca, and some of Gavin's actions did not conclude before starting the next. As the interview progresses, we, as well as the investigators, will see that Gavin's well of deception is nearly bottomless.
He put the knife to his James's during chest and I shot Gage one in the head.
Why was he doing that?
Because Jameson wouldn't shut up. He was screaming, crying, and
okay. So your mom and Dan, your mom's name's Risa, right?
Yes.
They were in bed? Were they asleep when you shot them?
Yeah.
Okay. Why'd you do that?
I lost it. I wasn't thinking straight.
Okay. I thought you said whenever you lost it, Dan had tried to make you suck him.
Yeah, that was before all that happened.
Okay.
It was that morning he tried to make me suck him.
Okay, but okay.
Sometime during that day I shot them.
Okay. And where did you get the gun?
The dresser.
Whose dresser?
Dan and Mom's dresser.
Okay. What kind of gun was it?
A 40.
Huh?
40.
A 40? 40 caliber?
Mm-hmm. A 22 40. I don't know what. It's a 40 caliber.
Okay. What kind of? Are we talking like a big gun, a handgun?
It's a handgun.
Okay. So I'll call that a pistol. You know what a pistol is?
Yeah.
Okay. What color is it?
Black.
Black. You know what make it is?
What?
What make is it? Like.
I don't remember.
Okay. Like you know much about guns at all?
I mean, I play Call of Duty, but I don't know that much.
Okay, so like we carry Springfields, they have Glocks and...
It's a Glock.
Are you sure it's a Glock?
Yeah, it looks like a Smith & Wesson, but it also looks like a Glock.
Okay.
I don't know.
But it's a pistol?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you load the gun, or was it already...
It was already loaded.
Did you have to rack the gun? Like,
no, it was already...
It was already worn in there?
Yeah.
Whose gun is it?
Dan's.
Dan's. Does he always keep it in the dresser there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was really good at punch.
I understand that. So you shot Mom and Dan in the bed.
Yes.
Where was everybody else when you shot them?
Gage before I shot Gage, he went into the room, and I shot him right there.
Okay.
And I had to kill Jay because Gage slit his throat right here.
Gage slit his throat?
And not his own throat, but he slit James's throat right there.
Why did Gage slit James'
Because
throat?
he kept on screaming. James kept on screaming, he wouldn't calm down.
Was Gage with you when you did all this, or did he see all this?
He didn't see any of it.
Then why would he slit?
He heard it. He heard the gunshots, but...
There's something patently strange about what Gavin is telling detectives. In his version of events, he shot Dan and his mother while they were in their bed, then he called Rebecca, and then took his dog for a walk. When he came back in, he came across his younger brother, Gage, putting a knife to baby Jameson's throat, seemingly because Jameson wouldn't stop crying, and Gavin shot Gage to stop him. This doesn't seem to make any sense because it doesn't make any sense. Gavin is trying to provide explanations for extraneous injuries to Jameson, the knife wounds to his neck, and why Gage was shot. Remember though, Gavin said that unrelenting mistreatment, abuse, and neglect from both Dan and Risa were the reasons why he, quote, lost it. But Gavin went beyond executing Dan and Risa, killing both his younger brothers as well, and is now attempting to provide some sort of justified defense that he's almost certainly concocting as the conversation progresses.
Jameson started screaming real loud, like he wanted to calm down, and Gage couldn't take it, and he put a knife to Jameson's throat and tried to slit it, and I shot Gage right there. Because I told that baby that I would protect him since day one. I promised him.
So you shot, where did you shoot Gage?
Head.
Okay, where in the house were you when you shot him?
In the room.
In
the room.
In whose room?
Mom and Dad's.
Okay. Was he sitting, standing, laying?
Standing.
When you shot him? When you shot Gage?
Yes.
And Mom and Dan were laying in bed? Mm-hmm. What about Jameson? Where was Jameson when you shot him?
He was in his own room. Mine and his room.
Okay. Well, why did you shoot Jameson?
Because he was bleeding from my heel. Like, you can't save someone if you slit someone's throat.
Okay.
I didn't like to, but I didn't like seeing him in pain.
Okay. Did you cut Jameson's throat?
No, Gage did, before I shot Gage.
Another inconsistency. Gavin shot Gage to stop him, and Jameson was in his room, but Gage was shot in the back of the head inside of Dan and Reese's room. As we continue, keep in mind that Gavin also said that Jameson was actively bleeding from his neck.
I promised that baby since day one.
Okay.
How did you know that gun was loaded? Did you check it?
No, yeah, Dan told me, because me and my grandpa, we took our guns out, because that's Dan's gun, and he loaded it, Dan did, and we forgot to go shooting.
Okay. Well, where's your room in this house?
Same one Jameson's room is.
Okay. How was Jameson when you shot him? What was he doing?
Standing up.
He was standing?
He was grabbing his throat, trying to, because he was screaming in pain.
Okay.
I just couldn't deal with it.
Gavin says that he murdered Jameson because he was screaming in pain, and earlier said that Jameson's injuries were severe enough that he considered him mortally wounded. These two statements cannot be concurrently true. If Jameson was screaming, his airways would have been functioning at least to some degree, and his vocal cords would still be intact. Gavin stated and demonstrated that Jameson's cuts were on the front of his neck. In order to damage the carotid artery from the front of the neck, the trachea would have to be severed first, which would have removed Jameson's ability to scream and to breathe. If Jameson suffered an injury to his carotid artery, not only would he have died from exsanguination or bleeding out, he would have lost consciousness prior to that due to the sudden drop in blood pressure.
You couldn't deal with it?
I'm saying I couldn't deal with him screaming like that in pain.
Okay. I'm sorry, buddy. I can't hear very good, so I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're telling me, okay? So what did you do with the gun after? Where's the gun?
I put it back.
You put it back?
In the dresser.
It's in the dresser?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't take it with you?
Mm-hmm. No.
Did you get any blood on your clothes or anything?
No, sir.
From all this?
Mm-hmm.
What were you wearing?
This.
You were wearing those clothes?
Yeah, I had jeans on there, but they had a big whip in it, and I threw them away.
You had a big what in?
A big whip.
Big rip?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, like on the knee?
Yeah.
Okay.
I threw them away because they had a bunch of holes in it.
Okay, were you wearing those shoes?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about the knife?
It was a kitchen knife.
Kitchen knife.
Mm-hmm. And it wasn't way that sharp. it was a dull knife, but you can still cut something with a dull knife.
Okay. Well, here's the thing, Gavin. So with the knife, so we have detectives that are up at your house right now collecting everything. You said you watch those shows. We're up the road there. You watch those shows, you know we're going to do the DNA testing and all that on there.
Yes, sir.
If your DNA is going to be on the handle of that knife,
yes, sir.
That's something we need to know. I just want to make sure we're getting the truth from you, okay?
Yeah, after I killed Gage, I took the knife and I put it back. I put it on the shelf in the hallway.
Okay.
That's the last time I touched that knife.
Well, Gavin, I think what I'm getting at, I don't think Gage cut Jameson's throat. I think you did.
Well, as after I shot Gage shot the knife. I picked up the knife and I put it on the hallway shelf.
And what I think, the reason I think that is because I think that that's what you feel the most bad about, what you did. I mean, I understand. I think you probably feel bad about all of it.
I feel very bad for Kim and Jameson too. You know what I mean?
But I think that's probably the thing that's got you the most tore up over all this, is that you killed that baby.
That's it.
As expected, Gavin's story was so weak and unintelligible that the investigators immediately challenged him on it. They bluntly tell Gavin that they believe he's fabricating this story out of guilt derived from taking Jameson's life, and Gavin confirms this. Gavin likely wants to rewrite history where he was morally justified in the killing of his brothers for 3 reasons. 1, to provide some relief towards his own internal guilt and turmoil over the reality of his actions. 2, to offload the blame for said actions to a person who can't argue otherwise. And 3, if all else fails, being ethically justified in the mercy killing of Jameson, who he believed to have injuries too severe to be compatible with life, and whose final moments were doomed to be spent suffering in pain and agony. If he can convince them, Gavin wants the investigators to believe that Jameson's fate was already sealed by Gage's hands, who Gavin shot to try to save Jameson, and then ended Jameson's suffering out of love for him. Gavin didn't want them to die. Gage was the judge of their fate, not Gavin. Everyone is to blame, except Gavin.
And I don't think that Gage, the story, everything's making sense, but the part where you're saying that Gage cut Jameson's throat and then you shot Jameson while he was standing, that doesn't make sense.
No, because Jameson was standing. He was right beside my bed when I shot him.
And that Gage just heard the crying and cut Jameson's throat, and then you came in and killed Gage and killed Jameson. Yeah. That part's not making a whole lot of sense. Does that?
I might have messed up though. I'm not thinking straight.
Once again, Gavin nearly immediately folds to any challenges of his story, admitting that there are mistakes to the story he just spent nearly 6 minutes confidently spitting up and elaborating on.
I understand. And I understand you probably feel bad about all this. But we just don't want. We just want to make sure we fill in the whole complete picture. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
And that part about you saying that Gage slit the baby's throat after you killed your mom and your stepdad, and then you killed.
I killed Dad, Mom, Gage, and Jay.
Yeah, and then but the whole part about Gage cutting the baby's throat doesn't make.
I got it all mixed up. I'm sorry.
What did you get mixed up about?
The knife and the knife part.
Okay. Well, tell us about that.
After I killed Gage, I had a knife in my hands, but I couldn't do it. So I put the knife on the shelf and I shot Jay. Never got find this to happen.
What did you get the knife out for?
I used it for wood.
Okay.
Because it's a dog knife and we used it to cut pieces of wood, like tiny pieces off.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I've been using it for.
Where'd you get the knife from?
The detectives consistently try to lead Gavin towards confessing the purpose of the knife, what it was used for, the answer to which is, it was for Jameson. Take note of Gavin's refusal to admit any usage of the knife specifically in his crimes, a clear indicator of his internal struggle to come to terms with his unquestionably demonic actions.
The kitchen.
Like in a drawer, or is there like a holder for it?
A holder. Windows pull out kind of deal.
It was in the kitchen? Where was it in the kitchen? What was it near?
It's in that black kitchen set holder where you just pull it out and you put it back in. You slide it back in.
Okay. So what were you going to use the knife for that day?
I was going to hurt myself with it after I realized what I did, but probably couldn't.
What is it? I'm sorry.
I said I was going to use it on myself. I don't realize what I did to everybody.
Okay.
But I changed my mind.
Okay. So did you cut Jameson's throat?
No.
Okay. So did Jameson's throat get cut?
I got mixed up. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Well, I mean, if Jameson has a cut on his throat, our investigators will find it up there.
I know. I mean, he had a little tiny cut, but that was a couple of days before all this happened. Because me and him was playing, and he cut the edge of his neck off of one of the toys.
Okay.
So, and the toy got him.
Another inconsistency. Gavin says that a few days ago, a sharp end of a toy cut Jameson's neck, but 8 minutes ago, Gavin said that Jameson was bleeding from the front of his neck.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Gage did not cut Jameson's throat.
Gage did not cut Jameson's throat. I'm sorry.
Well, why did you tell us that to begin with?
I got mixed up.
Okay.
And I am way sorry.
I know you are, buddy. So what made you want to do all this?
The abuse, no, that I couldn't tell for anymore. Because he's been trying to kill me constantly.
The detectives choose not to apply pressure on Gavin for the completely fabricated story he had just told them and reverse back to a question that they had just asked. Why did Gavin do this? Gavin takes the opportunity to yet again amplify the villainous role that he's painting Dan in, saying that Dan was actively trying to murder him prior to the shootings.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I sent back photos of bruises. I had a big giant bruise that big from Dan.
Mm-hmm.
And it was swelled up so bad, and Dan used to hit me in the back all the time and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Just for fun, because he would giggle. And my back would lock up, all that. I could barely move.
Okay.
And Mom didn't even do anything about it. But she saw Dan abuse me, and Dan has punched me. He punched me right there. And I had a black eye, and he hit me again on the other side. I had 2 black eyes.
Okay. Has CPS ever been to your house? You know who CPS is? What CPS is?
Child Protective Service. No, but I've been trying to get a hold of them, but I can't.
Okay. Did anybody at the school ever notice any of this stuff?
It happened when all this COVID, I had to stay home kind of deal.
Okay. Did the police ever get called to your house for anything?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Is there anything else we didn't ask you about you think's important? Will you mind to sit in here for a second? I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'm going to jail. Let's put this.
So how long had you all been living at that house up there? And where's it at? I haven't even been up to the house yet. Where's your house at?
Which house? My house?
Yes.
At Cemetery Hill Drive.
Okay. Whose house is that?
Mom's.
That's your mom's?
It was originally my grandma's before she passed away.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
For 4 years. I used to live with my grandpa.
5 years?
4 years.
4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Since middle school.
Since middle school? And you said that your mom and Dan got together when?
Something before I started middle school, 6th grade.
Okay.
That summer was before middle school.
And how long has Dan been living there with you all?
5 years.
Okay. And then you said they got married when?
This year, in June or July, one of those months.
But they've been together for about 4 years, and he's lived with you during that time frame?
Yes.
Had you been in contact with any, like, CPS workers or law enforcement or anything like that?
I called CPS a couple times before because I would sneak advice from my neighbor, like they let me call them.
You would sneak and do what?
I'd sneak a phone and try to contact CPS. They won't ever pick up.
Okay. But you were in contact with deputies and...
That, no. I never thought about calling the police. I always thought about calling CPS.
Well, how come you didn't call the police or tell CPS about this if you came in contact or able to?
If I came in contact CPS, I would have told them that.
Okay. What about law enforcement? Were you familiar with any of the deputies that we have working down here?
No, I'm familiar to the one up in Jackson County, but not the ones down there.
Well, how come you didn't tell anybody about this, Gavin?
I was just scared.
Okay.
Because Dan Thornton said if I ever told anyone that he would physically help me so bad that I'd be in the hospital.
Okay. Well, I understand that your anger towards Dan. Okay. And I understand, you know, how your mom kind of wasn't, how did you say she take up for Dan, or?
She would take up for Dan. Like, she wouldn't try to stop him, and she would just sit there and watch.
Okay. Well, why did you kill your little brothers?
Because Gage was in it too. He would help Dan help me. Like Gage would hit me too, and all that.
Give them an inch, they take a mile. The investigator offers some compassion. He can understand why Gavin would be upset with Dan if Dan was Gavin's abuser. He can understand why Gavin was upset at his mother Risa if Risa was aware of the situation and did nothing, even watching at times. Gavin makes the connection immediately, and when asked about Gage, offers a wildly different reason this time around. Gage would also abuse Gavin at the instruction and behest of Dan. Gavin just completely wipes the story of Jameson being attacked off the table and offers a completely new story. Aside from the fact that Gage was 4 years younger than Gavin and much smaller, Gavin has been far from forthcoming with the truth at this point. Why would the officers be inclined to believe Gavin's new story now?
Well, why'd you kill Jameson?
I don't know. Because no one would take care of him. Because, like I said, I've been taking care of baby since day one. He's been calling me daddy.
Okay. Well, why'd you kill your mom?
Because she's been trying to get rid of me.
Gavin buries his head in his hands, shielding his eyes from the detective's gaze when he's asked the most difficult questions. If the killings were sparked by the abuse, why was Jameson killed? If Risa wasn't directly abusing him, why did she have to die? After a brief moment to think, Gavin peers out from underneath his hands to provide his weak explanations.
What do you mean get rid of it?
Giant. They have been, Mom, she's been trying to get me in jail and all that. Because I went away because of the abuse. I went away to my grandpa's, one of your deputies, so familiar with them. And they put a restraining order against him because all he ever did was protect me.
Who's your grandpa?
Grandpa.
Great-grandfather. What's your great-grandfather's name?
Buster Saunders.
Buster Saunders? Okay. Did he know what was going on with all the abuse?
Not that, but he knew what was going on about the baby situation.
What about the baby situation?
Me taking care of Jameson 24/7. Feeding him, buying him stuff. Like, whenever I got money, I went buy all myself, buy on Jameson.
Okay. And why'd you kill Dan?
Because of all the everything he's ever done to me.
When asked about why Dan was killed, Gavin doesn't bury his head or think, showing that Gavin is at least in part telling the truth, or more likely, that his story had been prepared and rehearsed.
Okay. Like I said, I get that. I just don't understand. I'm trying to understand why you killed Gage and Jameson.
I mean, Gage, Dan would hold me against my will, like against the wall, and he would let Gage punch me.
Why?
I don't know. That's what I want to know.
When did that happen last?
Ever since Dan started abusing me.
Okay. Now, how long has that been?
Since March? No, April. Dan started abusing me ever since this COVID thing started.
Like physically abuse?
Physically abusing and emotionally. Like so bad I would end up slicing myself. Getting badly depressed.
I know earlier you said Dan tried to make you suck his dick.
Yeah.
Gavin was asked about the types of abuse that Dan subjected him to, and Gavin responds with physical and emotional abuse. Once again, another inconsistency. Gavin said at the beginning of the questioning that Dan's escalation into trying to force Gavin to please him was the event that caused him to snap. It would make sense that this form of abuse would arguably be the most important one when under questioning, but Gavin leaves it out. To the investigators, Gavin is continuously contradicting himself on this point and building only doubt behind him, not credence.
Has he done that before?
He tried, but I wouldn't do it.
Have you ever done it? Ever since he's ever tried to get you to?
No.
Had he ever tried to,
He has got sabotage me.
Huh?
He has got sabotage me. Like I told you guys, try to make me suck him, and he has whipped a couple of my shorts off.
How? Let's run that by me again.
I said he has got sabotage me. Like
towards you?
Yeah, like trying to make me suck his dick.
Yeah.
And he has whipped a couple of my shorts off. Like they would be toe up kind of deal.
Mm-hmm. How long has that been going on?
Well, a couple of my shorts got whipped from him, so a couple months ago. Like a month or two.
Month or two?
Mm-hmm.
How many times did this happen?
3 times.
3 times?
He tried to make me suck him.
Okay. Over how long a time span?
Okay, from November, like from September to November. That because Mom wanted to do him.
Okay. And when was the most recent time that he tried to?
November.
Okay. I thought you said he made you try to the other day.
Yeah, I'm saying November he tried to make me.
Okay.
And from September to November he tried to make me something.
Okay.
Yet again, Gavin tells another inconsistency. Roughly 25 minutes ago, Gavin said that on the day of the shootings, Dan put a gun to his head and tried to force Gavin to perform on him. Gavin has, for all intents and purposes, no grasp on what he previously said. Now he's saying that the last time that Dan did that was in November, at minimum 2 weeks before the shootings.
And how did he try to make you suck it?
He would try to whip my clothes off me. And he would grab me by the head and try to force me down. And he would pull his stick out and try to get me to suck him.
Did you ever do it?
No.
How did you get it to stop?
I kind of hit him in the dick. I kind of punched him in the dick. Because I didn't want to.
Okay. Well, my understanding is you've had contact with some of our deputies for other things. I don't know if you ran away or...
It might be from the one in away. But
Okay.
that's the only times.
How come you didn't tell any of our deputies about all this stuff that was going on?
I was just scared.
What were you scared of?
I've been terrified ever since Dan did all this. I said I've been terrified to tell anyone ever since Dan did all this.
Okay. Well, how long had you been planning to kill your family?
A couple of days before it all happened.
A couple of days before?
Before it all happened.
Did you tell anybody about it, what you were planning to do?
Well, I told Rebecca, but I regret never doing that.
You told Rebecca what?
I told Rebecca about regret I was doing all this.
Okay. Did you tell her before you did it?
Mm-hmm.
How did you tell her?
I told her I was going to kill them.
Okay.
Gavin just made 2 very, very big mistakes. In the state of West Virginia, first-degree murder requires malice. Malice is defined as having intent to kill, a reckless disregard for human life, or an evil motive. Gavin has just confessed to having begun the planning of the murders a few days prior. He admitted to his intent to kill. But Gavin did more than essentially seal his own fate. He's just implicated his girlfriend, Rebecca, as well. When asked if anyone was aware of his plans before they were carried out, with no hesitation, Gavin admits that he told Rebecca. Gavin's statement, Rebecca's statements upon questioning, and communication records would culminate in Rebecca being considered an accomplice to the murders due to her lack of action upon learning of Gavin's plans and more. She would be charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder just 3 days after Gavin's interrogation. Watch until the end to learn exactly what Rebecca did and why she did it.
How did you tell her? Like, were you telling her in person, on the phone, or on messages, or what?
It was on messages.
What kind of messages?
Google.
Huh?
Google.
Google?
Google.
How does that work out?
Duo. Google Duo.
Huh?
Google Duo.
Google Duo? Okay.
Oh, Google Meet. It's one of those where you can text and video chat at the same time.
Okay. Do you have like an account for that, or how does that work?
I do have an account for it.
You do? What's your account name for?
Well, it's more like an email.
Okay, what's your email?
Graham Wayford, and it's my birthday, X, Rebecca's birthday. 2004, X, 2003.
Okay, Green Reaper?
Grim Reaper.
Grim Reaper.
Yes.
Okay. And then what is it?
Then the rest is just 8@gmail.com.
Grim Reaper?
2004, X, 2003, @gmail.com.
Okay.
And that's for Rebecca's birth year, is it? Piece of paper, I'll have you. It's tighter for a second. Okay.
I just put that in all this.
Where was everyone else whenever Dan would try to make you like your little brothers and your mom? Where would they be at in the house?
They would be out of the house.
They would be gone.
Yeah, they'd be gone. Like, they would leave me and Dan alone in the house. Like, Mom would take Gage and Jameson for a while or something, and Dan would...
So every time Dan has tried to get you
Every
to do
time
that,
me and Dan was alone.
Yeah, so you guys have always been alone every time it's been tried by it.
Yeah.
And yet another contradiction, one of many up until now, and one of many more to come. Less than 30 minutes ago, when Gavin was asked about who was home during the alleged incident that made him snap, he said everyone. Just a few seconds ago, however, Gavin said that he and Dan would be home alone during every one of these alleged assaults.
Now I always stay cooped up in my room.
Did you ever tell your grandpa Buster about this?
No, because I'm afraid to. Yeah, he knows that James and me take care of him 24/7 all day.
But he doesn't know any about the physical abuse or the sexual advances.
No one knows that. Because that's what Becca knows, the sexual abuse and all that, because I taught him. I just went right doing all this.
Yeah.
I mean, if I didn't get abused knowing this, but Dan didn't do all this to me, none of this would have happened.
Gavin wants to make sure that the investigators know that it's not his fault that all this happened, it's Dan's. It's a strange and dubious moral high ground that Gavin is setting up on. If Dan was truly abusive, there's an argument that could be made about why Gavin could have felt justified in turning a gun onto him. If Risa was aware of this targeted violence towards Gavin and did nothing, even encouraging it as Gavin implied, there could be an argument made there too. But for his 2 little brothers, there's no compelling argument. They were children, and Gavin still sits atop his throne of delusion that this wasn't because he picked up a gun and pulled a trigger at 4 people's heads. It's all because of Dan. At the end of this interview, we'll cover the shocking evidence that supports or contradicts Gavin's claims.
So bad.
Are you for sure you didn't cut nobody?
Yeah, I'm for sure I didn't cut him.
You just shot everybody?
Yeah. James has a cut on his throat. It's because me and him was playing with toys.
Okay.
And James didn't pay attention, and one of his toys had a sharp end and it slit his throat open.
Yeah.
But that's it.
Can you show me where you shot him at?
I shot Dan right there.
In the temple?
Somewhere on the side of his head. I don't remember. It's not lower than his eye.
What is it?
I said I shot him somewhere right here.
Okay, like right around this area?
Yeah.
Where did you shoot your mom at?
Back of the head.
he wake up whenever you shot Dan?
Mm-mm.
What about Gage? Where did you shoot him at?
Back of the head.
What about Jameson?
Same area.
Were they all in bed when you did this, or?
No. Mom and Dad was in bed.
Mhm.
Gage went into their room. I shot him in the back of the head. Jameson was in my room. Well, in mine and his.
Because you take care of Jameson all the time.
All the time.
When you shot Dan and your mother, did Gage wake up and come to that room because maybe?
No, he was awake.
Oh,
he
he was
heard the
already-
shots, but he didn't know what it was.
Okay. So you're in their room after you shoot Dan and your mother. Gage walks in.
Gage walks in, I shot him.
In the back of the head.
In the back of the head.
How did you manage to shoot him in the back of the head? Because, I mean, I'm assuming he walked in and seen you.
He didn't see me right in the room, because after that, Jameson needed his drink, and I gave him his drink. Gage went to check out what that was. He went to the room, saw them, and I shot him.
Did you come up like behind him?
I came up behind him.
Okay. So while you were giving Jameson a drink, you went back to your mom and Dan's room.
And shot Gage.
Yeah, Gage was in there looking, I guess, see what it was, and you shot him in the back of the head.
Oh, we put it.
So Jameson is shot in your room, or?
In mine and his one. Basically, his one.
Yeah.
I mean, I was cool.
So, did he go back to sleep after you gave him a drink, or was he up for the evening?
He was up.
Was he in his bed, under the bed?
He was walking around on the ground.
Oh, he's walking around, okay.
I mean, I would grab, shoot him.
And while he was walking around, you just shot him in the back of the head as well. Where did his body land, do you remember?
I didn't pay attention. I didn't pay attention at all. Because I thought it was what I did, I panicked. I wanted.
Did you immediately leave the house after you?
I wanted to kill myself. I thought that's what I did.
Mm.
But I didn't do it because my dad. I didn't kill myself because I promised way back I wouldn't. And she needed me. Because she's been going on in my life.
Mm. So after you shot everyone, did you leave your house like as soon as it happened, or?
Because I panicked.
Yeah. Did you walk to Rebecca's?
No, I went on my bike now.
You rode your bicycle or what?
My bike.
Yeah, was it a bicycle or was it like a
bicycle?
I didn't know if it was motorized or something.
No, I was.
That's a long way to ride your bike, buddy.
Yeah. I just wear it so much.
Do you know which door you exited your house after you left?
The front door.
The front door, you didn't, those big glass screen doors, you didn't exit those ones? Okay.
Mm-mm. Well, the middle of it is glass, but the all around it isn't.
Oh, okay. Was your bike inside or outside the house?
Outside.
Outside.
I just looked at it.
I know you did.
I mean, if none of this would have happened, then it was me and all that.
You think they'd still be alive?
Yeah, they would be definitely not. And I talked to Rebecca. I told Rebecca everything Dan did to me. Then tried to make me stop him and all that. And she's like, you need to get out there. You need to come here where you're safe. I said, this last thing I need is you killed. Because Dan, like I said, he did point that gun to my head. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And I told Rebecca about it. And she's like, if you don't get out there, you will be dead.
Gavin drops breadcrumbs that Rebecca's words were effective in pulling Gavin towards certain conclusions, but at the same time keeps omitting certain details. While Gavin has consistently made mistakes, been willfully deceptive, and accidentally implicated Rebecca, there are certain pieces of the puzzle that Gavin is, with no question, keeping secret. We will soon learn how Rebecca had greater influence over Gavin than either she or Gavin himself realized.
And I'm not sure if you went over this or not, but after you shot everyone, did Did you place that gun? Where did you place that
I
gun?
put it back in the chest.
Right where you got it from?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I panicked. Well, but
Just didn't know what to do with it.
No, I want to stop. Can't really tell you the handle down.
Do you mind to write down all your social media accounts?
Sure. I mean, I don't get on Instagram anymore. But I'll give it to you.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Your Snapchat is Demon Child.
Cat. Okay.
K-A-T?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
You want me to white out take off?
No. Shadow Panther 1987 for Instagram.
Yes.
And then 3900-959-82. So Gavin, you said we're at, I just want to make sure I understand, we're at on everybody's, like, where did you shoot Dan on his body?
His head.
The front or the back?
Side.
The side?
Side. Mom, back. Everybody else, back of the head.
So you shot Dan in the side of the head. You remember which side?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I don't know which side.
You shot Mom in the back of the head?
Mm-hmm.
What was Mom doing when you shot her?
Sleep.
She was asleep on her, was she laying on her front? Or?
Yeah, she was laying on the front.
How was Dan laying?
On his side.
On his side. What about Gavin?
Gage.
Gage, I'm sorry.
He was standing up.
Standing up?
When I shot him.
What was he doing?
Checking on gun sound. At the gun sound.
Okay. So where was he standing?
At the door.
Huh?
At the door.
At the door. How far away were you from Dan and your mom when you shot him?
At the end of the bed.
Okay. So you're at the end of the bed. Is like how's the bed set up? Is it like against?
It's like this table. It's straight. The bed's straight.
Okay.
I just like that.
So were you at like their feet or their
feet?
Their head or
feet?
Okay. And where was Gage?
He was at the door.
Okay. Then where were you standing when you shot Gage?
Behind him.
Huh?
Behind him.
Behind him. So he walked into the room?
Yeah, and I shot him.
You shot him?
In the back of the head.
Okay. Did he see you?
Mm-mm.
He never saw you?
Tell him what you told me when I was gone. That, you had walked in Jameson's room.
Yeah.
He walked to give Jameson a drink. By that time, Gage walked in the room to see what happened, and you went up behind him and shot him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you only shoot everyone just once, or was there multiple times, or?
I shot everybody once.
Once.
Mm-hmm.
And you shot Jameson where at on his head?
Back of the head.
Okay. Well, where was he?
Beside my bed.
Beside your bed?
Yeah, because my bed is in front of the hallway. If you walk through that, you'll see it. And his bed's in the side of the room, his crib.
Okay.
So
was he out of his crib or was
he was walking around on the ground.
Okay. And you shot him in the back of the head. Okay. So did you cut? Did
no
Jameson's throat get cut at all?
No, not from the knife. Like I said, me and Jameson was playing with a toy, and when his toys were sharp, when the edges of it, and it sliced his throat open.
Okay. When was that?
A couple of days ago.
Gavin hits a new personal best with the investigators, telling them exactly what had happened where, to who, and in what manner. Again, when the topic of Jameson's bladed injuries comes up, Gavin is unable to admit to the terrible truth. Stabbings and cuttings are much more personal than using a firearm, and it's clear that Gavin is disgusted with what he has done. The detectives are aware of this fact as well and know that all the evidence points to Gavin being the one behind the injuries, but the more that they can directly get Gavin to confess to, regardless of how much they already have, it will always result in a stronger case.
I think what he was getting at, did you ever once use that knife on anyone?
No, I mean, I touched the knife, but
right. Okay.
I
never
never
cut nobody.
right?
No, you just used the gun.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Had you already packed clothes to
No.
leave before?
No, sir.
So after all this is done, after you killed everybody, what's going through your head then?
I panicked.
Okay.
Because I realized what I did.
Okay.
And I wanted to kill myself, but I fought against it. Because I promised Rebecca I wouldn't do it, since she's having so much going on.
Did you call Rebecca and tell you after you did it, or let her know that you did it?
I told her what I did.
When did you tell her that?
That same day I shot them.
While Gavin continues to unknowingly implicate Rebecca in having a role in the murders at this point, there's something that he only briefly mentioned before, which investigators would learn the full importance and the haunting reality of when gathering the digital forensics surrounding Gavin and Rebecca's communications. When Gavin first told the investigators about what happened after shooting Dan and Risa, but before shooting Gage, he says that he called Rebecca. While it is true that Gavin and Rebecca spoke together after Dan and Risa were shot, what Gavin fails to mention is that he and Rebecca were on a video call before, during, and after everyone was killed. Remember, Rebecca was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder, the same homicide charges as Gavin. We'll find out the full scope of Rebecca's involvement after Gavin's interrogation comes to a close.
How did you tell her?
Through the iPad on Google Meet or Google Duo. It's one of those, but I know for a fact that it's Google Meet.
Google Meet?
Google Meet, yes.
Where's the iPad that you were using?
On the couch.
Okay. Was it like your school iPad, or you told her on your school iPad?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you take anything with you, like cell phone, iPad, tablet, anything with you?
No.
How did you get to Rebecca's house?
Well, I went to her house before, and I haven't memorized.
Did you walk there, drive
I
there?
rode my bicycle there.
Okay. Did you pack clothes?
No, so.
You didn't take any clothes with you?
Just these I had on. I had jeans on, like I said, but they had a big hole in it, and not through those way, but they didn't have anything on it.
What else were you wearing?
These.
Shorts?
Shorts, except my pants was over my shorts.
Okay. What about your shoes?
Same shoes.
Okay. What kind of shirt did you have on?
Just.
That t-shirt?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have anything up on over top of it?
Yeah, a hoodie, but that's it.
When you shot?
Yeah, when I shot them, but...
You had a hoodie on when you shot them?
Yeah. But I don't know where the hoodie went.
Okay. Did you maybe leave it at Rebecca's?
No, I took it off before.
Oh, you took it off?
Yeah.
Well, when I was outside talking to some other investigators there, were there some other clothes?
Yeah, my clothes were on my dresser before I didn't pack them though.
What was it?
I said some of my clothes was on top of my dresser, but I didn't pack them.
Okay. What about at Rebecca's house? Did you have some clothes hidden somewhere in her house?
No, this is the clothes I had on.
Okay.
Besides my jeans.
Okay. What about your sweatshirt?
I got rid of that.
Okay. Was there like a bandana or something?
Yeah, bandana, because I don't want it to catch this COVID.
Okay. So it's like your COVID bandana?
Yeah. That's about it. That's the only that was my COVID bandana.
At
her house.
At Rebecca's?
Yes.
So you had your bandana for COVID,
yeah,
protection, face mask type deal.
And that's about it.
And you had a pair of jeans.
Yes.
And you had a sweatshirt.
Where did you get rid of that sweatshirt at?
I don't really remember the area, but it was on the road somewhere.
Oh, you left it on the road somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me about the gun. Did the gun jam or anything at any point?
No, sir.
Okay.
It's one of those guns where, like a police gun, you can just shoot, you don't have to constantly pull back.
Okay. But it never, jammed on you or anything? You never had to mess with it to get it to fire again?
No, sir.
Okay.
Evidence photos show the recently fired pistol that was placed back into Dan's dresser. There is a shell casing stuck in the extractor mechanism, which is an indicator of a few different things that both investigators and prosecutors would take into account. 1. The gun was fired recently.
2, the gun was fired by someone either without the knowledge or the strength to hold the gun properly, causing the gun to fail to eject the shell casing properly and therefore become jammed. And 3, the gun was put back in a hurried or frenzied manner because the shell casing was left stuck in the extractor.
So if I'm just trying to understand all this. Now I get it on maybe on some of the physical stuff, but what I'm having a hard time understanding here, Gavin, is why your Dan had been with your mom for years, 4+ years, and I get he was probably an asshole and he's probably a jerk, but I don't understand because I work a lot of these tough cases, and I just don't understand how he's there with you all for 4 years. And then all of a sudden, September to November, he starts trying to make you suck his dick.
Not she. He would do it when she's not around.
Well, I understand that, but it's just, I'm not saying that he wasn't a jerk, he wasn't an asshole, and he wasn't maybe physically and maybe verbally abusive to you, but I'm having a hard time believing the sexual part of it. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand.
I'm just having a hard time.
It's hard to explain, but those are the months that he did it.
Well, Are you telling a lie or are you telling the truth about that part? I want to believe everything you're telling me, but that's just not making sense.
I had no right to lie to a cop. I'm telling the truth.
Well, I understand, when people do things like this, they want to try to search themselves for a reason because they're ashamed of what they did. You know what I mean? For whatever was going on through your head, you planned to kill your whole family. And a lot of times people look for, they're ashamed of what they did, so they look for something else to blame it on. So is that what's happening here?
No, I'm not blaming on anything because I know what I did and it's messed up. I regret everything I did.
Okay.
I don't go blaming on other people.
Okay.
I'm not that type of person.
Gavin isn't the type of person to blame anyone, he says, but once again, less than 20 minutes earlier, Gavin said, if Dan didn't do all this to me, none of this would have happened. By this point, Gavin's ineptitude is wearing the investigators' patience thin, and they concede on the idea that Dan might have been physically, verbally, and emotionally abusive, but Gavin's allegations of sexual abuse just don't coalesce into a cohesive story. Remember, these are detectives who, as they mentioned in the beginning, deal with cases that involve the worst of the worst. From their experience, what Gavin is saying doesn't fall in line with what they have experienced over the years. That doesn't mean what Gavin is saying isn't potentially true, even though it actually isn't true. It's just that his story, his behavior, his words, all of it, don't fit the narrative of someone telling the truth.
But you never did suck Dan's.
No, so did not.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I mean, I can kind of see that, if you'd sent pictures of the bruising, but, it seems like you've told Rebecca everything for the most part, but you didn't tell her about him trying to make you suck his dick.
Yes, I have.
You did tell her that?
Mm-hmm. I told her everything he's ever done to me.
You did tell Rebecca that?
Yes, everything that he's done to me.
Okay. What were you thinking whenever you were shooting your family?
I wasn't thinking straight when I shot them, but after I shot them, I realized what I did. Because I got so depressed and I started crying.
Okay.
And then I wanted to kill myself, but then I thought against it.
Have you showered or took a bath since all this happened?
No.
No.
I haven't.
Yeah. Okay. What's those bruises on your neck, bro?
Way back at Gavin Hickey.
I know this.
Because she was just trying to get my mind off everything.
What did she say to you about all this?
She realized what I did. And she told me I shouldn't have done it, but she said that if you didn't do that, your stepdad would probably killed you.
When did Rebecca give you the sickies?
Huh?
When did Rebecca give you the
Last
sickies?
night.
Last night?
Yeah. Last night and this morning.
Okay.
there a knife in your bedroom?
No. There was a knife that I told you that I touched, and I put it on the hallway shelf. There's never a knife in my room.
You got the knife from the kitchen, is what you
From
said?
the kitchen, yes.
So I'm assuming you intended on using that knife? Is that why you got it?
Yeah, on myself after I done everything, but I fought against it.
Okay.
I just put the knife back on the shelf.
Okay.
Did you ever tell Buster about Dan trying to suck your...
You mean me sucking him?
Yeah.
No, I did not. I didn't tell Buster anything.
You didn't?
No. I mean, the last thing I need is him away, because he's at old age and...
Okay. So, your mom and Dan, were they awake or sleeping? You shot
Sleeping.
So what time of day was this?
It was daytime, but I don't know what time.
Was it like first thing in the morning, or was it later in the day?
No, in the day. That's all I could say.
Why were they sleeping?
That's all they do. They sleep during the day and stay up all night.
Do they work anywhere?
No. Dan hasn't walked for a couple of years, and Mom hasn't walked since Dan and her got together.
At trial, Risa's father, Timothy Saunders, would tell the court that Risa hadn't been employed since she was 18. She held no job for nearly 21 years, and Dan's only income was from disability.
You ever seen him use like alcohol or drugs or anything like that?
Dan, if you check the fridge this afternoon, he used to drink all the time. But he would get drunk.
Yeah. No drugs though?
No drugs though.
Do you drink or use drugs?
No, sir. I'm not into that stuff.
You said your dad's been out of the picture for a while?
He's been out of the picture since I was 1 year old.
When's the last time you talked to him?
I actually never talked to him.
Do you know where he is, or how to get a hold of him, or anything?
Oh, I know last time I heard was from Buster, is he said that my dad isn't Beckley, but I don't know exactly well.
You even know his name?
I do know his name, but I forgot it.
Okay.
No, I don't know his name.
Well, I'm going to go check back with our other guys, see if they anything else. We'll be right back.
Alright, so.
We'll be right back. Yeah, sure. Were there any other social media accounts or anything else?
Those are the only ones.
Okay. Thanks, Gavin.
You're welcome. Wait, back up, baby.
Did you get your belly full, buddy?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
You want some of these Wendy's fries? I know you don't like them, but...
No, I'm fine.
You sure?
I haven't ate mine.
You want anything else to eat or drink?
No, sir.
Okay.
Besides, I only drink half my Coke.
Okay. We've got a few more questions to ask you, so okay.
Okay.
How do you get a hold of Buster? Is he the one that lives on Elk River Road?
Yes.
Okay. How do you get a hold of him? Do you have a number for him or anything?
I have his number in my head, but he doesn't know that it is.
Would you mind writing that down?
Yes. I've had contact with him since they put the restraining order against him for Brendan's watch.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay.
And do you know who Gage's father is?
Yeah, but he's actually out winning cops. Like, he has state troopers on him after him.
Oh, so you mean he's wanted by the police? So
Yes.
Okay. Do you know his name by chance?
Richard.
Richard?
Richard
Your
Whipley.
last name?
Whipley.
Richard Ripley?
Whipley, yeah. Like Jackson County Whipley.
Really? Okay.
Yes. But He hasn't been engaged in his life for years. Well, no one's life for years.
And I'm just assuming Jameson is Dan and your mother's child, correct?
So.
Okay. So you engaged, both had different fathers along. Okay.
Yeah.
But Dan is Jameson's dad.
Yeah, I remember my dad's name, Jerry Smith.
Jerry Smith is your
Jerry.
Okay. You said he's from Beckley area, you think?
I think. Because that's what Buster told me.
Want another chicken nugget?
No, I'm fine, yes. Hey, Chelsea, you should eat. You should eat.
Oh, no. Withering away to nothing. Now, we've been talking to our other detectives up at your house when the incident happened, and they told us that Jameson's body is kind of, oddly placed. It seemed like. Did you maybe move his body by chance?
No, I shot him. I didn't pay attention where he fell.
Did you maybe cover him up with anything?
No.
Because they're saying that there's some sort of blanket over him. I wouldn't see how that would get there unless maybe you placed it on it.
I might have accidentally moved the blanket.
It's okay if you did. We were just curious how it got there. Do you think you did?
I probably accidentally moved it.
Okay. How would you
It was on the edge of the bed, half of the blanket.
Mm-hmm.
And if you touch it, it'll fall over.
Okay.
So I might have accidentally touched it and fell on top of him.
Okay. And they say, half his, it seems like, the upper part of his body is kind of underneath the bed, or...
We will never truly know what actually transpired because the only party left alive, Gavin, up until his trial and beyond, never fully admitted to the haunting truths of his depraved actions. We can draw our own conclusions based on the evidence and testimony, but it being verifiably factual just won't ever happen until Gavin decides to take responsibility for his actions. Jameson was halfway under the bed. Why? Because Jameson was trying to hide from the horrible sounds of agonal respiration from his family and the ear-piercing sounds of .40 caliber rounds being fired in the small home that Jameson shared with his family. Jameson was trying to hide from his brother Gavin, the one that he called Daddy. Jameson was trying to hide because Jameson was terrified. Jameson was screaming because of Gavin. Jameson died because of Gavin. And Gavin covered Jameson's body with a blanket because he couldn't bear the sight of little Jameson laying lifeless by his own hands. He couldn't handle the smell of the iron in the air, choking on its thickness from the blood of his family spreading throughout the home. No matter what he says, no matter who he tries to blame, no matter who said what or did what, it's Gavin and Gavin alone that picked up that gun and pulled the trigger. That is what happened to Jameson.
Did he have a crib, or you guys sleep in the same bed, or how's that work?
He has a crib.
Okay.
But he won't sleep in it if we sleep together.
Okay. So, do you know if maybe his head was up underneath?
No, he was standing up. He was extremely close to the bed when I shot him.
Okay.
I didn't pay attention where he fell.
But did you lay that blanket over top of him, or?
I might have accidentally knocked it onto him.
So after you shot him?
Yeah, after I shot him.
Okay.
Were you trying to cover him up?
No.
It's okay if you were. We're just getting to the bottom of it,
It would be kind of hard to look at, man. We understand that. We're just trying to understand why he was found a certain way. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. I understand. I mean, I didn't pay attention where his body dropped because after I shot him, I realized what I did.
You did not move the body. You just.
I did not move any body.
You shot him. He fell where he fell.
Yes.
And are you saying you did put that blanket over top of him, or did?
I did not, but I might have accidentally touched it when I wasn't paying attention.
How far away from you were you from Jameson when you did shoot him? I mean, were you in your doorway, or were you really close to him when you did it?
I was at his crib when I shot him.
Okay, so you were all the way in the room with him.
Yeah.
You calling it a crib? Is it like an actual crib? Or?
It's an actual crib.
It is? So
it's a crib we had to lift the baby up out of it.
What does it look like?
It's brown.
Is it wooden or mason?
Wooden. And underneath the mattress is a metal spring.
Okay. And you said you sleep in that same room?
Mm-hmm.
That's your bedroom too?
Yeah.
Where's your bed in there?
Well, my bed's laid down the hallway. My original room is in the basement, but that's a storage room now.
So where do you sleep?
On that bed where James's body's found. Because as soon as you walk down the right down the hallway, you'll see it's right there in the bed. It's the same way the table is.
So you have a room in the same room that Jameson
I
sleeps in?
basically sleep with Jameson in his own room.
Okay. Where do you keep all your clothes and stuff?
In my dresser.
Where's that at?
Right beside the bed.
In Jameson, in the room?
In Jameson's room.
Okay, so that's where you sleep.
All my stuff is in Jameson's room with his.
Okay, and that's where you sleep?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I just sleep right there and all this so much.
How was your Buster related to you? Is that your mom's dad or?
Well, my grandpa
Yeah.
had my mom, and I'm guessing Buster is her great grandfather.
Okay, so your grandfather's name is the one that lives in Ripley, right?
Yeah.
His name's Timmy Saunders.
Timothy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's Buster is his father.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I understand. Anything else?
Buddy, Gavin, is there anything else we didn't ask you about that you think's important that we need to know?
No.
Anything you want to say to us, or?
Yeah, I'm sorry for wasting your guys' time.
But it's not a waste of our time. It's a serious thing, and
we appreciate you being honest with us and
we
talking
do.
with us.
We do.
It goes a long way.
I mean, I'm always honest with cops.
Yeah. I mean, you said that to me on the way down, and said it in here several times. So.
These are the words of a police officer whose exhaustion has reached its peak. Gavin repeats one of his laughable attempts to come across as truthful, that he, quote, has no right to lie to cops, and that he's always honest is met with the detective's acknowledgement that Gavin has said that already, multiple times, in multiple locations. Anyone else could pick up on the frustration veiled behind these words, but Gavin seems to have no idea that his words are building nothing more than a nearly airtight case against him.
it's an awful, awful thing, buddy.
Yeah.
You sure we can't get you anything else?
Yeah,
We got a guy out there. He's got a whole drawer full of chips. You don't mind getting me?
Yeah, you like Doritos?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm
Sure.
good. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll be back in a second. You need to use the bathroom or anything?
Mm-mm.
You good? Okay. We'll check it on you here in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Get my trash out of here. You done with that?
Yeah. I just can't wait to fight.
Okay.
Way back down. Sorry. I thought the audio was 2 o'clock just now. Oh, God, that made me jump.
So, what is it?
That made me jump.
So this knife, did you use the knife for anything at all?
No.
Okay. What did you have the knife out for?
Like I said, I was going to use it on myself,
Okay.
but I changed my mind.
Okay. Where did you leave it?
In the hallway shelf, on top of the shelf.
Hallway shelf on top of the shelf. What's the
Oh yeah,
shelf?
okay, in the hallway, on top of the hallway shelf. There's only one shelf in there.
Okay. Okay. Also, our detective that talked to Rebecca.
Yes.
Now, she told us about the bruising and the physical abuse, but she didn't mention anything about Dan trying to suck your dick.
No.
Or trying to make you suck his dick. I'm sorry, I keep saying
I told her that.
Well, she's not mentioning anything about that. And if that's, listen, if he was abusing you, I believe that part of it because you said that there were bruises and you sent pictures, but the sexual part of it, that's just not making a whole lot of sense, okay? And it's not jiving with what Rebecca's told us. So if you're making that part of it up, we can work with that. I just need to know that you're telling me the whole truth. I believe the stuff about the physical abuse.
I am telling you the whole truth because I told Rebecca what Dan tried to do, trying to make me suck his dick.
Well, Rebecca's not saying that you told her that. And if it didn't happen, it didn't happen. I believe the physical stuff. I believe the bruising and him being an asshole and all that. But if he didn't try to make you suck his dick.
I mean, if I had just whip shots and all that, I would show you, but I don't because I have to damn whip them.
Well, she's not saying that you told her any of that stuff, okay?
That's what I told her.
Huh?
I said, that's what I told her.
Well, if that stuff didn't happen, okay?
I know, but it did happen.
Okay. Is there anything else you can think of?
What happens to the dog? Well, my dog.
Your dog, I would imagine they'll either have to give it to a family member, call a humane officer, or something like that. But the dog will be taken care of. It just won't be left alone.
I mean, she's full-blooded Great Dane.
Right.
A big dog.
That's a big dog to take care of.
I mean, like, yeah, Dan Baja, but ever since he bought, he's just been making me take care of her because I was the only person I'd be able to walk her.
Okay.
I mean, what's the point of getting a family dog if you're just going to make one person take care of her?
Right.
Gavin asks about the family dog, Gemma, and what would happen to her. Most people can identify with caring about a pet's well-being. It's totally understandable, but where was this care for life when Gavin was executing his family? Is Gavin mentioning the dog to show how compassionate he is? Or is Gavin's concern for human life that little that his preoccupying thought is his dog, which he likely doesn't realize, either willfully or not, he will never see again?
All right, I'll go check on the dog for you.
No, I need to go to the bathroom. I didn't realize it. I didn't realize I needed.
Yeah, I'll walk you to the bathroom. Cool. Have a seat right back here.
All right. No, I'm not doing it right now. Yeah, that's not this. That's what we do.
Following this interrogation, Gavin Smith will be booked into the Kanawha County Jail after being charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 4 counts of using a firearm during the commission of a felony. Rebecca Walker, Gavin's girlfriend, will be charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder as well. The extent of Rebecca's involvement was understated to say the least during Gavin's interview. Gavin's statement of having told her his plans was enough to implicate her, at minimum, as an accomplice. Gavin would tell investigators that she behooved him to find a way out of the house, that it wasn't safe, and horrifyingly ironically, that he needed to leave before things escalated to the point where someone would lose their life. Both Rebecca and Gavin's family disapproved of their relationship, and seeing how the relationship was affecting them would not allow them to spend time with one another. Gavin's home life, in truth, was not a shining example of a healthy environment. The home was extremely dirty, and Gavin was, indeed, required to do well beyond what a 16-year-old boy normally would be, namely becoming the primary caretaker for Jameson. Gavin would portray Dan as someone who was extremely cruel and at times violent towards him, and Reese's father, Timothy Saunders, who was also the family member who discovered the bodies, would state during the trial that Dan was known to, quote, bark orders, and even confirm that Gavin could indeed be considered Jameson's primary caretaker. However, Saunders also stated that Risa put her sons first and was a good mother, and that the boys could eat so much that locks were necessary to have enough food for the month, adding that the children were far from being malnourished. In addition, there was no evidence to support any of Gavin's extreme claims, which were reported and confirmed by true crime creator Just Interrogations.
Nothing's ever black and white, I admit. And there are some animal parents out there who've done even worse things to their kids. And victims of abuse don't fit into any one particular mold as far as how they express what happened and how they decide to deal with it. So I reached out to the police department who handled Gavin's case to ask if during their investigation they found anything to indicate Gavin was being abused. And according to them, they didn't. There was no evidence that Gavin or his siblings had ever been abused. The closest thing they found was that his parents would sometimes put a lock on the refrigerator to stop Gavin from overeating. And while you may not agree with that particular form of parenting, that's a pretty far cry from repeatedly punching your child in the groin.
Gavin's relationship with Rebecca was, in all likelihood, shot down by his family for selfish reasons. It's also significant to mention that pandemic quarantines were still very much a thing during this period, late 2020, and combined with a filthy environment, doing things he really shouldn't have to be doing, having responsibility for his 3-year-old brother while the mother and father slept throughout the day, restricted access to food, and was prevented from communicating with the one person he truly wanted to, it's understandable why Gavin was upset. On Rebecca's side, her father began to lose favor with Gavin when he noticed that Gavin would be around much more than he was comfortable with, notably after Gavin had mentioned wanting to have children with Rebecca. After one incident in particular, Gavin refused to leave Rebecca's house after being told that Rebecca needed to go to a doctor's appointment. Rebecca was then barred from seeing Gavin any further. Sadly, Rebecca's mother passed away in November of that year, and in the interim, she was to stay at her grandmother's house. It wasn't until the week of December 9th that the entire situation reached its boiling point. Rebecca's grandmother was scheduled to leave for a few days on December 10th. Both teens, eager to spend an extended period of time alone, wallowed in their unfortunate circumstances until Gavin came up with a plan. Rebecca would be home alone, but he couldn't leave because of Dan and Risa. But what if Dan and Risa weren't able to tell him no? A few days before December 9th, the plan was hatched. Gavin would kill Dan and Risa to finally be free from their grasp in exchange for Rebecca's warm embrace. On the day of, Gavin would show Rebecca the gun and the knife he intended to use over a video call. Rebecca had entire days prior to either contact the authorities or at least defuse the situation, but instead, Rebecca would encourage Gavin to follow through. With the video call still connected, she would message him, "Hurry up and do it," and "Get it over with." His resolve strengthened by her words, Gavin went forward with his plan. Rebecca would testify that the screen went black, and moments later, gunshots erupted. Gavin would soon reappear, looking very panicked, nervous, and scared. While trying to calm Gavin down, in the background, Rebecca could hear Jameson crying. She would tell the court that she didn't want the baby to suffer the same fate, but Gavin had other ideas. They ended the video call so that Gavin could use Dan's phone instead. Moments later, a message from Gavin appeared. "Gavin, okay baby, I'm a murderer. Gavin, I killed Jameson. I'm crying. Rebecca, I heard him crying. Gavin, I shot him." Injuries to Jameson's neck and forensics confirmed that Gavin had indeed used the knife in question, but, likely due to the much more raw and personal method of homicide via bladed weapon compared to a firearm, Gavin aborted his plan after a few seconds and went to retrieve the gun. During this time, Jameson, terrified, tried to escape by hiding under his bed. The person who had cared for him for years now causing unbearable pain, and without question, Jameson was unable to understand why this was happening, or what was about to happen. He only made it halfway under the bed by the time Gavin returned to Jameson's room, firing one final time, silencing sweet Jameson forever. Evidence shows that Gavin was likely deeply disturbed by his own actions. The gun's failure to extract the shell casing was almost undoubtedly caused by holding the gun limply. Combined with his message to Rebecca, "I'm crying," the evidence shows that Gavin, at least somewhat, was having doubts about Jameson. But he still did it. Jameson's body was found covered with purpose by one of his blankets. Gavin couldn't bear witness to the evil he had unleashed on an innocent child, his baby brother. Gavin would put Dan's gun back in the dresser and the knife on the shelf before getting on his bicycle to head towards Rebecca's grandmother's house. He would take refuge in a wooded area nearby until he could sneak into her room at night, waiting for her grandmother to leave in the morning. Rebecca would try to give Gavin safe harbor, giving him the affection and attention that he craved so desperately. She would lie to the police when questioned about his whereabouts, even giving him an area behind her dresser that he could hide if he needed to.
the same hiding area that police found him 3 days later. At 10:40 a.m. on December 13th, Timothy Saunders, Risa's father and Gavin's grandfather, would enter the home after not being able to reach the family the last few days, having last heard from them on December 8th. Having been locked inside for 5 days by this point, the family dog, Gemma, had left urine and feces everywhere, the first sign that something was wrong. Timothy called out but received no answers. He walked to the master bedroom and saw that Dan and Risa were in bed. He called out, but again, no answer. Attempting to open the door, he hit something. The horrors inside of the home on Cemetery Hill were coming to light. His 12-year-old grandson, Gage, laid lifeless on the floor. Timothy moved to the bed and grabbed his daughter's foot, shaking it, desperately hoping for a response, but there was none. They too had been mercilessly executed. He searched for the other two boys, Gavin and Jameson, but could not find them. It wasn't until later that Jameson's body was found under his bed and Gavin nowhere in sight. Only hours later, Gavin would be apprehended at that hiding spot in Rebecca's grandmother's house, brought in for questioning, and then formally charged. At trial, it was never a question of if Gavin did it or not. The argument was if there was malice or intentional motive. The prosecution looked to Rebecca Walker to testify against Gavin, and in order to do so, offered her a plea bargain. Instead of taking 4 counts of first-degree murder to trial, in exchange for her testimony against Gavin, Rebecca would plead guilty to accessory to first-degree murder, for which she would receive a 10-year prison sentence in total. After how actively Rebecca encouraged Gavin, why would she receive such a lenient sentence? The answer is that, without Rebecca, there are 4 dead bodies and a person who did it, but they have no provable motive. Rebecca was the primary witness. Rebecca not only could provide the motive, but was the motive. Rebecca was the one who gave statements on why Gavin did it, and Rebecca was the only one who could testify to that. The only communications Gavin had during the planning, the only communications after, Rebecca was the only other person. Without Rebecca, you only had a trail of 2 people talking, and the only other person, Gavin, didn't take the stand during his trial. The prosecution believed that without Rebecca, there was not enough to successfully convince the jury to return a guilty verdict on the first-degree murder charges. The trial for Gavin, from beginning to verdict, took less than 4 days, with the jury taking less than 5 hours total to deliberate. He was found guilty on 1 count of use of firearm during the commission of a felony. Both the prosecution and defense agreed to drop the other 3 duplicate charges for simplification. For this charge, Gavin was sentenced to 10 years in prison. For Gage's death, Gavin was found guilty of second-degree murder. The reasoning behind the downgrade from first degree to second degree was the lack of intent. Gage was shot in Dan and Risa's room, somewhere that he wasn't supposed to be. Gavin's intent to shoot Gage was never discussed with Rebecca, and ultimately there was not evidence that Gavin shot Gage because he wanted to. Gavin shot Gage because he felt that he had to. It was in reaction to him unexpectedly coming in. For this charge, Gavin was sentenced to 40 years in prison. The jury returned 3 guilty verdicts for the remaining 3 counts of first-degree murder for Dan, Risa, and Jameson. The intent to kill Dan and Risa was obvious since it was planned, and while Jameson was not part of the plan, evidence and testimony proved that Gavin had intent to kill him. Gavin intentionally left the video call with Rebecca after hearing him cry for the purpose of killing him. For each of these charges, Gavin received life with mercy. In the state of West Virginia, the law mandates that juveniles cannot be sentenced to life without parole or life with no mercy. Gavin was legally an adult at the age of 18 at the time of sentencing, but he was a minor at the time that the offenses were committed. Gavin Smith will be eligible for parole 15 years after first being placed into custody, December 13, 2035. However, Gavin Smith was also sentenced to serve each sentence consecutively, one after another. While the law mandates that Gavin be considered for parole, there is no obligation for a parole board to grant him that leniency. It is likely that given the circumstances surrounding Gavin's terrible crimes, he will never be released. The hell unleashed by Gavin on his family inside of their home on Cemetery Hill Drive was aptly summarized by Kanawha County Circuit Judge Kenneth Ballard during sentencing.
Executed your mother and stepfather by shooting them in the head while they were asleep. Then you executed your 2 brothers by shooting them in the head, the youngest which was hiding under his crib. Your actions can only be described as an act of pure evil. Evil. I find that you have 0 remorse for your actions. And in fact, the probation officer reports that he felt that you were justified in your actions.
Rebecca Walker was transferred from the Kanawha County Jail to the Lakin Correctional Center in West Columbia, West Virginia on March 25, 2022. She became eligible for parole on June 15, 2023. If she is not granted parole and does not acquire any new charges while incarcerated, she is scheduled to be released on December 15, 2025. Gavin Smith was transferred from the Kanawha County Jail into the West Virginia Department of Correction System on January 24, 2023. He has no projected release date. He remains incarcerated at the Mount Olive Correctional Complex in Mount Olive, West Virginia, where he will likely remain for the rest of his life. To some, getting married to the love of your life is one of the most joyous occasions one could experience. The start to the next chapter of a relationship, pledging each other's love and devotion to each other in holy matrimony. The flames of passion inextinguishable, the thirst of desire unquenchable. However, sometimes things change, and sometimes the other person at the altar is a monster in disguise. This is Trisha Todd. She's described by her family as having a vibrant personality, the life of the party, and a beacon of joy for everyone around her. And this is Stephen Williams, Trisha's childhood sweetheart. Both Stephen and Trisha served in the Air Force and began dating during that time, getting married soon after. After 11 years of marriage, the pair chose to divorce, and the resulting split was rather peaceful. Trisha moved with her and Stephen's daughter to Hobe Sound, Florida, where Trisha would become a nurse. Things were going great, or so it seemed. On April 26, 2016, Trisha Todd went missing. The police were baffled. Her bank accounts and credit cards had no activity, and her phone had completely stopped communicating with signal towers. Her now ex-husband, Stephen, was very helpful to detectives in the initial stages of the investigation. He was forthcoming with information and was willing to take a polygraph test, which he did, and passed. He was a military man with an impeccable record and genuinely seemed like an innocent man trying to find his daughter's mother. It seemed as if Trisha had vanished into thin air until security footage was uncovered that gave them further insight. Trisha was spotted at a local grocery store on the night of her disappearance, and the items that she bought were seen inside of her home when they searched it, which they also noted had its lights left on. A witness came forward soon after this discovery to provide a statement that would help the police refocus their investigative efforts. The witness said that they had spotted Stephen on the night of Trisha's disappearance driving her car. This one eyewitness account made the investigators backtrack, and they immediately shifted their focus back to Stephen. When they narrowed their attention on Stephen, they began to find more and more pieces of information that were easily overlooked on their first glance. After gathering more solid evidence, Marion County sheriffs detained him and brought him in for questioning. They needed to find where Trisha was, and Stephen was the key to that information. What they would soon find out would shock and horrify even the most hardened of detectives, and Trisha's location would ultimately end up not being a simple answer. This is the interrogation of Stephen Williams.
How you doing? Good. You remember talking to me earlier? Yes. I'm Dan. Listen, you want some water or anything? You doing all right? It's all right. You don't want anything? Just water. You do want some water? Yes, please. Okay, let me get you something real quick. I'll be right back. Thank you.
The week of April 26, 2016, Stephen Williams traveled from North Carolina to Hobe Sound, Florida to spend the week with his daughter Faith. Stephen would tell investigators that their daughter wasn't feeling well, and he asked Trisha to come over with the baby. Cell phone records verified this statement. Stephen would state that when the baby fell asleep, Trisha left, and that he thought she went home. Trisha was supposed to pick up Faith in the morning, but she never showed up, and would later not show up to her nursing job either. This was immediately alarming. Trisha was a highly disciplined person, and this behavior was so uncharacteristic that her family and coworkers would immediately raise concern.
All right, listen, I want to kind of talk to you about what's going on with this, okay? And I've been involved with this case from the beginning, okay? And I've seen everything that we have. I've seen all the interviews. And at this point, I know we come in and we talk to you over and over and over again. We've talked to you in Raleigh, we've talked to you here, and we've always talked about the past. What happened that night, what happened that night, what happened that night. What I want to do is I want to kind of talk to you about the future, where we're going from here, okay? Now, you've already heard about all the stuff that we got. I mean, there's no question about what happened that night. We know that it's more than you're telling us. We know that you were involved with her death. We know that, okay? So the question is not what happened or anything like that. What we need to understand is going forward, okay, there's going to be a trial, okay? There's going to be press. There's going to be everybody looking at this. You've seen how these things, they get huge. The media gets involved, and everybody's going to have an opinion about what happened. And everybody's going to have an opinion about you and your relationship and what kind of person you are, okay? And the thing that we're trying to do here is, I talked to you earlier. You're a nice guy. I like you. I mean, I think we could be friends, you know, in different circumstances. But here's the thing. You know, there's going to be two narratives going forward, okay? And what I want to do is try to give you the opportunity to kind of tell me more about what narrative actually happened.
News of Trisha's disappearance first came out as just a missing persons report. Marion County Sheriff's first impressions were that a normal mom just didn't come home one night and that there was no reason to suspect foul play. Her family notified the sheriff's department after she failed to show up to the hospice where she was working. When they went to Trisha's house, in their words, it was like the Twilight Zone and that Trisha had vanished into thin air. No one had heard from her, no one had seen her, but oddly enough, her car wasn't in the right place. There were groceries left on the counter, the lights were on. The sheriff's concern was growing quickly, and they immediately switched into actively searching for Trisha.
Okay. So what we're looking at is, you know, there's the one option, okay? And that's the option that you were kind of getting earlier when Tom was in here, which is, you know, you planned this? You came down here with the intent purpose to hurt Trisha? That you planned to ditch her car here in some calculated way, and you planned to go put her in a certain place that nobody could find her and all that kind of stuff? And that sounds pretty bad, right? I mean, you wouldn't agree with that, okay? Now, the other alternative is that, and like I said, we know what happened. We know that, you know, that something beyond what you were telling us happened in the house. But I think the more likely story is having seen, I mean, trust me, I've been here. You haven't seen me before involved in this, but I've seen you, okay? I've done a lot of research in your background. And I know what it was like with Trisha. I know what kind of stuff you went through. I know she had a wild streak when she was younger. I know what she did. And she came after you, you know, in that domestic thing that happened before. I know how that started, okay? We've seen the reports. We know how it all happened. We know she went back and said, no, the whole thing was made up because she started it, okay?
The last person to see Trisha, Stephen, said that when she left, she did so on her own accord. There were no problems, everything was amicable, everyone was happy. Law enforcement was dumbfounded. What in the world happened to Trisha Todd? With nothing else to go on, investigators looked deeper into some of Trisha's personal items, like personal information on her cell phone, and most importantly, her journal. Inside that journal was information that would come to surprise detectives and simultaneously horrify her family. Trisha wrote about accounts of Stephen's abuse, both physically and mentally. Stephen would take out his aggression not only on his wife, but also on Trisha's dogs. There was even an entry detailing the time that Stephen purposely ended one of her dogs' lives, all of whom Trisha loved very much, right in front of her. Stephen wasn't the loving, harmless, well-to-do person he seemed to be on the outside. In fact, Stephen was a monster inside of a human shell.
What I think is to me, having known you, having known the background of everything between you and her, everybody's going to have their own opinion. But I can see that I think probably what happened was something more like she started something that night. Okay? And, you know, having known what her background was, having known how she treats you, okay, I've seen text messages. I've seen what she says to you, okay? I know what kind of stuff she's always bitching at you about stuff. I get that. I see that, okay? So I could see how that would kind of go that direction that night, all right? So what I want to do is try to set the stage so that you can actually tell the narrative about what actually happened, which is, not that you planned all this, okay? Not that you planned down here to come down here and kill her and send her out into the woods like some sort of mass murderer. I mean, really? I mean, like you're going to go chop her up into little bits or something like that? I mean, that seems kind of ridiculous, okay? It seems far-fetched, like you said, okay? And I don't think you planned all this. I don't think you're capable of that, okay? I think what happens is sometimes things just get out of hand, okay? You agree with that? Sometimes, you know, people start doing something and they cause something to happen, okay? And I'm not saying you wanted this to happen, all right? But I know you were there when it happened, okay? What we want to understand is what actually happened that night, okay? And I know you were there, and I don't believe it was your fault, okay?
The police already had an eyewitness account of Stephen driving Trisha's car near her house on the night of her disappearance, but what they also had was surveillance video. More specifically, they had surveillance footage near Trisha Todd's house that showed a black male with the same build as Stephen, wearing a very large military rucksack on his back, camouflage fatigues, and a skull cap, running through the shadows with what appears to be intent. The incriminating evidence is beginning to pile up higher and higher, but Stephen is almost completely unwavering in his version of events.
So what I imagine something to be, you know, is maybe you guys got in an argument. Maybe it was over the computer, maybe it was over the gas, maybe it was over whatever, okay? Any little nitpicky thing that she's going to get on you about, which she always did. I get that, okay? And things got heated, okay? You're down here to try to see your daughter, okay? You're a good dad. You're trying to be down here to spend time with somebody that you care about, your daughter. And Trisha's here again, you know, and unfortunately, you know, Faith wants to see Trisha, and Faith is calling for Trisha. I'm sure that doesn't make you feel that good. She's trying to spend time with your daughter, okay? Okay. But it's, you know, and Trisha came over, but then things started getting kind of ugly, okay? And I'm sure she started it. And you didn't want to get involved in that, okay? But if she starts pushing things, she's not going to back up. She's unrelenting, okay? I've seen this, okay? I've seen the history. I've seen the background of how this works, okay? So what I could see happening is maybe she came at you and, I mean, just defending yourself, she falls. Maybe you didn't realize how hard you pushed her out of the way, but you're just trying to defend yourself. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you tried to hurt her, but I'm saying that it's clear that something happened there, and that resulted in Trisha getting injured to the point where she was deceased.
Stephen would stick to his story for some time, but he would eventually change his story, finally cracking his credibility with his own words. Stephen would deny knowing how it happened, but would admit that he found Trisha dead, and he was so scared that he chose to dispose of her body. The gaps in logic are obvious, but this is the version of events that Stephen chose to tell Detective Dan Dulac. Not admitting to knowing anything isn't a problem right now. Dulac can continue to work on it as the conversation progresses. The important part is that Stephen has now admitted to knowing that Trisha was no longer alive, and that Stephen has disposed of the body. His involvement in her disappearance is now a fact on both sides of the interrogation. Now it's time for Dulac to press Stephen to confess to the rest of the crimes he has committed.
Okay, and then beyond that, I can see, putting myself in your shoes for a minute. Okay, I see that you're a hard worker. Okay, you've rose through the ranks. You're in the Air Force. You've been there, what, 11, 12 years, you said? I mean, that's a long time. That's a career. You devoted your life to that career, to this country. Okay, you got your daughter to think about. Okay, something happened. It's Trisha's own fault. Now she's gone. I mean, there's nothing you can do about that. But what are you going to do about Faith? And like you said, people aren't going to believe that you weren't, planning to do this. People aren't going to believe that you weren't intending to hurt her in some way. But sometimes shit just happens. And now here it is. So now you've got to make a choice. Okay? Do you call the cops and roll the dice that we're going to believe your story? Or do you try to do you go into a little bit of panic mode? And trust me, if I was in the same, I don't know what I would have done. Okay? I couldn't even imagine being in that position. But I can understand going into that panic mode of, holy shit, what do I need to do now?
The detective tries to explain to Stephen that, all things considered, they have more than enough evidence to take him to trial. All signs point to Stephen. However, he wants to give him a chance to tell his version of events, his truth. He positions it as if he tells the truth, he'll give the family some closure, and he'll come across as more remorseful instead of a monster. As we've covered in other videos, the police are under no legal obligation to tell the truth during the course of an investigation. With what they have now, they couldn't really take Stephen to trial for first-degree murder with any sort of confidence. Detective Dulac opts to put the pressure on Stephen. This is a risky move. Stephen was a military man after all, but he was not an investigator, and the cards are heavily stacked against him being able to lie his way out of the situation he's currently in. The certainty in Stephen's guilt is ripe, and Detective Dulac is ready to pluck the fruit of justice.
And so your first plan, I mean, you told us that your plan was that you were just going to take her back to the house and you were going to leave her there, which I understand, because she's going to be back by her house and people are going to find her, and then maybe they'll look other places, you know what I mean? And I understand that, okay? And that's what you told us. That was kind of your first thought. But that's probably when you saw that Joshua stuff on. So, and now you're not going to run the risk of him coming out when this is all going on, because I mean that's not going to look well for you at all, right? I mean, if Joshua comes out and sees all this, he's not going to understand. He's obviously going to think that you planned this and did this intentionally. So now we're going to go back to the house, okay? And of course, Tricia, being the way she is, there's no gas in the car. Typical Tricia. And I mean, come on. I mean, how hard is it to go fill up a gas tank? I mean, really? It's not that hard. It's not that hard. You got to think ahead about this type of stuff. I never let my gas tank go below a quarter of a tank. That's me, but I pay attention to that stuff. My wife, she'll run that gas tank out all the time. And then next thing you know, I got to go out in the middle of the night because I got to run and get groceries or something. I'm also getting gas because she didn't think ahead about it. Okay. So now, well, obviously you can't go to the gas station in her car because she's in the car. That's not going to look good, right? So,
in what would seem on its surface as a misstep, Dulac speaks nearly non-stop for about a half an hour. Stephen's addition to the conversation is mostly nonverbal affirmations and denials, head shakes and nods. We want Stephen to be the one talking, right? In reality, this is a strategy that interrogators will use to manipulate suspects into believing they have no other viable maneuvers or excuses available. They are led to believe that there is an overwhelming amount of information and evidence against them, and any possible lie, excuse, alibi, or otherwise has already been debunked. Detective Dulac continues talking, mostly speaking in statements or rhetorical questions, and at times repeating himself. Even if Detective Dulac is not telling the truth or repeating something he said a few minutes before, these are essentially inconsequential. The strategy's power lies in the conversation being one-sided with a matter-of-fact tone and overwhelming suspects into ultimately telling the truth.
But if you don't tell us the truth about what happened, it just continues to make it look like you're lying to us to cover up something more sinister, for lack of a better word. Like you intended this to happen, and now you're covering it up. And I don't want that to be the story.
It's not the story.
And I know. And that's why I want you to have this opportunity to tell me the truth about how she became injured, how Tricia lost her life. Yet you do. Okay? And I know that you were in the house. Like I said, I can prove.
But I didn't do anything to her.
And you're not hearing me. Okay, you're not hearing me. Okay, I'm not saying that you did anything to her on purpose. I'm not saying that you hurt her. I'm not saying that you laid hands on her. Okay, but I do know that you know what happened to her. I know that you know what happened to her. I know you were in the house. I know it. Okay, and I can prove that. And I don't want to have to get up on the court on the jury in the stand and explain to the jury that even after giving you the opportunity to tell me the truth about what happened, to tell me the truth that you're not this cold-blooded murderer who came down here to kill her.
I would never do that.
You can tell me that, but you continue to tell me a lie about what happened. You continue to tell me a lie about how you found her dead, how she came to be injured like that. And I know I don't want that to be the last thing that we hear about this. I don't want the last thing that you're able to tell us is this lie. about how she got hurt, because that is the most important piece of this. There's no question that she was killed. There's no question that she was taken out into the woods. But the problem is that the narrative was that the actions of someone who was panicking, and a jury could completely understand this?
I did. I didn't know what to do. I don't plan these
So explain
things.
to me.
I don't know what you do in these situations.
And I know you didn't plan this.
Detective Dulac, like most interrogators, is well versed in the Reed technique, which is the standard method for interrogation. The Reed technique is especially useful in extracting information from otherwise unwilling suspects due to its application of known average human psychological conditions and weaknesses. While the Reed technique is structured to be performed in a particular order, detectives will often need to apply the steps in the order that flows with the conversation. People are, after all, vastly different from one another, and forcing a suspect into a rigid conversation will unintentionally create barriers between investigators and suspects. Dulac employs step 2, shift the blame from the suspect to a different set of circumstances. He tells Stephen that he doesn't think he did it on purpose, that it might have been an accident. Stephen now has the option to confess to the crime by creating a scenario where Trisha lost her life by accident. Stephen can say that he panicked because he thought this would be looked at as a homicide instead of an accident. He has the option to say that he was scared of how police would view what happened and that he hid her body out of fear and not malice. Does any of that matter? Will that make Stephen's punishment or charges any less? Absolutely not, but it's an easier pill for suspects to swallow versus being a cold-blooded murderer.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I'm trying to give you the opportunity to explain to us how it happened, because it was not planned. You did not attack her. You did not try to kill her or try to come down here to kill her.
Never.
But things happen. And we need to understand what it was that happened in that house before the whole gas thing. I know it happened before the gas thing. I know it happened before you went to this computer thing. I know that's not the truth. I can prove that this is not the truth. I need to know the truth to be able to tell people that you're not a serial killer, that you're some psychopath who has no remorse over killing the mother of your child. But you know that's what's going to be in the paper. You know that's what's going to
change that.
You can change that. You can change that right now.
No,
yes, you can.
Because
Yes, you
I can't tell you anything other than what I've told you.
No, you can tell me the truth.
And that's the problem. And nothing makes it better. Nothing I say makes this better.
It will.
And it doesn't matter.
Because there's a huge difference between we got an argument, it got physical, she started it, she got hurt. That's
not any better.
That's
no better.
No,
it's the same scenario.
That is miles better than I came down here with a backpack full of tools, ready to kill her and drag her out in her lifeless body into the woods.
It was just clothes. It was just the clothes that didn't fit.
You heard the narrative that you told.
But it was
you told us. I had a bag. I had clothes.
Yeah.
I had water.
Yeah,
I had
not
snacks.
always in there.
What?
No.
I'm saying, you got the bag, and then after all this is done, all this messy business is finished. Now you get rid of that. That looks awful. That looks like a murder bag. That looks like, oh my gosh, she came down here with this bag, and I don't think it was. I think it was just a bag that you had with some stuff in it.
Yes,
but
literally what it was. Just
but you need to explain
stuff that I already had.
But if that's the case, you need to explain how she got hurt. Okay, listen to me. I know. This is my job. Okay. I know when the truth is coming out, and I know when somebody's trying to dance around the truth, and I know when somebody's trying to skip over things, okay?
Detective Dulac deploys one last strategy to try to make Stephen crack. He says that he's a good guy, and that he knows Trisha was a lot to handle. He sympathizes with Stephen, trying to make him feel like he wasn't even to blame, that Trisha probably provoked him, and of course, the judge and jury would understand where he's coming from. Stephen wants to confess, but he's understandably terrified of what kind of consequences he could face for doing that. Stephen tells Dulac that, if he tells him another story, nobody will believe it, because it would now be the third time he's changed his version of events. Stephen probes Dulac to see if he can get an answer that would make him feel more comfortable confessing. Dulac reassures Stephen that people would believe him because he was understandably scared. Who wouldn't be? Stephen's defenses are now on thin ice. His plunge into the ice-cold waters of confession is near.
And I know that's what's happening here. And I don't blame you because it's scary, because you don't want to have to think about what happened again. And because you think it's going to make you look bad once we know actually what happened. But I'm telling you right now, whatever happened before, I'll tell you right now, if you came down here with a murder bag and you planned on killing her and burying her out in the woods and hopefully we would never find her again, that's not going to look good, okay?
Stupid.
But I don't think that's...
I don't bury someone in the woods. I don't find that. That's why they do all this searching.
And I don't think that was the plan. But the thing is that if you leave that empty space for everybody to make up this story about what actually happened and why you were down here and what actually happened to Tricia and your intentions, you know that's what people are going to come up with. And you know that's what everyone's going to say. So you need to take the opportunity now to set everybody straight, to tell us what actually happened in the house.
And because I sit here and tell you that she attacked me, that's just another different story that you're just going to be like, well, that's 5 different stories he's telling now. And that doesn't help either. So what do you want me to tell you? What do you want me to tell you, Dan?
I want you to tell me the truth.
I'm telling you, I didn't hurt this woman.
Okay.
I never did anything to injure her or hurt her. My only mistake is I didn't just accept that this is the situation and call 911. That's what I should have done.
Did she attack you?
I didn't take her to the hospital. I should have just did that. Instead, I just panicked and I just tried to get away from it all. Is what I wanted. I just wanted nothing to do with all that.
But you panicked.
That's not me. I just panicked.
You panicked because of what happened, because you thought it would come back on you.
Because it did. It does. Like in the past, even I didn't do anything to her, but because of how it.
But here's the thing: people fall down all the time. People get hurt. Okay, it's not uncommon. Okay, and we can find that out. That's not something that's difficult to determine. Okay, there's people that go to a lot of school and they get paid a lot of money to figure out exactly what happened to somebody. Okay, and I know you don't believe that, and I know you were panicking. I get that, but I know that what you're telling us about coming back from the gas station, I know that's a lie. I know that's a lie, and I can prove that's a lie. And I don't want that to be the last lie that you tell us. I need you to tell us the truth.
Else because I don't know anything else to tell you.
You do, and I know you do.
Else, it's another story, and no matter what I tell you, it's not going to be the truth according to you. So what do you want me to tell you then?
Here's the thing about the stories, okay? Every time you tell us some version of what happened, it gets closer to the truth. And I appreciate that, because
so then I say, oh yeah, she attacked me, and you come back in here like, okay, so you attacked her. Like, no, that's not what I said. So then you're just going to have me going down this rabbit hole of different stories now. I don't want that either.
Like I told you, okay, I can prove one thing, okay? I can prove that you were at the house with Tricia when she was injured. I can prove that. So the question lies with you as to, you're the only one who was there with her. Like I said, you're the only person who can tell us what happened. So this is your opportunity to tell us what happened in the house before you left, because that's when I know she was injured, and I can prove that. What I need to know is what happened in the house, because I know what you're telling me is a lie, and I can prove that. But if you stick with that story, and I can prove that it's a lie, everyone's going to assume the worst.
They assume the worst. If I sit here and say, yeah, we argued, she attacked me, then they're just going to assume, okay, you being the bigger, stronger person, you hit her, or you did something to her, or you in some way hurt her, and that I never, ever would do that.
I'm not asking you to make up a story.
Some murder bag. I didn't come down here with some dubious plan scheme.
Exactly.
I'm not that kind of person.
And that's what I'm saying, is that you're not that type of person. But by continuing to lie to us about what happened and when it happened, you're opening that door for everyone to assume it, and you know everyone's going to assume it.
They already do.
I don't assume that. If I thought that was the case, I wouldn't be in here talking to you right now. Because if I thought you had this murder bag and you came down here with the express intent to kill Tricia, I'd be like, you know what?
Never.
There's no sense in talking to this guy. He's a psychopath, and he's not worth anybody's time.
That's why we're divorced. But I'm not going to murder the woman.
But
I'm not going to.
That's why I want to come in here and talk to you and try to give you the opportunity to set the record straight and tell us the truth about what happened with Tricia. Because I know what you're telling us right now is a lie. And I don't want you to be stuck in this lie, because once I write it in my report, it's done. This is what Stephen told us, and that's it. But I can prove that's not true. That's not how I want to end this report, because everybody wants to know what happened to Tricia. If Tricia had an accident, if Tricia came at you when she fell.
She clearly had an accident because I didn't do anything to her. I'm telling you I didn't do anything.
So what happened?
I never hurt her. I didn't push her. I didn't shove her. I didn't do anything to that woman.
So what happened?
I didn't do anything.
I'm not saying you did anything. I'm asking, that's not the question I'm asking. The question is, what happened? Because, like I said, I know you were in the house when it happened. I know you were there. I can prove that you were there. And if you don't tell me the truth about what happened now, then you're going to have to forever live with the fact that you lied about it, and then it's going to come out in court that we know he was in the house and he's lying about it, and that looks awful. That looks like you knew exactly what you were doing, that you need to cover this up because what you did was so horrible that nobody would understand. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case at all.
Then why even go with that if you know that's not the case?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that's what I think. I'm telling you, you know that's what everybody else is going to think. You know that once this thing gets on CNN and Fox News, they're going to put your mugshot up there,
regardless of what I
you leave that void. You leave that void where they can tell whatever story they want.
They're going to tell
because
whatever
you're
story, regardless of what I tell you, man. It doesn't matter what I say.
The news is not going to lie about something.
Yeah,
they won't, because they can get in big trouble. If we have evidence that you said that she attacked you and that it was an accident or something like that, whatever the narrative is that you tell us, and we can say, you know what, this is the closest thing that we can get to the truth. We believe this to be the closest thing to the truth, because you can never find the absolute truth. It's very, very difficult, okay? But the thing is that if we're sitting here and we can know that you're lying to us, that leaves this giant gaping hole where anybody can put whatever they want in that. Because a lie is a lie. It's not the truth. If we know, well, that's not the truth, what goes there? What fills in that spot?
A murder plan.
I don't think you did.
I don't
think you did.
I didn't have a murder bag.
I don't think you did.
I don't know anything about this
nonsense.
I don't know.
You know it looks like that.
Oh, it looked bad from the get-go, and that's why I panicked from the get-go, because it looked so bad.
But you need to take this opportunity to tell me the truth. Because I don't want you to have to live with the fact that you lied to us about this whole gas thing and coming back and trying to.
There's no point.
There is a point. There is a point, because this is a huge difference. Because someday in the not too distant future, you're gonna not don't worry about the media. Don't worry about what your friends and family are gonna think. Don't worry about all this stuff.
Really not.
You're gonna have a jury.
That's my
deciding your fate.
I feel like no matter what I tell you, it's not going to make a difference with them.
It's going to make a huge difference.
If I tell you another story of we had an argument and fought, then they're going to be like, well, what happened to the other 2-3 stories he told? Why wasn't this the story?
Because you were scared. And I understand you're scared.
Now, I was scared then, I'm scared now.
You've been scared throughout this entire thing. Your actions look like somebody who's planned this and look like somebody who came down here to murder you. But I can see they're actually the actions of someone who was scared. But you need to explain to them that you didn't just come home and you saw that she fell down and you got scared. That doesn't make sense to a jury. They're not going to buy this. They're not going to believe you. And
they're not going to buy anything.
They're going to believe the truth. They're going to believe the truth.
All of it from the get-go was just unbelievable to me. All of it from the get-go was one of those, like, I'm living a nightmare. I'm living some shitty Lifetime movie special is what I'm living, and it's bullshit, because I would never hurt that woman. I would never.
So tell us what actually happened in the house.
No.
What actually happened in the house? The only way that we're going to be able to move forward from this is for you to because I'm telling you, I'm being straight up with you. I'm being honest with you, okay? I've done this investigation. I have all this forensic evidence, okay? We have a bunch of people who have gone through all of this forensic evidence, and we can see what you're telling us the truth about and what you're not telling us the truth about. And I can tell you right now, the biggest glaring lie is that I know that you're lying about that she was already on the ground when you came home. I know that's not true. I know that's not true, and I can prove that in a court of law to be not true. So you have to take this opportunity. I'm giving you this huge clue. Hey, you need to tell us what actually happened here. Because if I can prove that you're lying, now you're going to leave it in the hands of a jury, of a bunch of people who have been watching the news about what they talk about you, and then you're going to let them decide and fill in that hole about what happened to Tricia. You think they're just going to say, oh yeah, she must have just fallen down and bumped her head. You think that's what they're going to think? No. No, because you're not telling them what actually happened. You're not telling me what actually happened.
I just feel like if I do, then it's just another story. It's just another story of what happened. It's another version of what happened.
Everything is a story. Everybody has their own.
It goes into like the docket file of, well, we can't believe a word this guy says now because you lied at the beginning, you lied in the middle, and now you're probably still lying in the end.
No, because we need to understand, because I don't want to leave you here hanging out here with this lie, this glaring lie that I know is not the truth. Because if you take this opportunity to talk to me, I will listen to you. I will listen. I will believe your truth.
It doesn't matter if you believe me.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Who do you think writes this report? Who do you think has to file all this stuff to the state attorney?
I understand.
Myself, the other detectives. We have to listen to you. That's my job.
Their mind made up about me.
If I had, like I said, if I had my mind made up,
I came here with some murder back.
If I had my mind made up, I would not be in here talking to you right now. Because I don't believe, I talked to you earlier. We had a good conversation about the Air Force and all the cool stuff that you've done, the cool places you've been.
Yeah.
You're a good guy, okay?
Right.
I think you're a nice guy. I don't think you're this cold-blooded murderer,
Right.
okay? But you're not giving us the opportunity to tell the story that actually happened. I know you do. I know you do.
Then plan this nonsense.
But with Tricia, things always go sideways with her. You try to do the right thing with her, and then she's off cheating on you with some other dude. You try to do the right thing with her, and then she's pushing your buttons up against the wall with this key thing, and she gets you in trouble. And then the next thing I know, I saw that she's talking to your commanding officer's wife or something about you being with his girlfriend. I saw all this stuff. She's always pushing your buttons. She's always
just trying to do the right thing.
And you are trying to do the right thing.
Try to be a good person.
And then here it is. You're trying to be a good person.
And it's still not working.
And she comes in, and here she comes to take care of Faith, because Faith is just, I mean, and Faith is sick. I get that. I have a kid, okay? Not much older than Faith. And that is a stressful thing to have to deal with a kid in the middle of the night who wants their mommy, and they will not take no for an answer.
She wouldn't.
That's stressful.
And I just felt like, who am I to deny you your mother?
That would push anybody's buttons. That would get anybody on edge. Trust me, I've been there. Sometimes my kids start screaming, "I want my mommy! I want my mommy!" And it's like,
upset with my daughter.
No,
I just said
I don't get upset. I don't get upset with.
I was never
honestly,
upset with her.
Honestly, it makes me feel a little upset at myself, because why am I not good enough for my own daughter? You know?
I'm not there enough, and I know that. I wish I could be there more, but I can't. Just the circumstances. I can't change that. You know how often I can be there, so I just do what I can. But no, I'm not upset that she wants her mother. That's fine.
And I get that. And I get that. And so you try to be you're trying to be the nice guy. You're trying to do the right thing for your daughter now. For Faith, you care about her. You want to talk to her all the time. She wants her mommy. You know what? You don't really like Tricia. You don't want to see her in the middle of the night. You don't want her to come back over. But you know what? You will make that sacrifice for your daughter.
Of course I would.
And then when she shows up, she's probably got an attitude. What's her deal?
I'll never know what her deal is. She always has her own agendas. I just try to ignore them. I just pretend that whatever she says is just take it as a grain of salt and move on.
And I know she's got.
I don't feed into it. I don't ask questions. I don't answer things. I just smile and nod kind of thing.
But sometimes she won't take that.
Well, no, that's just her personality.
And she's going to keep pushing. Because she's got to end the conversation. She's got to get to some resolution.
And I let her.
And she's going to keep prodding and poking about whatever the stupid thing is that she's upset about. Okay? And I get that. Okay? We all understand that. We've all been there. Okay? So, and I understand how the kind of the atmosphere of that night. And I can't blame you, okay, for panicking after all of this.
It's just a panic.
Okay?
Panic.
But you got,
know what
but
was the right thing
Stephen, but I want to tell you right now, okay? You need some guidance sometimes. You weren't sure what to do. I can tell you right now, the right thing to do is to tell us what actually happened. It is. It's going to help you enormously. I know you think that the truth is gonna make it look so much worse. Okay, but I can tell you right now, the truth is never anywhere near as bad as what people will believe if you let them come up with their own story.
No one believes I hated her. I never hated her. I didn't like
So
her.
tell
I
me.
didn't hate the
So
woman.
tell me that story.
Cared about
Tell
her.
me what happened. Tell me what happened so that I can tell.
It wasn't ever possible.
But it was, and you tried, and I know you did. Even after she was off with this other dude, you brought the family back together. You had a child with her to try to create this happy family. Even though you didn't really want to, but you did. You tried so hard. Okay, and I get that. And I appreciate that. I think you're a good guy. You're a family man. You're trying to do the best that you can. Okay? You got a career. Okay? You provide. You're a good guy. I mean, especially, there's a lot of people that they don't even try. They abandon their kids. They don't get a job. They're out drinking, doing drugs, all kinds of shit. But you're not that guy.
Just do the right thing and be a good person and try to be a good father from a distance, I guess.
And you did, and you were doing a good job, okay? But sometimes people throw monkey wrenches into your plans, okay? And you're trying to do the best that you can. You're trying, and I can see that. And like I said, I've seen all your guys' communication, all your text messages, and how you talk to each other. And she was trying you. You wanted to talk to your daughter. You wanted to be there for your, because you don't want to just abandon your child.
No,
you don't want her to not have a father.
I wanted
You're
to be
doing
part
a
of
good
her life
job.
as best as I could.
And
I know, because of the military and her living in Florida, I can't always be there, but yeah, I'll try to be there as much as I can.
And that's why that night you gave in. You said yes. I know. I have a daughter. Daughters always get what they want, no matter what. They always get what they want, no matter if you don't want it or not. She wanted mommy. She's getting mommy, even though you didn't want that. So I know that your plan was not. How ridiculous is that? You planned to have a sick child. You planned to have your child call for the mother in the middle of the night.
Planned to take a stupid trip to the hospital.
But people are going to believe that if you let them. They're going to believe.
How do you plan that? How do you plan for your child to be sick in the middle of the night?
So I know you think that the truth is going to sound worse, but you know it's not. You know it's not going to sound worse. You know it can't be worse than this narrative that people are creating about you. That people are already saying
everything else already. I've already told too many different freaking versions.
You told versions because you panicked. You were scared. People can understand that. People can understand that. But at a certain point, you have to realize, because you're afraid that you're going to get caught, you're going to get blamed, you're going to get in trouble. But I can tell you right now, we're there. We're there.
My life.
Okay? You're here with us, not because of what happened. And we need to understand the truth about what happened. Because I know you're scared. I know you're scared about what's going to happen in the future. But before you were panicking because you didn't want anybody to know you were involved. You didn't want anybody to know you were there. You wanted it to go away. That is a normal human response. That's what anybody would do in that situation. That you're panicking. You're panicking. It's a reasonable thought process that people can understand. But what we can't get past is you continuing to lie about what happened. And I can't let you continue to lie about what happened. I need you to tell me the truth about what happened. I know you were there. I want to give you the opportunity to tell me what happened.
It seems as if Detective Dulac has finally broken through to Stephen. He is ready to confess in full for the first time since Trisha went missing. Dulac now stops talking and lets Stephen share another version of the truth about the night of April 26th, 2016.
I know you didn't, but you've got to clear this off you. I can see this is not something you can carry around. It's not something you can weigh you down for the rest of your life.
So many times
say the truth or talk to a counselor. I didn't even know what I would tell them. I didn't even know how to tell them.
I don't know. And it's impossible for somebody who's outside to understand sometimes. But you got to let us know the truth about what happened, so that you can move past this for yourself. You got to get this weight off of your shoulders, because it's going to destroy you, and you can't let that happen to yourself. You've regardless of what happens from here, you still have a daughter. You are still a father. You still have somebody you're responsible for. Okay, and you can't in one way or another. I can't. No, that's not true. It's and don't think that's the truth. Okay, I can't guarantee you what's going to happen. Okay, it's not up to me. But what I can do is I can tell you that we need to know the truth. That Faith needs to know the truth about what happened. That everyone, the families, they need to know what happened, because you cannot let everyone else make up their story. Do you want Faith to come up with some story? Do you want her to believe these stories that people are going to spin about you because you continue to lie to us about what happened that night? I know you were there. I know you know the truth. You need to tell us so that we can just put a pin in this and say, now we know the truth. It does. It does. It's going to. Because
did all the wrong things.
Because it cannot get worse than what people make up. I tell you that you would not believe people's well, you would, but I mean, people's imaginations will run wild, and they will come up with the most horrific things.
I don't even know where to. I don't know. It just happened.
Talk to me about from midnight. You texted her. Faith was upset.
I would have never texted her otherwise. It was already late and she'd already left. I would have never texted her.
And you're a good dad, so you wanted to give Faith what she wanted.
That's it. That's all I was trying to do, was just be a good dad. Just, okay, you want your mom? Fine. Like, I'm not going to deny you that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I Faith wants you, you know, just come by. That's fine. And then, no, I never liked her around. I never liked being in a one-on-one situation with her, because I could never predict her. I don't know the version of her I'm getting at that moment. And so, no, I never liked being in a one-on-one situation, just because, just like now, there's only my word or her word or whatever. And I can't change how things freaking look.
Right.
So, yeah, she came over and she was with Faith, and then she just started talking about nonsense and bringing up child support and just more stupid stuff that I just, for the most part, tried to ignore. And then, yeah, there was a mix-up with the check, but that's not my fault, because you told me this was your address, so yeah, that's where I mailed it to. And then she's telling me that's not the mailing address. It's just what I'm like, that's not my fault. If you told me you moved, I did the responsible thing, and I made sure the check was going to go wherever you moved to if you're not at your mom's house. And then she's just going on and on about now I owe her more money and back child support, and I'm just sitting here like, then I'll fix it. I'll send you another. I'll do something, but I don't have the money now, so just give me some time, like, because that money, since you didn't get it on time, is already spent. I spent it to come here, and now I need a little more time to get it to you. And now she's talking about how she's going to go to court and all this other stuff, and it's my fault. And I'm just like, this isn't even my fault. Like, you told me you moved, so I adjusted it. Like, just calm down. Like, this isn't even that serious. This is an easily rectifiable, why are you getting all out of hand about this, you know?
Right.
And yeah, I know I didn't go through the court to pay child support, but every time I tried, it was just, she just stonewalled me. It's like, I don't want to do that because I have to pay money to send you money, which is stupid. I was like, just let me have your account information, just the account number, and I will direct deposit it, and this will never happen. And no, that's not going to work, and we can't do that. You owe me all this money. And then she's going to go to court and make me pay all the other money from the divorce that I already took over $20-something thousand in debt that I was have to pay back in 18 months. And then if I don't pay all that back, I got another $6,000 I got to pay as far as back child support. So now she's trying to say I'm going to have to pay all that back. And then she just gets on my face about it. And I'm like, what? Why are you so mad right now? Like, is it because I called you this late? It's just completely got out of hand. And then just the whole pointing and
it just all went bad. It just so fast. She just went from 0 to 100, and I'm trying to understand, like, what just happened. Like, you were just here earlier. Everything was fine. You left. I only called you because Faith wanted you, and now we're arguing about something that I'm sitting here thinking this is unbelievably trivial, and this can be fixed. I can fix this by the 1st. Just give me time, and I'll make sure you get the money, or I'll make it in 2 separate payments, or whatever you need me to do, and it's just not good. It's not going to work. None of this works. So then, we leave Faith on the couch, and she eventually falls asleep anyway, but she's still, like, arguing with me over in the foyer area, and I'm just like, please just leave then. Just go. No, I'm not leaving until we fix this. Like, just get out. Like, I don't know what more you want from me, Trisha. I don't have any money for you. I don't have any cash for you. I can't give you anything right now. I spent the little money I had, which is why I drove here just to see Faith. That's why I didn't fly. I didn't get a rental car like I normally do. I'm not in a hotel. Well, I didn't want to do the hotel thing, but I don't have money. Like, I paid so much money to the debt that I don't have any more money, okay? I just don't. I am, like, pretty much strapped when it comes to cash. Living paycheck to paycheck, and even then, I'm not making it right now. And it doesn't matter. You owe me money. You need to pay your debts. This is always your fault. You're always spending more money, and it's just on and on and on to the point where now I'm just trying to, like, walk away. And now I can't walk away because you're circling me and, like, you're jumping in front of my face, and it just got so aggressive, and I'm just trying to back away and de-escalate, and I can't even leave the house now. I don't want to push you. I don't want to touch you. I don't want anything with you because I'm just thinking about flashbacks of before, when you just blew all this shit up for no reason, and then now I'm getting arrested, but only after the fact did you go and, say that it wasn't my fault. No one else knows that now, but only after the fact that I got arrested. All I'm thinking, just flashbacks. So I go to push her away, and then she gets really pissed about that, and then she gets even more aggressive and in my face and pushing me back, and I'm like, would you please just stop? Like, I don't want this. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why you're so mad. I don't know if you took a freaking crazy pill on the way over here, and that really pissed her off, and it just escalated, and then I just moved her away, and then she slipped. And that's when she freaking fell, and I'm like, oh shit. I asked her if she was okay. It was like a weird sound. She didn't say anything, though. And then I freaking panicked, and then I just freaking panicked, because I didn't try to hurt you. I just wanted you to stop being here in my face yelling at me as I'm trying to back away. I'm trying to de-escalate. I don't want, whatever this is, it's not this serious. I don't know why it's so serious about this money. It's always been so, like, even throughout the divorce, every penny has just been so serious about her trying to get every dollar.
Right.
And I'm like, and now I made a mistake, and I sent the check to the wrong address because I didn't know that wasn't a mailing address, and I can't explain where it is because I didn't even get it back in the mail until a week after that. And it just went so fast. And then I pushed her, and I didn't push. I was just trying to get her away. Just please stop yelling in my face. It's like, just, like if she was at that distance, fine, but she wasn't. She's just here the whole time, and I'm like, please, just stop. And so I went to move her away, and she slipped, and she hit her head, and I didn't mean for that. That wasn't my freaking fault. I wasn't. And then all I'm thinking is, great, now I've pushed her, and she's hurt her head, and I'm done. I'm just, everything I've tried to do, everything I've tried to be is done because I made a mistake. I didn't really even lose my cool. I just tried to move you away. I just didn't want you to hurt yourself.
Sorry.
The crocodile tears are rolling down Stephen's face as he explains the night of the crime. When Trisha arrived with their daughter, she confronted him about past due child support payments. Stephen claims that he didn't want to argue with her anymore, and out of frustration, punched her. Stephen says it was this punch that would cause her to fall, hit her head, and ultimately end her life. Stephen has directly admitted to being responsible for the physical act that caused Trisha to fall and pass away, but Dulac knows that this is a bit too convenient. Stephen still seems ingenuine about his story. Dulac trusts his hunch and begins to press Stephen about his story.
I'm just trying to de-escalate the situation because I couldn't get out. I didn't know where to go. I didn't even just leave. Like, all I wanted to do was just leave. I just wanted nothing to do with that.
Do you know what she hit her head on? Was it the floor or?
I don't know.
fell, and then she wasn't responsive after that, and I didn't know what the hell to do. You know, I thought if I call the police now, she's gonna say I freaking pushed her, and I'm going to jail. I didn't do that.
So what did you do next?
I just tried to wake her. I tried to like snap her out of it, and it just kept getting worse. She just wasn't responding. She made weird breathing sounds, and I'm thinking, oh shit, I'm going to jail. Like I'm going to jail for killing this woman that I never wanted to hurt. Never.
And I don't think you did.
I never wanted her to be hurt. I never wished ill on her. I tried to always do right by her, no matter what the situation. I just tried to do the right thing. And all I'm saying is I'm going to jail for trying not to hurt you.
And that's exactly why I wanted you to tell me the truth.
I just wanted it to stop. I just wanted it to go away. I just wanted to just go back.
Okay. And that, I believe you. I believe everything that you just told me. Okay, Stephen?
Doesn't even matter.
It does. It makes a huge difference, because that's what we need to do. We need to get to the truth about what happened. Now you know the next question I'm going to ask you. Okay? And I know you don't want to, but we need to know where Tricia is.
I don't know, and I really don't have a freaking clue where that was. I just panicked, and I just drove.
And I
went through 1,000,001 scenarios in my head of what to do, and none of them were good. All of them just ended bad. And I didn't pay attention to anything. I just drove, and as I drove, I didn't read any signs. I just drove, and I just tried to think of how to fix it, and I couldn't fix it, and it was just bad all around, and I'm just like, no matter what, I'm screwed. Like, I am screwed no matter what. I can't go back. I can't go to the hospital now. If I do, how does that look? I don't even know what to do at this point. I'm just freaking out because I just didn't want any of this. I didn't want anything to do with any of that. I just wanted to be a good dad.
I get it. I understand. All right. And Stephen, I want to help you do the best you can from here. Okay? And I know shit happens. It does. It does. It happens to good people. Okay? It doesn't make you a bad person.
But I don't know where she is, and I can't take her to where she is, and I'm still screwed because
we got to try to remember.
Remember that. I don't know where that was. It was just a random place. I have no idea where I was.
Let me just try to understand through the rest of the evening. Okay. The first that you said, you went through several scenarios.
I just tried to figure out what I was going to do. I didn't know what to do. I just panicked.
The first scenario.
Fear and panic is all I had. Just panic and sheer fear because this is not what I wanted with my life. I just tried so hard to do so good and to fix the shit that was wrong, and it was an uphill battle, but I was fixing it. It was getting fixed. My life was getting better. I had moved on. I had my job. I had my career. I was happy with my girlfriend. Everything was fine. I was everything was so fine, so good.
It's a horrible accident that sometimes these types of things happen, and they happen to good people. And we got to try to get through to do the best that we can from here. Okay. Well, let me just understand the rest of the night. So you told us your first idea was to go take her in the car to her house, right?
Take her home and just.
But then you saw what Joshua was there.
I just saw a vehicle. I didn't know whose vehicle that was. I just didn't know what to do, so I just kept driving.
Is that when you went back because it was out of gas or low on gas?
Yeah, because I didn't know where to go after that, and I didn't know what to do, and I should have just called the police then, I guess. But even then, I was like, well, now I've already left, so now what does it look like?
Right, and it just snowballed.
It got so out of control so fast, and no matter what I thought to do, it just made it worse.
So try to help me, and I want to try to help you think through this. You went back, you got the gas, and then you put the gas in the car, okay? You went out of the neighborhood. Where did you go when you left? You went south, you turned right?
Just turned to the right,
Okay.
and then it was just drove trying to think of what to do and where to go and how to make it right, and then everything was wrong. Everything at that point was wrong. And
But
I even
here's
tried
the thing, Stephen. I know you don't think you remember, but I know you remember. If we can work through this, I think you can figure this out, okay?
I don't know
So
where
just work with me for a minute, okay? So you went, you know where Bridge Road is, right? The main road.
Yeah, it goes
Okay.
to the beach.
When you got to the Bridge Road that goes to the beach to the left, right?
Yes.
Did you turn right or did you go straight?
I'm pretty sure I turned right, but everything I saw out there doesn't look like anything. I don't remember anything that I saw out there. I just remember it was...
Do you remember going under a bridge?
I don't know. I just spaced and I just drove and I just tried to think and clear my head and figure it out and what now, and then I just realized that I'm screwed. Like, I'm just done. There's nothing I can... I'm just going to prison. Like, screw it. I'm going to prison no matter what I do at this point. And it just...
Steven says he has no idea where he left Trisha's body. He has no idea, hint, general location, nothing. He's trying his absolute best to avoid giving any straight answers to Dulac because, well, Steven still isn't telling the truth, as we'll soon find out. Steven knows that when they find Trisha, his fate is sealed. He will die in prison one way or another. This is the last hill, and Steven has now decided to, figuratively, die on it. Steven says to Dulac that Trisha looked calm and peaceful as he left her body deep in the woods.
So you drove for a while, right?
Couldn't explain it.
And I get that. That's a lot to think about. That's a lot to carry around with you. Okay? And this has got to have been tough for you these last couple weeks.
I wanted to tell, but I don't know how to tell it. It's already far past.
It's never too late. It's never too late, okay? And that's why I wanted to give you this opportunity, because I want you to tell us the truth. I want you to have that opportunity.
I didn't hurt her. I never...
Here's what I need. We have so many people are looking for her and want to know where she is. Okay. Will you continue to work with us to try to figure out where she is? You will?
No.
I know you don't think you know. But I need you to give us an honest effort to try to remember.
It was just dark. And it was a dirt road.
So you drove for a while.
It was just dark.
Hold on, Steve. Let me just talk through this a little bit, okay? So you drove for a while you were thinking. Did you turn anywhere?
No, Dan, for a moment, I just spaced. I just saw a road and I just drove. I didn't want to think. I didn't want anything. It just was just zoned out.
Okay.
Just nothing. Just
okay. So you don't remember
sheer fear and panic, and I just don't know what I should do.
Okay. When you get to the end of that dirt road, you turn down a dirt road somewhere, right? Okay. I know you remember this part. Okay. When you get there, what do you see around you?
Just stuff. Just
was it
grass and trees and just nothing.
Was it like a forest?
I don't know. It's just
was it
dark.
like a swamp?
I couldn't tell you how thick or how far it went.
Was it a farmland?
Stopped, and then I just got out, and then I didn't know what to do. I knew wherever I was at was way too far to walk, most likely, because I don't even know where the heck I am.
Right.
And it's just dark, and I can't see anything out there. I know there's shrubbery or trees. I don't know how far that goes. I don't know what it even is.
Could you see the main road from where you were at all?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Even it was so dark the other direction.
How long?
I didn't even know.
How long do you think you were off the main road? Okay.
I just wanted.
You said before that you changed your clothes in a little building. Where was that?
In the building. There's some little thing near where I parked your car. I just changed.
Near her house?
More clothes behind it.
Near her house or near where you left Trisha?
Her house. I drove back, and then I just...
You changed after you drove back?
Because I didn't know what else to do, and I just like, well, the bag has clothes. I can just put more clothes on, and I didn't know what to do.
And Steven, okay, here's the next thing now I need to understand. When you got to where Trisha ended up, where did you put her? Okay.
I laid her down.
Okay.
I took her out of the car, and I just laid her down.
Was she in water?
No, she was on the ground.
Was there water anywhere nearby?
I don't think so. I didn't hear water.
Well, you know how a lot of them have like the little ravines and canals and stuff that run along them. You didn't see anything like that?
I didn't notice any of that. I just remember it was
Did
really
she-
dark, and I just took her out, and she just looked peaceful and sweet, like what I remember her. You know, the way I would like to remember her. If I don't ever talk bad about her, I'd feel not like love, but I care about her.
You had a life with this person.
I was married 11 years to her. Of course I still cared
And
about
you
her.
created a life with this person. You're always going to have some peace together. I get that. No matter what else happens, the money and all that other stuff.
Just didn't want
And that's why we need to.
She just looked peaceful.
We need to do everything that we can to bring her home now. I know what happened. I know, and that's done. It's in the past, and that's what I want. And I told you in the beginning, I want to talk about the future with you. And we're done talking about the past. We know what happened in the past. We need to get beyond that. We need to find her. We need to bring her home.
I don't know. I honestly, after all this time, every day I sat home thinking, today they're going to come knocking on my door. There's no way they're not going to find her. I don't even know where I left her.
Did you?
I didn't even try to cover her up. I just laid her down.
So
because I was hoping beyond belief that she would be okay.
You knew she was peaceful. You knew she was at peace at that time. I mean, I know you were hoping. But you knew. You knew that was not the case. And it's horrible and it's unfortunate. But like you said, and that's just what happened. And bad things happen. But so you're telling me you did not cover her up at all?
I didn't even
Did you?
I didn't even know I didn't know what to do with her. Everything, I thought, like, okay, if I bring her back, but then it's like, why did you go anywhere in the first place? And then it's like, if I go to the hospital, then I don't know how to explain to them that I didn't do this to her, and it's just all just done so bad. I just wanted it all to end. I just wanted the whole thing to just stop and just go back.
Okay, and I know this is tough, and this is something that you don't want to go back to, but I need you to try to think really hard about what it was like there, okay? Because we've got to do this. We've got to bring her home. And I need you to help us do that.
If I could take you, I would take you.
I know.
So I could show you that.
I know, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get you to help me. I'm trying to help you to remember what you can.
5 weeks would pass after Stephen's confession, and thousands of man-hours of a massive search had turned out fruitless. There was still no sign of Trisha Todd. Stephen was charged with the murder and accepted a plea deal. In exchange for giving a full confession about what happened between him and Trisha and where her final resting place was, Stephen would receive 35 years in prison. They thought their ultimate goal was to find her body and give her a proper burial. Investigators believe that Stephen had actually strangled Trisha instead of his story about her hitting her head after being punched. After signing his plea deal, Stephen would confess that he packed her remains in a 2x3 foot plastic box. He then drove to the Hungryland Wildlife Reserve with Trisha in the container. Stephen removed her, filled the container with acid, and dismembered her body with a chainsaw to make sure she fit into the box. Stephen then led authorities back to the reserve and planted a flag on the 3-foot grave he had dug for her.
How long did you sit in the car once you got there?
Yes, I just
that
stopped
for-
and I thought, and then
Was that for a long time that you thought?
No idea. Once I got down this dirt road, I kind of realized, like, I don't even know where the hell I am. I don't even know where this road is going. I just kind of stopped after a bit. I just stopped, and that's why I said it was dusty, because when I stopped, the dust caught up or whatever, and then I just didn't know what to do. Ex-wife was in the back of the car, in the freaking back seat, and
Okay. Try to think. I know you don't want to put yourself there, but put yourself there for a minute and think. Try to look around and tell me. You've got to try to remember what it looked like there. I know it's dark.
It's just a narrow.
It's black, but you could tell.
area,
Could you see the stars It was kind of a full moon, mostly full moon that night. Did you see the moon?
I don't remember looking for the moon. I never thought to look at it.
But that's going to give you a little bit of light at that time. Did you see farmland? Did you see animals?
I couldn't see anything. There was shrubbery. There was, there was foliage around, but I don't know what kind of foliage. I don't know how thick the foliage was.
But it wasn't real tall. It wasn't like trees, real tall trees.
There were some. It wasn't like, what are they, pine trees? It wasn't like that, but it wasn't like, they weren't like bushes. I don't even know what kind of trees there were. I just know it wasn't a forest. It's just, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it.
Was the road straight, or did it curve at all?
It was straight. I'm pretty sure it was straight.
It was just like a straight shot?
It might have had a slight curve, or I don't know, just a slight, you know what I mean? Like, It's not, I don't know, not like a razor straight. It just...
Do you remember passing any buildings?
No.
No?
I couldn't see anything out there, and that's why eventually I just kind of stopped, because I can't see anything. Like, the headlights are on, I can't see anything. I don't know, there's just nothing out here.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm going. There's just nothingness.
So now you need, after you take her out of the car, you need to get back to her place. Okay.
I needed to get back. I didn't even really know where I was going to go at that point. I just figured out where the heck I was, and I just went back to the road. I just turned around and I went back the direction I came.
Okay.
And then after
now
that,
think about that. Was that so? You just drove down that one dusty road.
I just drove back.
And then you hit the main road.
And then I hit the main road, and I figured
Was that Bridge? It was probably Bridge Road again.
I just figured I would turn left because left made sense.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just drove, and even then I don't know where. None of that stuff out there made sense because I couldn't see anything. It was just road, just road, hard road. And then eventually I knew where I was at because I was back at the main intersection, and this makes sense. I know where I am because I've seen that main intersection.
So from where she was, you turned left and went straight, and eventually came back to the Bridge Road and Federal Highway.
Turned left because if it's a hard road, I figured maybe this is back the way I came. Left made sense. I just turned left and I drove. And none of it looked familiar. None of it. I didn't see any signs even. I just drove left because I don't know. I figured left would be back.
How long do you think you drove? I know you don't know exactly the time, but was it? You can remember minutes.
It was just a while.
10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, an hour. You didn't have that much gas, so I don't think you drove an hour each way, did you?
I don't think so. I don't know how long it was.
But it was a while.
I just remember going left, and I'm on a hard road, so I'll just follow it to see where it goes.
When you came
to realize where I am, and I did. And so I was like, well, I'm back in town, and then I didn't know what to do, so I just took it back to her house.
Do you remember going under the highway?
How do you go over the highway? No, does the bridge go over it?
At Bridge Road, there's I'm pretty sure it's under. Everybody sits under that bridge. But yeah, just. Do you remember?
I thought it was over.
But that's 95. Do you remember passing 95?
I remember going over a bridge. I don't remember under a bridge. There was an over, but I don't remember there being an under. And
you remember going over a bridge, though?
I remember over, yes.
I think there's a railroad bridge that you go over.
I just drove. Just wanted to end the night. I just wanted the whole night to stop.
How far past that bridge that you went over do you remember? Did you go a long ways past that?
The whole night felt like an eternity.
But you drove for a while? I mean, just try to remember as best you can. Did you drove for a while after you went over that bridge?
Yeah, I don't know how far. It just felt far. The worst distance.
Okay. Is there anything else you can remember about where you were at when you left her? Anything else around? Anything that you can remember to try to help us find her?
Even hardened law enforcement veterans weren't prepared for the horrors that would be unearthed. A team dug up the container, opened it, and saw Trisha's torso inside. Tiny parts of Trisha's body, including teeth and fingertips that Stephen had removed to prevent her from being identified, were found scattered around the area, mixed in with gravel and shell rock. Divers also found Stephen's mutilation tools lying at the bottom of this canal, including the chainsaw and reciprocating saw that he had used to cut her up. Inside of the reciprocating saw was Trisha's hair and some of her remains as well. Investigators would also learn that it was actually well planned before he even left his North Carolina air base to visit their daughter in Florida. Prior to leaving Raleigh, North Carolina, Stephen had purchased the acid and traveled to Florida with it.
I didn't see anything. I just turned around and yeah, the road wasn't super wide, so I did, the 3-point turn or whatever. But I didn't pay attention to anything when I was there. I just wanted to get back. Wherever back was, I just wanted to get back, and I wanted the night to just be over. I just wanted everything to just be done.
Okay. I'm going to do my best, okay? But there's a lot of people that love Trisha too, okay? And I know
that's why I would never come down.
I know you
do
didn't.
Some craziness like that.
And I know you didn't want to. I know you didn't want to take her from them. I know that wasn't your intention.
No, I would never do that. And my daughter needs her mother.
But the thing is that's a result nonetheless. Faith, Trisha's family, all of her friends, the church, there's a whole community, okay? I'd like to give you the opportunity now to write an apology and try to get that off of yourself.
I have no idea what I would say.
The truth, because the truth is what? That you didn't mean for this to happen, but it did.
Never.
And that are you sorry that it happened?
Of course
I am. Of course you are.
Holy crap. I wish I could have found another way to de-escalate it, but she just wouldn't let it go. She just kept pushing it, just pushing the issue about money. And
I know.
And all I'm thinking is I don't have any money anyway. Like, just wait till the first. I'll fix it. Just I don't know why it's such a big deal.
I know.
Didn't even make sense.
And this is going to be a lot of weight, and this has been a lot of weight. I mean, you carried a lot of this for so long now, for weeks, and that's more than anybody can really take. And I can tell you that getting this off your chest and writing an apology to these people saying you're sorry that it happened this way, that you did not mean for it to happen this way, and although it did happen, that you're truly sorry, I think that's going to help lift a lot of weight. Is that something that you'd like to do?
I don't feel like a sorry means anything to anybody.
You'd be surprised.
What's the point of a sorry?
You'd be surprised. People want to know that.
Of course I'm freaking sorry. I didn't.
I'll get you. I'm going to step out for a minute. I'll get you some paper, okay? And you can think about if you want to do that really quick, okay? I'll be right back.
Stephen Williams is the only one that really knows why he did what he did, and from his prison cell, he reportedly tells police that Trisha disrespected him when he tried to Skype with their daughter. If investigators had known at the time what Stephen Williams had done to Trisha, they never would have given him the plea deal that spared his life. Lieutenant Mike Doherty would say in an interview, if we knew the drastic measures that he went through, how violent it was, he would undoubtedly be on his way to death row. Stephen Williams is currently incarcerated at the Jefferson Correctional Institute in Monticello, Florida. He is scheduled to be released in September of the year 2049.